Hey there, sleepless rabble. Come on in, get settled, and let me take over for a while. We're stepping straight into Freakshow territory, and the clown under the spotlight is Jamie Osuna, a man who managed to turn a concrete cell into something out of a fever dream long before the world started calling him the cellmate from hell. This is a case where a man didn't just become a monster. He eventually made sure his face matched the personality underneath. This is Napmax Sleep Stories, and you're listening to The Truth Behind Jamie Osuna, Cellmate from Hell. As always, we start at the very beginning. If you ever wanted a textbook example of how to assemble a future headline, you'd probably start somewhere like Bakersfield in the late 80s. Hot, dusty, and about as nurturing as a broken lawn chair. Into this scenic environment popped Jamie Osuna, sometime around 1988, though a few sources switch the year around like it's optional. But the exact birthday doesn't matter. What matters is that he arrived in a household that wasn't just troubled, it was basically a demolition site with wallpaper. His mother, Michelle, did the parenting equivalent of shrugging through life. Not malicious, just absent in that specific way that makes chaos feel like background noise. And then there was Jeff, the stepfather, who clearly misunderstood the job description. Instead of provide safety and structure, Jeff's interpretation leaned more toward break your stepson like a used toy. People still argue over the details, but the consensus is simple. The man should never have been allowed near a child, a family, or frankly, a houseplant. Stories from those early years paint a lovely picture of a domestic harmony. The kind where a small boy is allegedly tied to a tree and beaten, because apparently that was someone's idea of character development. Another popular classic claims he was forced to eat on the floor, a kind of boot camp meets warped daycare hybrid. And you know something's off when the furniture gets more respect than the kid. This wasn't the rare outburst, it was the atmosphere. The house didn't have bad days, it had a bad personality. And little Jaime grew up inside it like a plant left behind a radiator. Warped, underwatered, and leaning toward whatever source of warmth wasn't shouting at him. People later said Michelle didn't intervene. That's one way of putting it. Another way is, the boy could have been juggling knives in the living room, and no one would have looked up from their cigarette. Emotional support was not part of the decor. The whole place felt like a half-finished argument waiting to explode. Then, around the year 2000, Jeff conveniently exited the storyline via heart attack, leaving the family without its main source of terror, but also without any repair work. Trauma doesn't vanish just because the delivery guy drops dead. By then, the damage was already installed, wired, and humming. You don't wipe a hard drive by unplugging it for 5 seconds. While other kids his age were drawing dinosaurs or fighting over Pokemon cards, Jaime was collecting a set of internal rules that made sense only in a war zone. Don't trust anyone. Pain is normal. Adults are dangerous. Attention equals punishment. Already sad values for building a personality, terrible for building a future. People who knew the family back then describe young Jamie with a quiet kind of intensity. The sort you see in children who've learned that speaking invites trouble. Not brooding, not dramatic, just braced. A kid who listens for footsteps before breathing. And even if the details of the tree or the floor or any single incident blur, the pattern doesn't. Violence wasn't an event, it was the operating system. What makes this early chapter so strange isn't just what happened to him, but how normal it all became. Children adapt to anything. Sunshine, storms, or stepfathers named Jeff. They don't write memoirs about it. They just learn quietly that the world tilts a certain way. And Jaime learned it early. Life hits first, and you better not ask why. By the time he reached middle school, he already carried himself like someone older. Not wiser, just done. Kids who grow up in chaos often develop a certain emotional callus, and Koimi had enough of it to sand a table. Teachers reportedly saw a boy who never fully relaxed. Neighbors saw a kid who hovered at the edge of things like he expected someone to shove him. Nothing dramatic, just the subtle posture of someone who does not expect safety from anything, ever. And then comes the part no one ever likes admitting. In neighborhoods like this, in families like this, kids like Jaime don't stand out. They blend in. Childhood trauma isn't a headline. It's Tuesday. What we're left with is a boy shaped by all the wrong hands in all the wrong ways. Not a misunderstood genius, not a demon child. Just the product of a home where fear was routine, affection was optional, and adulthood arrived early and uninvited. By 12, his stepfather was gone. The house was still a mess. His mother was still overwhelmed. And Jaime was already carrying more psychological baggage than most adults ever unpack. And while nothing in a childhood guarantees what comes next, his early years certainly didn't set him up for gentle hobbies or conflict resolution workshops. The foundation was poured, cracked, and uneven. And soon enough, the boy who learned to survive inside that house would learn to survive outside it. On the streets, in gangs, and in the kind of company where his skill set finally made sense. There's a particular age when most kids worry about passing math class or figuring out who to sit with at lunch. Jamie Osuna, meanwhile, was graduating into an entirely different curriculum. One taught behind liquor stores, in parking lots, and in the kind of apartments where the windows are always covered even at noon. By the time he hit his teens, he had already lived enough emotional turbulence to give a therapist steady employment until retirement. And instead of calming down, his life tilted even further off its axis. Bakersfield isn't known for subtlety. If you're vulnerable, the streets don't gently ease you into trouble. They fling the door open and tell you to pick a side. Jaime didn't pick the sunny one. He drifted toward the kind of local gangs that offered structure in the same way a collapsing building offers shade. Technically, yes, but only if you don't mind debris landing on your head. He was young, angry, unstably wired, and already conditioned to see violence as a form of communication. The gangs didn't need to train him, they just needed to point him in a direction. Methamphetamine slid into the picture like it always does. Quiet first, then loud, then louder. It wasn't glamorous, it wasn't rebellious, it wasn't anything a teenager should touch, but it fit perfectly with the emotional rhythm of someone who had spent his childhood flinching at every sound. Meth is many things, but above all, it's an escape hatch with a trapdoor built underneath. For someone like Jaime, it felt like getting away from himself, while simultaneously tearing the rest of him apart at the seams. People later said it became one of the ways he coped. Though coping is a generous word for chemical self-arson. The neighborhood saw him change, but not in a dramatic movie montage way. There was no moment where he walked outside one morning and everyone gasped at the transformation. It was slower, quieter, like a dimmer switch being turned down day after day. Teachers noticed a boy who stopped caring about assignments. Police noticed a teenager who started showing up in their paperwork. Neighbors noticed less of him. Not because he was hiding, but because he was outrunning with people who didn't believe in curfews. Somewhere in these years, Jaime picked up the kind of charges teenagers aren't supposed to know exist yet. A first arrest in his mid-teens involving a weapon. Not a toy, not a bluff. An actual dangerous weapon in the hands of a boy who hadn't even figured out adulthood. And once you cross that line, once you feel that mix of adrenaline, fear, and power, the world never looks the same again. Each new problem becomes easier to justify. Each new crime becomes easier to slip into. What should have been a warning sign turned into a rehearsal. Adults around him described him later as already hardened, already unreachable, already living as if he expected disappointment from every direction. That's what happens when you're raised in a house where survival is the primary skill. By his mid-teens, Jaime didn't behave like a boy looking for a future. He behaved like someone trying to outrun the past, even if he had no idea what direction to run. Rumors floating through the true crime universe often insist he had a fascination with torture, or darker fantasies even back then. But whether that's accurate or retroactive storytelling is impossible to nail down. What we can be certain of is that his world was already collapsing into the narrowest possible shape. Drugs, gangs, violence, no supervision, no anchor, no escape. There's nothing mystical about it. It's just what happens when a kid grows up believing that the only way to avoid being hurt is to hit first, and the only thing more reliable than pain is chaos. People who met him around that time sometimes talk about the look he had. Quiet, watchful, like someone calculating how much danger each conversation contained. Not paranoid, just calibrated for survival. You don't get that expression from good memories or warm holidays. You get it from learning too early that adults can't be trusted, and the world is not your friend. A teenager shaped by that logic doesn't fantasize about college or careers. He fantasizes about control. By 17, Jaime was drifting in a pattern that would have been predictable if anyone had been paying enough attention. Street fights, drug binges, running with older gang members, the occasional night in juvenile detention, an orbit spiraling closer and closer to a point of no return. Not because he wanted to be dangerous, but because danger was the only language he was fluent in. His childhood had handed him a script, and no one ever gave him a different one to learn. This is the part of his life where you can almost feel the timeline tightening. The boy who once braced for blows at home now braced for confrontations in alleyways. The survival strategies he learned as a child became the behavior patterns of his adolescence. Nothing about this was destiny, but it was momentum. And momentum is powerful when no one stops it. As Jaime moved toward adulthood, he wasn't carrying dreams. He was carrying impact wounds disguised as personality traits. And those wounds were steering him far more than any plan ever could. The world around him saw a young man slipping deeper into the shadows, but from inside, it probably felt like the only place that made sense. Violence had shaped him, and now it welcomed him back like an old friend. If life were fair, this is the chapter where Jaime would have turned everything around. The part where the troubled kid grows up, meets someone kind, settles down, and discovers that stability isn't a myth invented by toothpaste commercials. And for a brief, wobbly moment that actually seemed possible, he met a woman, let's call her Jane because everyone else does, and for the first time since childhood, there was a hint of something resembling calm. Not happiness, not healing, just the faint suggestion that his life might stop spinning like a shopping cart with one busted wheel. People who knew the couple back then say Jaime could be surprisingly charming when he wanted to be. Not the cartoon villain grin that would later become his trademark, but a softer, quieter version. The kind of charm that looks like potential if you squint. Jane clearly saw something worth holding on to, Whether it was hope, naivety, or Olympic-level optimism is anyone's guess. But she stayed. And for a moment, it almost looked like Jaime stayed too. They married, eventually had a child, and for an outside observer, one who didn't know his past, you might have mistaken them for any other young couple trying to build a life on top of limited resources and a handful of shaky promises. If you saw him pushing a stroller down the sidewalk, you wouldn't have thought, "Ah, yes, future nightmare headline." You'd just think, young dad, probably tired, probably broke, trying his best. It's amazing how ordinary people can look when you don't know what's simmering beneath the surface. But the thing about building a future is that you need stable ground to build it on. Jaime didn't have stable ground. He had psychological quicksand. And quicksand doesn't care about your good intentions. It waits. Quietly. Patiently. Then it pulls. The cracks began to show, small at first. A short temper. An argument turning too sharp too fast. The kind of volatility that makes neighbors pause their TV for a second and look toward the wall. Drugs didn't help. Meth never does. And the ghosts from his childhood certainly weren't planning to let him forget their existence. Jaime's idea of coping was roughly equivalent to throwing gasoline on embers and being surprised when flames appeared. The relationship didn't collapse overnight. Most don't. It deteriorated the way rotting wood does, invisibly at first, then suddenly in chunks. Jane lived through episodes that were far from the soft focus romance of their early days. The warmth he was capable of showing could vanish in an instant, replaced by a hard, coiled tension that made the air in the room feel thinner. Whatever scared him in his childhood, he now became the source of that fear in someone else's home. By 2010, everything fell apart the way these things always do, loudly, painfully, with police paperwork to prove it. Jaime was charged with domestic violence, and this time it wasn't some teenage scrap behind a liquor store. This was his wife. The person who thought she could reach him, calm him, hold him together long enough for him to hold himself together. Instead, she ended up facing the violent reflexes he'd been accumulating since childhood. He served 9 months, got probation, and walked out into a world that looked exactly the same as before, but felt completely different. Whatever fragile, normal life he'd been trying to build was gone, and Jane was no longer the proof that he had another option. She was the evidence that he didn't. The weight of that kind of failure does strange things to a man who already operates on emotional fumes. Jaime wasn't spiraling. He had already spiraled. Now he was just landing. Friends of Jane would later describe her relationship with him as a mix of love, fear, confusion, and a desperate hope that the man she met was the real version. But the real version was the one shaped by gangs and trauma and a childhood blueprint built entirely out of bad instructions. Jaime didn't know how to be a partner. He barely knew how to be a person. And here's the thing that's hardest to digest. For a tiny window of time, a window so small you'd miss it if you blinked too slowly, Jaime genuinely seemed like he might have chosen another path. Something softer, something quieter, something human. But life doesn't hinge on who you could have been. It hinges on who you are when the pressure hits. When the marriage collapsed, the illusion of stability collapsed with it. Whatever thin thread tied him to normal life snapped, and the man who stepped out of that relationship wasn't a husband or a father anymore. He was someone with nothing left to lose and nowhere constructive to put his anger. A man who had tested domestic life, found himself unfit for it, and walked back into the world wearing failure like another layer of scar tissue. People always ask when someone like Jaime became dangerous, as if there's a single moment, a mental click, a dramatic shift. The truth is far less cinematic. Sometimes danger grows in the quiet parts, the everyday disappointments, the cracks that keep widening when no one patches them. This chapter wasn't a transformation. It was a confirmation. Whatever softness had briefly appeared was temporary. Whatever future he might have had dissolved the moment he tightened his fist instead of his grip on sanity. The man emerging from this wreckage wasn't becoming. He was finally revealing what the rest of his life had been shaping all along. By 2011, whatever thin thread had held Jaime Osuna to ordinary life had finally snapped. The man who once pushed a stroller and tried to play house was long gone, replaced by someone moving through Bakersfield with quiet detachment, as if the world had already stopped mattering. There was no dramatic transformation yet. No occult tattoos, no stitched grin, no theatrical persona. Just a young man with an ordinary face and an internal landscape that had already burned itself into ash. When Yvette Pena crossed his path, she was simply trying to navigate her own difficult life. A mother of 6, a woman carrying more weight than most people ever see, she slipped through Bakersfield's harsher corners like someone used to patching leaks faster than new ones formed. She wasn't a symbol. She wasn't a lesson. She was a person. And the tragedy is that crossing paths with Jaime meant stepping into the gravitational pull of someone already drifting toward the edge. The motel room where she died looked like a collision between human suffering and someone's twisted sense of control. Officers who entered would later talk about the atmosphere. The heavy, unnatural quiet that follows a prolonged fight for life. Nothing about the scene suggested panic. Whoever did this didn't lash out impulsively. They inflicted pain with intent, not frenzy. Each injury seemed to follow its own rhythm, as if cruelty itself had a technique. Detectives began their work the way seasoned detectives do. Gloves on, emotion off. They moved through the room, documenting everything from the angle of each wound to the placement of discarded objects. The violence was too specific, too confident, and too deliberate for them to believe this was a random homicide. And as they sifted through the physical evidence, a name started drifting up like smoke. Jaime Osuna. What's almost absurd in hindsight is how little he stood out at this point. No carved smile into his cheeks. No satanic iconography across his forehead. No dramatic persona to alert the world that something inside this man had collapsed. When detectives looked at his ID photo and early images, he appeared almost disappointingly standard, a face that could have belonged to a cashier, a mechanic, an 8th grade math tutor. Calm eyes, clean skin, nothing alarming. If anything, he looked slightly tired. Like life was a little heavier than it needed to be. And that's exactly why he terrified detectives. The mismatch between his face and the crime scene. The realization that some people walk around wearing masks far more convincing than anything they later tattoo onto themselves. The investigation tightened quickly. Bakersfield police are used to working without glamour or praise. They solve cases because someone has to. They followed witness statements, traced timelines, match placements, and let the forensics speak. The room had been generous with its secrets. Fibers, fingerprints, patterns, the usual trail killers pretend they're too clever to leave behind. Every new document, every lab report, every officer's note nudged the finger more firmly toward Osuna. And when they brought him in, the dissonance reached its peak. Jaime didn't resemble the kind of man who could orchestrate the horrors in that motel room. The detectives knew what they had seen, and yet here was a man who looked unscarred, unmarked, almost plain. The unsettling part wasn't that he looked innocent, it was that he looked forgettable. During questioning, he didn't give them the emotional rollercoaster investigators expect. Not denial, not outrage, not fear. He simply existed in the chair, present but detached, like someone watching events unfold from a few seconds behind. The calm wasn't normal. It wasn't bravado either. It was the stillness of someone whose connection to consequence had frayed a long time ago. The contrast between his demeanor and the brutality of the crime sharpened the horror. This wasn't a man who had lost control. This was a man who never seemed concerned with the idea of control to begin with. The violence in that room was methodical. The man in the interrogation seat was eerily composed. The two halves fit together in the worst possible way. The Pena case was airtight. The police didn't speculate. They didn't romanticize. They followed the structure of evidence, and the structure built a staircase leading directly to Jaime. Once the charges were filed, the public began to hear whispers about the man behind them. The calm, the coldness, the strange lack of affect. Years later, he would transform himself into the spectacle the world now recognizes. The heavily tattooed, self-styled torturer with grotesque symbolism etched across his face. But back in 2011, none of that existed. The monster was there. He just hadn't decorated himself yet. And that's the disturbing truth about this chapter. Before he carved darkness onto his skin, before he smiled through court proceedings, before he leaned into the mythology he eventually created, he looked ordinary. He looked harmless. He looked like someone you wouldn't think twice about standing next to in line at a gas station. The kind of man you forget as soon as he walks away. People later like to say, you can't see what's inside a person. Jaime, in a twisted way, eventually corrected that problem. He made himself look like the thing he always was. He made the outside match the inside. But in 2011, at the time of Yvette Peña's murder, the mask was still intact. And that might be what makes this part of the story the most unsettling of all. By the time Jamie Osuna's case finally reached the courtroom, whatever remained of his ordinary face had been officially retired. The man who once blended into a crowd now walked into hearings looking like he had fired his entire personality and hired a new one with a much more theatrical resume. His face had become a canvas, each tattoo a billboard screaming what his behavior had already been whispering for years. He wasn't hiding anymore. He wasn't pretending to be normal. He looked like someone who rolled out of bed and said, "Yes, that's right. I am the villain you ordered." The transformation didn't happen overnight, but by the time the public laid eyes on him, the metamorphosis was complete. Heavy black lines carved across his cheeks, satanic symbols branded into his skin. The kind of ink people get when they're done caring about whether they'll ever pass a background check again. Reporters who covered the early hearings said the tattoos were so bold, they seemed to walk into the room before he did. And behind them, there he was, relaxed, almost cheerful, as if the whole legal process were an open mic night he'd been waiting for. He smiled during hearings, not nervous smiles or polite courtroom apologies. No, his were the slow, deliberate smirks of someone who enjoys the fact that other people are uncomfortable. Judges spoke, lawyers argued, families grieved, and Jaime looked like he was watching a mildly amusing community theatre production. When the prosecution laid out the brutality of the Peña murder, he didn't react with shame or fear. He reacted like someone listening to a story he'd already heard and still found entertaining. At one point, he even laughed. Not loudly, not disruptively, but enough for the room to freeze for half a second. The kind of laugh that isn't funny. It's diagnostic. The kind that tells you the man isn't interested in escaping the label of monster. He's actively auditioning for it. And yet, beneath all the theatrics, the legal situation was straightforward. The evidence was overwhelming. The investigators had done their job too well for him to wriggle through the cracks. Everyone in the room knew where this was headed. Jaime knew it too. He didn't fight it. He didn't mount an impassioned defense. He didn't summon an army of appeals. In 2017, he simply pled guilty, murder, torture, the whole catalogue, and secured himself a life sentence without the possibility of parole. People say he took the deal to avoid the death penalty, and maybe that's true. But watching him in court, you got the sense that he was less concerned with living or dying, and more concerned with being seen. Not understood, just seen. The tattoos weren't for intimidation, they were for recognition. They were the exterior version of the chaos he'd been carrying since childhood. Finally visible, finally undeniable. After the guilty plea, he gave interviews that made his courtroom behavior look downright wholesome. In one infamous moment, when asked about empathy, remorse, or sympathy, he said he felt none. Not even the polite, performative sympathy defendants sometimes fake. It wasn't defiance. It was honesty. Brutal, casual honesty from someone who treated emotional vacancy like an item on his medical chart. Journalists who sat across from him during these interviews described the experience the same way. Like staring at a man who had vacuumed out all the human parts and left behind a kind of polished void. He wasn't angry. He wasn't proud. He simply didn't care. And somehow that was worse than any rage or theatrics could have been. This is also when the rumors started circulating. The extra confessions, the hints about other possible victims, the little statements that slipped out during conversations and made reporters wonder what else might be buried in Bakersfield. Nothing was ever proven. No new charges ever materialized. But the whispers lingered, because Jaime enjoyed letting them linger. He never confirmed anything, but he never denied anything either. Ambiguity was part of the performance. A monster who refuses to clarify is far more interesting than one who cleans up details. Court spectators said the transformation felt surreal. The man on trial was no longer the normal-looking young father police had arrested years before. Now he looked like the myth he had created. The face that once revealed nothing now told the whole story the moment he walked into a room. You didn't need to read a file or hear a witness testify. His appearance alone said, "Whatever you fear I've done, I want you to know I'm capable of worse." And that's what made this chapter of his life so unsettling. Not the tattoos themselves. Plenty of harmless people have bad ink. But the way Jaime's new exterior aligned perfectly with the interior, the public had only glimpsed through crime scene descriptions and court documents. He had turned himself into the visual representation of what detectives had suspected from the moment they saw the motel room where Yvette Peña died. In the end, the courtroom wasn't just where Jaime was sentenced. It was where he debuted. A stage where he presented the completed version of himself. The smirking killer. The self-styled torturer. The man who looked like he'd finally grown into the darkness he'd been carrying for years. Prison has a way of stripping people down to their essentials. Some inmates find religion, some find routine, some find out they're terrible at making friends. Jamie Osuna found an audience. The moment he entered the California prison system, he behaved less like a man serving a sentence and more like someone launching a very niche one-man show. Heavy on theatrics, light on self-awareness, and absolutely devoid of remorse. What surprised staff first wasn't aggression. It was how calm he was. Most new lifers arrive with tension humming under their skin, weighing every look, every sound, every unspoken threat. Jaime walked through intake like he was checking into a hotel he already disliked, but had accepted as inevitable. He didn't posture, didn't flex, didn't try to impress anyone. He radiated this unnerving absence of fear, as if nothing around him carried any real consequence. And maybe, in his world, nothing did. The tattoos helped define him, of course. They weren't random choices slapped on during a bored afternoon in the yard. They were a costume. The visual shorthand for the identity he had started constructing long before he ever entered prison. With each new mark, he pushed further into the persona he had unveiled in court, the unrepentant torturer, the self-proclaimed villain. He didn't just accept the narrative the media built around him. He sharpened it, decorated it, and wore it like armor. Inmates watched him with the same mix of fascination and suspicion one might reserve for an unusually calm, venomous snake. The calm wasn't comforting. It was the kind that makes you wonder if the snake is thinking about you specifically. Jaime wasn't particularly large or physically intimidating, yet he created a gravitational field around himself. People noticed him because he seemed so completely, disturbingly untouched by the idea of imprisonment. He didn't threaten people directly. He didn't have to. The combination of his conviction, his demeanor, and the theatrical horror of his tattoos did the job for him. Guards talk about inmates who puff themselves up, putting on loud, frantic displays of toughness. Jaime went in the opposite direction. His silence did more work than shouting ever could. And then there were the psychological evaluations. Prison officials didn't just rely on behavioral observations, they sent him to the professionals. The results weren't exactly surprising to anyone familiar with his case. Notes about schizophrenia spectrum symptoms, emotional flattening, and antisocial traits appeared in reports like recurring motifs in a grim musical. The wording may have been clinical, but the message was clear. This was not a man experiencing typical emotional architecture. His interior was a maze without a center, a place even he didn't seem to inhabit fully. Some staff members described interactions with him as oddly hollow, like speaking into a cold hallway. He answered questions when required, but without the frustration or resignation that defined so many lifers' responses. He didn't express longing for the outside world. He didn't rage against the system. He didn't grieve the loss of his freedom. Prison was simply where he was now. A set piece in the ongoing performance he'd chosen for himself. Rumors circulated among inmates and observers. Little stories about how he manipulated conversations, how he could flip his tone from soft to chilling in an instant, how he seemed to enjoy holding eye contact just a beat too long. Whether any of it was deliberate or simply the natural consequence of his psychological constellation didn't matter. The effect was the same. People kept their distance. But for all his theatrics, his behavior wasn't wild or uncontrollable. It moved in a narrow emotional register. Calm, detached, sometimes eerily playful, never remorseful. This wasn't the fire and brimstone chaos people expected when they first met the tattooed face they had seen in headlines. It was something colder, something that moved in straight lines, something that gave the impression that he could sit in a room for hours without blinking if it meant unsettling the person across from him. Over time, prison psychologists started updating his file with phrases like deterioration, disconnection, and progressive decline. Not the dramatic kind you see in movies, no hallway screaming, no violent outbursts, no apocalyptic raving, just quiet deterioration. A subtle unspooling of someone who had never been tightly wound to begin with. The more isolated he became, the more he seemed to slip into an internal landscape only he could navigate. And yet, even as pieces of him drifted further from conventional reality, he maintained a kind of performance instinct. He knew exactly what image he was projecting, and he didn't shy away from shaping it. He wasn't just an inmate, he was Jamie Osuna, the man the media called a Satanist killer, the man the headlines couldn't stop printing, the man whose crimes made seasoned officers pause before opening a file. He wore his notoriety like a winter coat, heavy and undeniably warm. Life behind bars didn't tame him, it didn't reform him, it didn't break him. It just gave him walls to reflect himself against. And he filled those walls with the only thing he had left. The persona, the performance, the darkness he'd spent years cultivating until it finally fit him like skin. Prisons are built to contain violence, not prevent it. Everyone working inside knows this, even if they pretend otherwise. But what happened inside California State Prison, Corcoran, on a night in March 2019 was something different. The kind of event that forces even the most hardened officers to take a step back and ask themselves how the hell it happened on their watch. And woven through all of it, like a signature scrawled across the scene, was one man, Jamie Osuna. At this point, Osuna had already cemented his chosen persona. The tattoos were no longer mere accents, they had swallowed his face whole. Dark, jagged shapes, satanic symbols, the deliberately carved aesthetic of someone who wanted the world to see exactly what he thought he was. Whether he actually believed in Satanism or simply enjoyed decorating himself like a cautionary tale didn't matter. The effect was the same. He looked like a man auditioning for the role of Demon's roommate in an off-brand horror movie. And unlike in court, where people could avert their eyes, the guards at Corcoran had to live with that face walking around the tiers. Into this environment arrived Luis Romero, a man serving his own sentence, a man who under no circumstances should have been placed in a cell with Jamie Osuna. Yet bureaucracy has a talent for catastrophic matchmaking, and someone, somewhere, ticked a box that paired Romero with the one person inside the building whose internal wiring was a blueprint for slow, deliberate destruction. The night of the murder, nothing remarkable was recorded during the routine checks. At least, not on paper. According to later reports, officers walked past the cell and wrote that both inmates were alive, a statement that would become the punchline of one of the darkest jokes in California's correctional history. Because Romero, by that point, was almost certainly dead, and not peacefully. What happened inside that cell was not a fight. It wasn't rage. It wasn't even improvisational violence. It was something slow and controlled, almost ritualistic in its method. Officers who eventually saw the aftermath described it as one of the most gruesome acts ever committed inside a California prison. Romero hadn't just been killed, he had been mutilated. Parts of his body removed with a makeshift blade. His face cut open into a grotesque parody of a smile. And then, the final horror. Decapitation. Rumors circulated immediately. Rumors that Jaime had arranged Romero's organs and body parts, crafted them into some kind of macabre display. One detail stuck harder than all the others. That he fashioned a necklace from pieces of his cellmate, wearing it like a charm bracelet from hell. Official reports never used that exact word, but enough journalists repeated it that the idea became inseparable from the event. And frankly, with Jaime, nothing about it sounded out of character. The discovery triggered a chain reaction of disbelief, denial, and eventually a meltdown inside the department. If the crime itself was horrific, the response was humiliating. Internal investigators found that guards had failed to properly inspect the cell, had walked past without noticing signs of a killing that must have lasted far longer than anyone wanted to imagine. Even worse, initial logs simply stated that everything was fine. Nothing to see here. 2 men alive. Just another night at Corcoran. When the truth surfaced, the prison system tried to scrub the shock off its face. Reports were written, rewritten, shredded, rewritten again. By the time the Inspector General got involved, the scandal was already too large to bury. The official language softened the horror, but the translations were obvious. Negligence, falsified checks, systemic failures. Corcoran had been asleep at the wheel. While one of the most brutal inmate-on-inmate murders in recent US history unfolded under their noses, and in the middle of it all sat Jamie Osuna, calm as ever. A theatrical mask over a hollow center. He didn't run. He didn't hide. He didn't appear distressed. Some officers said he looked almost peaceful when they pulled him from the cell, as if he had completed a task rather than committed an atrocity. The tattoos, the satanic markings, the carved grin, everything he had done to his exterior had finally fused with the violence he enacted. For once, he looked exactly like the thing he had been projecting. The aftermath only deepened the nightmare. As investigators tried to piece together a timeline, medical examiners tried to identify the extent of the injuries, and administrators tried to explain themselves, Jaime was moved into a much higher security setting. Even in a prison full of dangerous men, his act had ripped the floor out from under whatever illusion of control the staff still believed in. Everyone involved knew this wasn't the story of a prison murder. It was the story of a system failure so catastrophic that it allowed a man like Osuna, tattooed in satanic iconography, openly sadistic, deeply unstable, to spend a night alone with another human being and turn that confinement into an anatomical horror show. Romero's death would haunt the department for years, spawning lawsuits, public outrage, and endless speculation about what exactly happened in that cell. But one truth settled heavier than the rest. Jaime didn't become a monster inside Corcoran. He simply found a place where no one stopped him from behaving like the creature he had already chosen to be. The morning after Luis Romero's murder, Corcoran felt like a building holding its breath. News of what had happened in that cell moved through the prison faster than any official memo ever could. Officers exchange the kind of looks people give each other when they know the world has shifted under their feet. Administrators tried to keep their voices steady. Paperwork multiplied. And somewhere above all of it, in the bowels of Sacramento bureaucracy, a very large machine began to wake up. The kind that only stirs when something has gone catastrophically wrong. Corcoran had always balanced on the edge of too much violence and too little oversight. But this time, the balance snapped. Outside, investigators stepped in almost immediately, and once they started opening doors, no one could shut them again. Reports began piling up. Thick stacks of pages filled with language that tried very hard to sound calm, while describing absolute chaos. The Inspector General didn't bother softening the blow. Their findings read like an autopsy of the entire prison's procedures. Guards had walked past Osuna's cell without noticing a murder unfolding behind the door. Routine checks had been logged as completed when nothing had been examined. One officer wrote that both inmates were alive, a statement that became the most infamous detail in the case, not because it was false, but because it was so wildly, impossibly detached from reality. Corcoran tried to explain itself, but every explanation sounded like a different version of the same uncomfortable truth. Nobody had been paying close enough attention. Romero hadn't just been killed, He'd been abandoned in the very place that was supposed to keep him safe. And Jaime, with his tattoos and his theatrics and his unnerving calm, had been left with a cellmate he should never have been allowed within arm's reach of. As the scandal spread, the legal world began circling. Romero's family filed a lawsuit, not only over the death itself, but over what allegedly happened afterward. An officer accused of taking photos of Romero's mutilated body and sharing them. The courts reacted the way courts do when faced with something so grotesque and avoidable. Slowly, but with unmistakable disgust. One judge called the alleged behavior shocking to the conscience, which is the judicial equivalent of throwing a chair across the room. The lawsuit didn't go away. It didn't get dismissed quietly. Every attempt to downplay the situation only made it louder. The prison system found itself on a public dissection table, with every procedural misstep pinned down and labelled for all to see. And through all of it, Jaime remained the fixed point at the centre of the storm. Silent, unreadable, impossible to ignore. While the lawsuits churned and officials scrambled to reassemble their credibility, Jaime's own legal situation took a stranger turn. When prosecutors prepared to pursue a murder case for Romero's death, the question emerged: was Osuna even mentally competent to stand trial? Psychologists were brought in, and their assessments didn't paint a picture of a man fully connected to reality. Clinical notes mentioned schizophrenia spectrum symptoms, emotional flattening, and a level of detachment that made meaningful participation in his own defense unlikely. A judge eventually ruled him not competent, pausing the entire process like a film reel snagging in the projector. His trial for Romero's killing stalled, then froze, leaving the public with a story that had no legal conclusion, only an aftermath. Prison officials moved him into a higher security psychiatric setting, the kind of unit where the walls are thicker, the routines more rigid, and the staff far more cautious. By then, Jaime's exterior had fully merged with his legend. The satanic tattoos, the carved persona, the look of someone who had embraced his own myth so thoroughly that it became the only version of him left. Inside that psychiatric unit, he wasn't the star attraction anymore. He was a problem to manage, a puzzle without a solution. A reminder of what happens when a system breaks in exactly the wrong place, at exactly the wrong time. In interviews, administrators tried to sound confident. In private, the prevailing mood was closer to exhaustion, the kind you feel when you know that no matter how many corrective measures you implement, the ghost of the scandal will always linger in the hallways. And it did linger. Every lawsuit update, every public records request, every time Romero's name resurfaced, every whispered conversation about the night the prison didn't notice a murder on the other side of a steel door. Osuna didn't change throughout this. He didn't express remorse, outrage, or fear. He didn't argue with psychiatrists. He didn't fight the competency ruling. He drifted through evaluations with the same strange calm that had followed him into the interrogation room years earlier. If prison had intended to confine him, the institution soon learned a harsher truth. You cannot contain someone who has already sealed himself off from the world. By the time the dust settled, as much as it ever would, Corcoran's reputation had been gutted. Romero's family was still battling in court, and Osuna had slipped into the deeper layers of the prison system, where the doors close heavier and the lights stay brighter. The system had tried to categorize him, to correct itself, to rebuild the rules around what it failed to prevent. But the reality remained. Jaime Osuna didn't break the prison. The prison broke itself by assuming it could handle him. By the time Jamie Osuna disappeared into the deeper layers of the prison system, the outside world had already started turning him into something larger, stranger, and far more stylized than any file in Sacramento could ever capture. Criminals become legends for all kinds of reasons. Some because they're clever, some because they're tragic, and some because the public can't resist a monster with good lighting. Jaime fit neatly into the last category, not because he was interesting, but because he was grotesquely simple to package. His face did a lot of the marketing for him. The black lines carved across his skin, the satanic symbols, the jagged theatrics. It looked like someone had taken every loose idea about evil and filtered it through a tattoo gun. Headlines didn't need metaphors anymore, his mugshot did the heavy lifting. And once the public saw that face, the myths began writing themselves. People online debated him the way some people debate horror movies. Entire threads blossomed around whether he was manipulating everyone or simply drifting in his own psychological vacuum. True crime groups swapped theories the way kids swap trading cards. Some insisted he had confessed to more crimes off camera. Some claimed he hinted at other victims. Others argued the rumors came from journalists who couldn't resist a narrative with sharp edges. None of it was proven, all of it was irresistible. Olivia Lavois's interviews added fuel to the fire. She spoke about fleeting moments where Jaime seemed to reveal something unprompted. Half confessions, glimmers of additional stories lurking just offstage. He never spelled anything out, never tied a bow on the mysteries people wanted him to confirm. He understood something most criminals never do. Silence is more provocative than any speech. The public doesn't cling to facts, it clings to gaps. And Jaime knew how to leave gaps. In comment sections, people argued about him the way others argue about sports teams. One camp saw a calculating sadist performing for attention. Another insisted he was irreparably broken, a hollowed-out product of childhood brutality. A smaller and significantly louder subset simply enjoyed the spectacle, posting his tattooed face as if it were a Halloween mask. The internet doesn't care why a monster exists. It only cares whether it can generate clicks. Ethics, as usual, showed up late. Podcasts debated whether it was responsible to cover Osuna at all. Some hosts treated him like a fictional character, which is always a comforting lie. Pretending real violence belongs in the same box as scripted fear. Others refused to mention him by name, worried that attention would feed the persona he had constructed. But by then, the persona was feeding itself. Prison didn't stop him. It just gave him time to thicken the mythology. There's a reason figures like Osuna become cultural magnets. They're simple. Terrifying, yes, but simple. No moral ambiguity, no sympathetic cracks, no tragic downfall to pass, just a man whose crimes fit neatly into the darkest corners of the collective imagination. He wasn't cunning, he wasn't charismatic, he wasn't the mastermind crime fiction promises. He was pure blunt force cruelty. And sometimes that's exactly what the public fixates on. Not brilliance, not mystery. Just the clean, cold horror of someone who chooses to hurt and feels nothing when he does. The irony, of course, is that the version of Jaime the public studied so obsessively didn't exist until after he'd been arrested. Before the tattoos, before the mask, before the persona, he looked painfully normal. That was the truly frightening part, the part no one wanted to discuss at length. Monsters are easier to handle when they look the part. Jaime only became understandable when he started decorating himself like one. Before that, he was the kind of man you walk past without noticing. A blank page carrying a story you'd never guess. But once the ink spread across his face, Once he leaned into the satanic imagery and the theatrical glare, the public could finally exhale. Ah, there it is. That's the villain. People don't like unmarked danger. They like costumes. So the legend grew. Not because Jaime was complex, but because he wasn't. A man who murdered with precision, smirked in court, and wore his crimes on his skin was too easy to mythologize. Rumors blended into news stories blended into speculation, and speculation hardened into the kind of folklore that true crime communities trade like currency. Some tried to analyze him, to break him apart psychologically, to map the trauma that shaped him. Others simply reveled in the darkness, treating him as a kind of human campfire story. Something to gasp at, to dissect, to share at 2 a.m. in a forum thread titled, "You Won't Believe This Case." Everyone found a version of him that suited their narrative. Nobody found the truth. That's the thing about people like Jaime. The real person is smaller, pettier, emptier than the legend. But emptiness doesn't trend. Myth does. By the time the dust settled, Jamie Osuna no longer belonged to the legal system, the prison system, or even to himself. He belonged to the collective imagination, a story people told because they wanted to feel close to darkness without getting burned. And Jaime, in his own quiet way, seemed perfectly satisfied with that arrangement. Today, Jaime Osuna exists in a kind of suspended animation, not legally, not medically, not spiritually, but narratively. His story refuses to end because the system around him can't figure out how to finish it. He's alive, he's confined, he's tucked away behind layers of steel and psychiatric monitoring, and yet his case still drifts like unfinished paperwork that keeps getting shoved to the bottom of the pile. Not because people forgot about it, but because nobody knows what to do with it. Inside the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, he's no longer a headline. He's a logistical problem, a risk factor, a name that makes administrators tighten their jaw a little when it comes up in meetings. The tattoos he carved into his identity now sit under harsh fluorescent lights rather than courtroom spotlights. The satanic imagery, the inked lines, the exaggerated persona, all of it looks strangely static in the structured silence of a psychiatric unit. He wanted to become a symbol, and now he's stuck living inside it every day. The trial for Luis Romero's murder remains frozen, drifting in circles around the same question. Is Jaime mentally competent to stand trial? Psychologists who examined him didn't see a man ready to participate in legal proceedings. They saw someone sliding along the edges of reality, too removed from consequence to understand the role he was meant to play. The ruling of incompetency stalled the legal process with the blunt force of a brick wall. Prosecutors couldn't move forward. Defense attorneys couldn't build a case. Judges couldn't schedule a future. The entire system bent around the gap. He sits now in a high-security psychiatric setting, the kind of place designed for inmates who require more than just containment. The routines are stricter, the guards more specialized, the environment engineered to leave no dark corners for secrets to nest. It's not punishment, not in the way prison usually defines punishment. It's management, containment. A silent admission that the traditional justice system has run out of tools for someone like him. Meanwhile, the Romero family's lawsuit presses on in the civil courts, a slow, grinding pursuit of accountability for what happened and what allegedly happened afterward. Their battle isn't against Jaime. That part of the story ended the night he killed Romero. Their fight is with the institution. That allowed it to happen. The courts have already refused to dismiss key parts of their case, especially the accusations involving an officer who supposedly photographed Romero's mutilated body and shared the images. It is, legally speaking, the kind of fact pattern that makes judges lean back and sigh before choosing the strongest words available. The phrase "shocking to the conscience" didn't appear in an op-ed. It came straight from the bench. The lawsuit remains open because the wound remains open. Corcoran still carries the stain of what happened on those night rounds that never happened. No amount of paperwork can scrub away the fact that a man was slaughtered behind a door guards were supposedly checking. As for Jaime, he does nothing to accelerate or alter the trajectory of his life. He isn't petitioning for anything. He isn't loudly declaring his innocence or guilt. He isn't challenging diagnoses, arguing with psychiatrists, or protesting his conditions. He sits inside the walls of his unit the same way he sat through hearings years ago, with that quiet, unsettling stillness that has followed him from arrest to infamy. The public remembers him, but not in a linear way. He's a reference point, a cautionary tale, a shock image for podcasts and true crime threads. He appears in thumbnail montages next to names like Ramirez and Gacy, not because he matches them in scale, but because his persona is so visually striking that people can't resist folding him into the pantheon of American nightmares. He's not a mastermind, not a cult figure, not a serial killer in the cinematic sense. He's something simpler and therefore more jarring, a man whose interior void was so complete that it spilled into his crimes, then onto his skin. There is no redemption arc waiting in the wings, no appellate twist, no imminent trial date. The story has reached a point where movement feels impossible. The legal system doesn't have a satisfying ending to offer, and the psychiatric evaluations don't provide one either. He will likely remain in this suspended state, too dangerous to release, too unstable to try, too infamous to ignore. And that is what makes the final chapter of Jaime Osuna's story so strange. It doesn't end with a verdict. It doesn't end with a confession. It doesn't end with a death sentence or a dramatic final interview. It simply settles into a long, flat line of silence. A man locked away, a family still fighting, a prison system permanently scarred, and a public that keeps his name alive because the darkness around him refuses to fade. He isn't a mystery anymore. He isn't a spectacle. He's a static point in the map of American crime. An ugly reminder of what happens when cruelty goes unchecked and the system sleeps through its own alarms. And that's where we'll close the case for tonight. A story carved into concrete, stitched together with failures, and left humming in the darker corners of the system. Let it fade now, slowly, the way heavy thoughts do when you stop holding onto them. If your mind drifts, let it drift. You've earned the quiet. If you feel like keeping this strange little corner of the night alive, you already know the drill. Be a Linda on your way out. A quick like, a comment, whatever you've got in you. It goes further than you think. For now, rest your eyes, soften your breath, and let the room exhale with you. Good night, sleepless rabble, until the next story finds you. This is NatMax Sleep Stories signing off. And let me take over for a while, because our freak show goes on. Tonight, we're stepping into a very special kind of Beauty and the Beast case. Only this time, the Beast wasn't just ugly on the outside. He was ugly where it actually counts. The kind of ugly that doesn't wash off. The kind that thinks a woman's life is something you can own, control, and punish when she dares to walk away. And before we go any further, two things. Because I'm not interested in lazy stereotypes, Not every MMA fighter is violent. Most of them train hard, respect discipline, and keep their aggression exactly where it belongs. In the cage, under rules, under control. And working in the adult industry does not make someone less human. It doesn't make them disposable. It doesn't make violence against them a moral lesson. It makes them a person with a job. That's it. So if you're here for excuses, this is not your bedtime story. If you're here for the truth, told quietly, with a little razor blade irony, welcome. Quick thing, if you're enjoying the darker side of history, crime, and human behavior in a voice that doesn't shout at you like a documentary on caffeine, tap like, hit subscribe, and stick around. It helps the channel more than you'd think. And I want a comment from you. Sleepless Rabble. What time is it where you are right now? Midnight? 3 a.m.? That cursed hour where you start rethinking every decision you made since 2011? Tell me. Alright. Get comfortable. Breathe slow. Let the room go soft around you. As always, we start at the beginning. Jonathan Paul Koppenhaver was born on November 30th, 1981, in Simi Valley, California. It was a normal upbringing location, the kind that rarely comes up later unless someone is trying to retrofit meaning into it. His early environment did not push him toward extremes. It offered structure, routine, and a version of stability that many people grow up with and then forget about. His father worked as a police officer for the Los Angeles Police Department. His mother was trained as a nurse and later stayed at home. This mattered in a very basic way. Rules existed. Authority existed. There was no ambiguity about how adults were supposed to function or how behavior was supposed to be regulated. This was not a household where boundaries were unclear or constantly negotiated. There is no reliable evidence that Koppenhaver was particularly troubled as a child. No confirmed reports of early violence, no documented pattern of cruelty, no school records that later read like warnings that everyone missed. He does not appear in available accounts as academically gifted, nor as chronically disruptive. He seems to have moved through school without distinction, neither excelling nor failing in ways that would attract attention. Teachers did not describe him as exceptional. Peers did not describe him as memorable. He was present, but not remarkable. According to later biographical summaries, his mother struggled with substance abuse during parts of his childhood. As a result, Jonathan sometimes took on responsibility for his younger siblings. This detail is often framed dramatically after the fact, but stripped of interpretation, it describes something fairly mundane. A child noticing that situations do not always resolve themselves. Someone stepping in because no one else does. For most people, this results in practicality, not pathology. When Koppenhaver was 13 years old, his father died of a heart attack. Jonathan reportedly attempted CPR and was unable to revive him. This was a traumatic experience, and there is no reason to minimize its emotional impact. Losing a parent at that age leaves a mark. It introduces grief early and reshapes family dynamics in ways that are rarely clean or simple. But it does not dictate future behavior, and it does not create a moral exception for what comes later. What stands out about his childhood is how little it insists on interpretation. There is stress, but also normality. There is loss, but also structure. There is responsibility, but not abandonment. Nothing here demands that violence must follow. Nothing here removes agency. Nothing here creates a narrative that forces later outcomes. This matters because the story that is often told afterward relies heavily on implication. That something must have gone terribly wrong early on. That the signs were always there. that the ending was baked into the beginning. The available information does not support that comfort. Instead, what emerges is something less dramatic and more inconvenient. A person who grew up knowing what rules look like. Someone who was not raised without limits. Someone who understood authority well enough to later resent it. The absence of an obvious early explanation does not soften what follows. It sharpens it. Because if the groundwork did not predetermine the result, then what happens later cannot be assigned to fate, background, or circumstance. It belongs to behavior, to patterns that develop over time, to choices repeated until they stop being choices and start being habits. By the time Jonathan Koppenhaver moved from childhood into his teenage years, and then into early adulthood, there still wasn't anything mystical about him. No dark prophecy, no special mark. What did start to become obvious was something much more ordinary and, in its own way, more pathetic. He handled resistance badly. He didn't just dislike being told what to do. He seemed to take it personally, as if a boundary set by someone else was a direct attack on his status. In the places where most people learn to cope with correction, he tended to experience it as humiliation. A teacher redirecting him, a coach demanding discipline, an adult insisting on rules. These weren't neutral moments to him. They were power tests, and power tests had to be won. Not with argument, not with patience, but with pressure. It wasn't the kind of anger that burns itself out and leaves someone embarrassed. It was the kind that made him feel bigger for a moment, which is exactly why it kept showing up. People around him later described the same themes: quick escalation, impulsiveness, a tendency to turn minor friction into confrontation. The trigger didn't need to be serious. It could be a remark, a slight, a calm down, a refusal. The specific issue barely mattered. What mattered was the feeling of being limited. When he felt limited, he pushed back harder than the situation required. That was the pattern. And the pattern had a purpose. Aggression, for him, wasn't just noise. It was a shortcut. If you make the room uncomfortable enough, someone usually backs off. If you raise the temperature, the other. Person starts thinking about ending the interaction instead of insisting on the boundary. It's a simple system. It doesn't require intelligence. It requires willingness. He had that. This is where the boundary problems stopped being a vague personality flaw and started becoming a lifestyle. He learned over time that escalation often worked. And when it worked, it reinforced itself. If consequences arrived slowly or landed softly, the lesson wasn't, don't do it again. The lesson was, you can get away with it, which is a dangerous education for someone already inclined to treat force as a solution. As he entered adulthood, that tendency began appearing in the places it usually ends up. Police reports, charges, probation terms. Public reporting and biographical summaries described an assault case connected to him in Las Vegas in the late 2000s, with allegations involving choking and a victim losing consciousness. The outcome described in those accounts was probation and community service. For someone with a healthy relationship to limits, that would have been a warning and an invitation to change course. For someone like him, it was more likely a confirmation that physical escalation was survivable. Later reporting also tied him to bar-related violence and felony assault trouble around 2010 in San Diego County, involving incidents with people whose job is literally to enforce boundaries. Staff, bouncers, the human version of no you can't. The details varied depending on the source, and some versions were messier than others, but the outline remained consistent. Ordinary setting, confrontation, escalation, fallout, He kept arriving at the same destination because he kept using the same route. What made this stage of his life grimly predictable was the way the story was often reframed afterward. Men like this rarely describe themselves as aggressors. They describe themselves as respondents. They were disrespected. They were provoked. Someone else started it. The language shifts just enough to keep the ego clean, even when the behavior is not. It's a neat trick, and it works on people who don't want to look too closely. There was also something almost comic in how unoriginal it all was. This wasn't some complicated inner world. It was the small logic of entitlement. I shouldn't have to tolerate this. I shouldn't have to back down. If I push hard enough, I won't have to feel powerless. The irony is that it exposed the opposite of strength. Real strength can take a no and keep moving. His version needed the room to bend because he couldn't. By the end of this period, aggression wasn't a rare accident in his life. It was an available tool used quickly, defended afterward with the same recycled explanations. And once someone experiences aggression as effective, once it buys silence, space, compliance, the next move is almost inevitable. He starts looking for a place where that trait isn't treated as a problem, but as a skill. As he got older, Koppenhaver gravitated toward the kind of environment that rewards people who don't handle friction well, as long as they can wrap it in discipline. Combat sports gave him that wrapper. A gym didn't ask him to be patient, emotionally literate, or charming. It asked him to show up, do what he was told, and hurt less tomorrow than he hurt today. For someone who kept treating conflict like a personal attack, that structure was convenient. It offered him a lane where intensity wasn't awkward. It was the point. Training also gave him something he'd been reaching for in every argument: control. In a gym, control had a clear definition. You learned ranges, timing, pressure, when to explode, and when to wait. You learned that fear could be managed, that pain could be tolerated, that other people could be pushed backward if you knew how to apply yourself. The gym didn't turn him into a new person. It gave his existing instincts a system, and systems feel like permission. There was an identity upgrade in it too. A young guy with a temper is just exhausting. A young guy with a temper and a fight camp is suddenly intense. The same qualities that made him hard to deal with in normal settings could be rebranded as dedication. He could be obsessive and call it focus. He could be aggressive and call it competitiveness. He could be controlling and call it wanting to win. It was a neat transformation, mostly because people love a storyline that sounds like self-improvement. The physical side mattered more than the sport itself. His body became evidence. He didn't have to convince anyone with words anymore. He could walk into a room and let the shape of his shoulders do the talking. The threat didn't need to be spoken out loud to be understood, and that's the kind of power that appeals to people who hate being questioned. When you're used to escalation, it's comforting to carry a shortcut with you everywhere you go. In a functional world, training humbles you. You get submitted by someone smaller. You get tagged by someone quicker. You learn respect the hard way, because the hard way is unavoidable. With Koppenhaver, the sport seemed to offer something else, a stage where he could keep the parts of himself he liked and interpret the rest as someone else's problem. If he lost, it could be blamed on timing, judging, bad luck, the wrong camp, anything that protected the ego. If he won, it confirmed the whole world view. Dominance was proof, dominance was truth, dominance was identity. The gym also created a social hierarchy he could understand. There were rankings, sparring partners, coaches, reputations. You didn't need subtlety to climb inside that world. You needed drive, toughness, a willingness to be uncomfortable, and the ability to push past limits. He had those, And once you have them, you can start mistaking them for character. That's the trap with combat sports when someone is wired like this. The sport can be a container, but it can also become an amplifier. A container holds something safely. An amplifier makes it louder and more portable. If aggression already feels like a solution, learning how to apply it efficiently doesn't cure the impulse. It professionalizes it. It makes it look respectable. It teaches you how to do damage with technique, and then call it training. Over time, the gym doesn't just become a place you go. It becomes the place where your self-image lives. You're not Jonathan anymore when you're walking out of there. You're a fighter. You're someone who can handle pain. Someone who can make other people panic. Someone who doesn't need to back down. That identity is intoxicating if your sense of self has always been fragile under pressure. And once the body becomes the argument, conversation becomes optional, disagreement becomes less about facts and more about posture. People start choosing their words carefully around you, not because you've earned respect, but because you've made the alternative unpleasant. It's a cheap kind of influence, but it works often enough that it starts to feel like status. Combat sports gave him structure, and it gave him a mask that looked like discipline. It also gave him a way to turn his worst instincts into something that could be applauded. And after enough applause, the next step was obvious. He didn't just want to train. He wanted to be someone the world had to notice. Jonathan Koppenhaver didn't just want to fight. He wanted to be something. And Jonathan wasn't going to cut it for the kind of self-image he was trying to sell. Jonathan sounded like a guy who might return a library book. Jonathan sounded like someone who could be told to calm down and might actually consider it. Jonathan sounded like a person. So he built a character. He chose the name War Machine, and then did the thing people do when they're deeply committed to a reinvention. He made it official, legal, on paper, as if a court document could turn a personality trait into a destiny. It wasn't a nickname other people gave him because it fit. It was a label he picked for himself, like he was choosing a flavor of energy drink. There's something revealing about a grown man looking at the world and deciding the problem is that his name doesn't sound violent enough. Plenty of fighters kept their normal names and still managed to win. Plenty of fighters had stage names that were playful, clever, even ironic. This one went for War Machine, which landed exactly where you'd expect. Loud, self-serious, and about as subtle as a punched wall. The rebrand was the point. A legal name change isn't a casual decision. It's paperwork, time, effort. It's a person saying, I want everyone, including the government, to address me as a weapon. That's not confidence. That's performance. The kind of performance that tries to solve insecurity by making it intimidating for other people to notice. From there, the persona started doing the work his actual personality struggled with. It gave him a shortcut past awkward things like self-awareness. If you call yourself War Machine, you don't have to explain why you're intense. You don't have to justify why you're aggressive. You don't have to learn how to handle disrespect, because you've already declared that disrespect is an act of war. The name lowered the bar for his behavior and raised the volume on everything else. And this wasn't just about what got announced at fight events. It bled into how he carried himself. When someone chooses a persona like that, they aren't simply trying to be memorable. They're trying to lock themselves into a role. They want the world to expect certain things from them so they can stop wrestling with choices. If the world sees you as a war machine, then you can treat ordinary human restraint like it's beneath you. You can act out and blame the brand. You can threaten and call it being real. You can confuse dominance with identity and act offended when people don't applaud. The most predictable part was how the persona also functioned as armor. War Machine didn't have to take criticism well. War Machine didn't have to look small when he lost. War Machine didn't have to admit he was wrong. That would have required being a person again. And he clearly wasn't interested in that. A persona like this doesn't exist to express who someone is. It exists to protect them from being seen. It also gave him a convenient excuse to lean into violence as something aesthetic. Violence as a vibe. Violence as branding. A fighter trains. A fighter competes. This guy wanted the violence to be part of the packaging. Part of the image. Part of the everyday presentation. He wasn't satisfied with doing the sport. He wanted the sport to justify the personality. You could almost watch the logic forming. If he could make aggression look like a brand choice, then people would stop calling it a problem. There's an ugly little trick hiding inside that logic. If your identity is built on being dangerous, then any pushback feels like someone trying to disarm you. And if you're emotionally invested in being dangerous, disarmament feels like humiliation. That kind of person doesn't evolve toward calm. They evolve toward escalation, because escalation proves the identity is still real. The name change also told everyone around him what to expect, whether they wanted that or not. Friends, partners, strangers. People weren't dealing with Jonathan, a guy who could be negotiated with. They were being asked to deal with a walking billboard for intimidation. It's exhausting, and it's intentional. When you force people to take your aggression seriously before you've earned any respect, you save yourself the trouble of developing actual character. And of course, it played well in a culture that sometimes mistakes loud masculinity for depth. A stage name like that attracts a certain kind of attention. Some people find it ridiculous and keep their distance. Others treat it like proof of toughness. The dangerous part is that either reaction still feeds the machine. Ridicule can be rebranded as jealousy. Admiration can be treated as entitlement. Either way, the persona grows. At some point, the difference between act and self starts to blur, especially for someone who already struggles with limits. If you wear the mask long enough, you stop noticing it's a mask. You start making decisions to protect the brand. You start interpreting disagreement as disrespect. You start treating relationships like they're supposed to orbit you. You stop thinking in terms of consequences and start thinking in terms of image. That's what made this reinvention so telling. It wasn't creative. It wasn't clever. It was a loud, deliberate commitment to a worldview where force mattered more than restraint, where intimidation counted as influence, where the ability to hurt people was treated like proof of importance. He didn't just rename himself. He announced in advance the kind of man he wanted permission to be. He had enough talent to be taken seriously, and just not enough to become what he wanted to be. Koppenhaver's fighting career sat in that familiar MMA middle zone. Skilled, dangerous on the right night, capable of a highlight, but never consistently dominant in the way that turns a fighter into a permanent fixture. He wasn't a tourist in the sport. He trained, he fought, he won plenty, and he could absolutely hurt people for a living. The problem was that the sport doesn't reward the idea of danger. It rewards repeatable results, professionalism, and the ability to keep your own chaos contained. For a brief moment, he got the kind of exposure fighters dream about. Reality TV cameras, a UFC opportunity, a stage big enough to convince yourself the world was finally lining up behind your name. He won at the TUF finale, delivered a knockout that looked great in a highlight package, and suddenly there was a version of the story where he became a real UFC presence. That's the intoxicating part of early success. You don't just win a fight. You win permission to imagine your future as a straight line going upward. Then the sport did what it always does. It corrected him. The next step was not a steady climb. It was a hard reminder that a single impressive night doesn't make you untouchable. He lost quickly to Yoshiyuki Yoshida at UFC 84, and losses like that do two things. They expose holes in your game, and they expose holes in your ego. Plenty of fighters take that moment and quietly get better. They go back to the gym, work on the gaps, accept the hierarchy, rebuild. With Koppenhaver, the public tone that followed leaned less toward humility and more toward grievance, like the world owed him a smoother trajectory. That's where the career began to split into two parallel realities. In reality, he was a competent professional fighter who moved through promotions, won fights, lost fights, and never reached the level where the sport had to keep him. He fought outside the UFC, had solid stretches, and built a record that looked respectable for a working fighter. Good enough to stay in the ecosystem, good enough to be booked, good enough to be paid. That's the honest version. In his head, it seemed to be something else. A story of being held back. A story of being underestimated. A story where his true potential was always just one more opportunity away, conveniently located in the future, where it could never be tested today. And that's where the ego inflation really started to rot the foundation. Because if you treat every setback as injustice, you stop learning from it. You don't improve, you explain. You don't adjust, you argue. You build a relationship with reality where the only acceptable outcome is the one that flatters you, and everything else becomes someone else's fault. The judging was wrong, the matchup was wrong, the timing was wrong, the promotion didn't see what it had. The world wasn't ready. All of it worked as a protective layer over a simpler truth. He was good, but he wasn't special in the way he needed to be. There's also the psychological trap of being almost. Almost keeps you hungry, keeps you delusional, keeps you talking like a future star even while your actual career looks like a sequence of restarts. Almost lets you live inside the fantasy without confronting the finality that comes with fully failing. And when your identity depends on being the guy who's about to break through, the last thing you can afford is quiet acceptance. So the image had to get louder. It's worth saying this plainly. A lot of fighters have egos. That's normal. You don't walk into cages repeatedly without some degree of confidence, bordering on self-deception. The difference is what that ego is built on. In his case, it increasingly seemed to be built on intimidation rather than achievement. Showing the world he was dangerous mattered more than showing the world he was disciplined. Being seen as a threat mattered more than being seen as reliable. And reliability is what makes careers in major promotions. Talent gets you in. Reliability keeps you there. His time around the UFC didn't turn into a stable run, and the accounts around that period suggested friction, public comments, public posture, the kind of attitude that doesn't make employers feel relaxed about investing in you long term. MMA organizations don't care how intense you are if you're difficult to manage. They'll tolerate a diva if the diva is a champion. They'll replace you quickly if you're a headache with a highlight reel. Outside the UFC, the career continued in that same uneven rhythm. Fights happened, wins happened, losses happened, opportunities appeared and then vanished. A stable upward arc never really formed. And when a fighter keeps falling short of the status he craves, there are two ways it usually goes. Either he accepts the reality of being a solid professional and builds a life around that, or he doubles down on the persona that promises greatness later. He doubled down. Over time, the gap between his actual achievements and his self-concept started to feel like an injury he needed to defend at all costs. Every reminder that he wasn't a star became an insult. every limit felt personal. And in a personality like this, perceived insult rarely leads to quiet self-work. It tends to lead to louder performance, harsher reactions, bigger claims. By the time his fighting career was winding down, what he had was a resume that said legit fighter and a self-image that demanded something closer to unstoppable force. The sport refused to confirm that self-image. It kept giving him the kind of results that belonged to a capable, mid-tier pro. Enough success to keep him believing, enough failure to keep him angry. And anger, when it doesn't have a cage to live in, goes looking for another place to land. By the time the War Machine name was stamped onto documents and posters, Koppenhaver had already run into the problem his brand couldn't solve. Reality kept being stubborn. He could fight. He could look dangerous. He could have nights where the story seemed to click into place. But the sport never promoted him into the role he thought he was born to play. His record stayed respectable. He won enough to keep getting booked and to keep telling himself the breakthrough was coming. He lost often enough to keep that breakthrough permanently next. In MMA, that's a very specific kind of purgatory. You're good, you're paid, and you're also replaceable. The cage didn't care about your self-image, and promoters didn't care about your feelings. They cared about who sold tickets, who showed up, who could be trusted to be professional on the week that mattered. He didn't seem built for that middle lane. He wanted the world to treat him like a star while his career looked like a working fighter's career. A mix of wins and losses, a few memorable moments, and long stretches where you were just another name on a card. The mismatch produced a constant low-grade grievance. When things went well, it was proof he was special. When things went badly, it was evidence he was being denied what he deserved. That was where the ego started inflating faster than the resume. He talked like someone who had been robbed, even when the sport had simply given him normal feedback. A loss wasn't a lesson, it was disrespect. A tough matchup wasn't part of the job, it was sabotage. If an organization didn't move him upward, it wasn't because he hadn't earned it. It was because they didn't get him. The story always had a villain, and the villain was usually whatever stood between him and the status he felt entitled to. It didn't help that his persona depended on being feared. Fear is a brittle kind of currency. It makes you feel important, but it doesn't make you secure. You need it refreshed. You need it confirmed. So the performance had to stay loud. The name had to stay heavy. The posture had to stay aggressive. In that sense, the War Machine identity wasn't just branding. It was maintenance work. If the image softened, the insecurity underneath would show. The practical result was a career that looked like motion without a rival. Different promotions, different runs, different attempts to restart the narrative. He could still win fights, and he did. He could still claim he was on the verge of something bigger, and he did that too. But the big stage never settled under his feet long enough to match his self-concept. The irony was simple. He demanded star treatment while struggling with the ordinary emotional weather of the job. MMA is a profession that humiliates you in public as a routine feature. If you can't absorb that without turning it into a personal war, you don't develop. You harden. You become a person who needs the world to cooperate with your fantasy, because the alternative is admitting you're just a capable fighter in a sport full of capable fighters. He had tasted the main stage just enough to make it addictive. One televised win could keep a person fed on hope for years. He had the early knockout at the TUF finale, then the quick submission loss that followed, and then the quiet slide out of the UFC ecosystem. That sequence could have produced humility. Instead, it seemed to produce a belief that he had been misread, mismanaged, shortchanged. Outside the UFC, he kept fighting and collecting proof that he could win. But the proof was never the kind that changed the sport's hierarchy. A decent record was not the same thing as relevance. He moved through promotions, insisting each stop was the moment the world would finally see it. Bellator gave him another platform. It didn't give him a crown. So he compensated the way insecure men often do. He built noise around the numbers. He talked bigger than he fought. He leaned into the persona harder than the performance. The louder he became, the more he signaled the thing he never wanted to admit, that the sport would not love him back. He chased the feeling of being almost there because it let him stay loud without having to be proven right. Almost meant the next contract would fix everything. The next camp would unlock him. The next fight would force respect. It kept him performing confidence like a job, even when his actual career was asking for quieter math. And if the math didn't flatter him, he treated the math as the enemy. So, in the spring of 2013, on a photo shoot, Jonathan Koppenhaver met Christy Mack. It wasn't a dramatic how we met story that begged to be romanticized. It was work. A set. People doing their jobs. And Christy was already established in her own lane when he walked into it. Her real name was Christine McInday. She came from Indiana, and the early part of her life didn't come preloaded with a scandal soundtrack. Later profiles described a fairly ordinary path. School, a normal job, a young marriage that didn't last. Then she left that version of her life and started another one. This time with far more control in her own hands. She moved to Miami, started modeling, and eventually built a career in adult entertainment. You can feel however you want about that industry, but the reality of it is still work. It still requires consistency, negotiation, time management, and a kind of emotional armor most people never have to develop. Christy Mack was a stage name, but she was never a stage prop. She was a public figure before this case ever existed. She had an audience, attention, criticism, strangers projecting fantasies onto her, and strangers feeling entitled to judge her like it was a hobby. And she kept functioning anyway. That alone takes a specific kind of toughness. The practical kind. The type that shows up when you've got a schedule to keep and bills to pay while the internet tries to turn you into an object. She was also, very deliberately, a fitness model. Training wasn't a casual accessory in her life. It was structure, routine, discipline. She worked out consistently and treated her body like a professional tool, because it was. That matters for two reasons. First, it's part of who she was as a person. Someone who built a career through self-management, not luck. Second, it's part of why this story hit so hard later. When you've built your life around physical discipline and self-direction, having your body brutalized isn't just injury, it's an attack on the very thing you've worked to control. By the time she met him, she already had something he didn't: stable visibility. Her name was known. Her image was recognizable. Her career existed without needing anyone's permission. And that is exactly where a quiet power imbalance can begin, even before anything overt happens. Because when a man's identity depends on being the center, a woman who is already the center of her own life can feel like a threat. Her success isn't just cool, it becomes a mirror. Her independence becomes a reminder. Her attention becomes something he wants access to, and then resents when it doesn't automatically become his. Christy later described being sick around that period. Pneumonia was mentioned, and she said Jonathan offered to come to her hotel to look after her. They ate pizza. They talked. It sounded simple, even comforting, and that detail matters because it's real. Relationships that later turn violent rarely start with a warning label taped to the front. They often start with care that feels safe, especially when you're tired, vulnerable, or just relieved someone is being gentle. None of this is here to decorate the beginning. It's here to keep the record straight. She was a whole person before the violence, a working woman with her own career, her own routines, her own public life, and the kind of self-discipline that doesn't need a stage name to look impressive. After the assault, that public life didn't protect her. If anything, it meant people watched and talked while she had to do the slow, brutal work of surviving. Her injuries required multiple surgeries. Her recovery was long. Healing, in a case like this, isn't a neat before and after. It's medical appointments, reconstruction, pain, exhaustion, and the private psychological grind of trying to feel like yourself again when someone else has forced an after onto your body. And she didn't stay silent forever. Later, she spoke publicly and became active in speaking about domestic violence. Not as a slogan, not as a performance, but as someone who understood that visibility can be turned into something useful. She shifted attention away from the man who wanted to be a spectacle and toward what this actually was: violence, control, and a survivor whose life did not begin at the moment he tried to destroy it. So when her name enters this story, it stays what it should have been all along: the name of a real person. Not a label, not a plot device. A public figure with her own career and discipline, whose existence was never supposed to be reduced to what a man did to her. What mattered now wasn't just who Christy was, it was what happened once Jonathan got access to her life. Because a relationship like this didn't turn into a control system overnight. It usually arrived wrapped in the early phase packaging. Attention, intensity, that feeling of being chosen. At the beginning, he showed up as someone caring, present, protective. It was the kind of behavior that can feel like safety when you're tired, sick, or simply relieved that someone isn't treating you like a surface. Then the tone shifted, the way it often does when attention stops being a gift and starts being a leash. Christie's career and visibility were part of her independence. That independence was not a neutral fact inside this relationship. It was a constant reminder that she didn't need him to be real, successful, or seen. And for a man who already struggled with limits, a woman with her own momentum wasn't just a partner. She was a problem to solve, something to manage, something to bring under control so he could feel stable. Jealousy became less of an emotion and more of a method. It wasn't simply, I'm insecure. It expressed itself as monitoring, questioning, inserting himself into decisions that weren't his, turning everyday interactions into interrogations. The underlying message stayed the same even when the wording changed. You belong to me, and your life should reflect that. The control didn't have to be physical to be effective. It could be emotional pressure, the silent punishment when she didn't comply, the mood swings that trained her to anticipate what would keep things calm, the kind of tension that makes you edit your own behavior just to avoid a scene. Over time, that's how isolation begins, not always with explicit, you can't see them, but with the slow creation of consequences. Until it feels easier to shrink your world than to deal with the fallout. And he didn't handle boundaries like an adult. When she pushed back, when she tried to keep her autonomy intact, he didn't interpret that as normal. He treated it as defiance. People like this don't hear no as information. They hear it as disrespect. And once that frame is in place, everything becomes a justification for escalation. At some point, the relationship ended. The split mattered because breakups are often where control-obsessed partners unravel. A relationship can tolerate a lot of bad behavior as long as the controlling person still believes they have access. Once access is removed, the dynamic changes. The goal stops being manage her. It becomes reclaim her, or failing that, punish her for refusing to be reclaimed. This is where the classic pattern shows itself. Possession dressed up as love, obsession rebranded as passion, entitlement sold as heartbreak. He didn't lose a relationship. He lost control of a person he had started to treat like property. And that kind of loss doesn't produce sadness in someone like him. It produces rage with a narrative attached. After separation, the boundary violations didn't magically stop. They often intensify. That's when you see repeated attempts to reinsert influence. Messages, appearances, pressure, the emotional whiplash of switching between charm and hostility. One moment it's regret, the next moment it's blame. The goal isn't resolution. The goal is to pull the other person back into engagement, because engagement is a form of access. There's also a specific maneuver that shows up in relationships like this, turning the victim into the aggressor. The language shifts. He's the one being hurt. He's the one being treated unfairly. He's the one who just wanted to talk. It's a performance that tries to flip the roles so he doesn't have to face what he's doing. If she resists, that resistance becomes proof that she's cruel. If she sets a boundary, the boundary becomes evidence she's hiding something. The victim becomes the problem by definition. Some accounts and reporting suggested there may have been other incidents before the final escalation, described after the fact rather than formally documented at the time. Those claims have circulated in various forms. If they weren't officially reported, they should be treated as reported information, not courtroom-certified fact. What matters is the shape of the dynamic, because the dynamic was already clear. Jealousy, dominance, repeated boundary violations, and a man who treated her independence as an offense. So by the time August 2014 arrived, this wasn't a random explosion out of nowhere. It was the end stage of a familiar progression. The controlling partner loses access, interprets that loss as humiliation, and decides that the only acceptable outcome is to take control back by force. And once someone reaches that point, the relationship stops being a relationship in any meaningful sense. It becomes a situation. Christie's life kept moving, because that's what happens when you've built a career that depends on showing up. Shoots, training, maintaining her image, keeping the public-facing machine running. She had momentum that didn't pause just because a man with a fragile ego wanted it to. Her visibility wasn't a reward someone handed her. It was the result of work she repeated, day after day, even when it was boring, even when it was exhausting, even when strangers treated her like an object they'd paid for in their head. And that steady visibility did something very simple to Jonathan. It made him feel smaller. Not because she was doing anything to him, not because she was provoking him by existing, just because her life didn't revolve around his moods. And he couldn't stand the reminder. A woman with her own audience and her own routine doesn't naturally orbit a man who needs constant reassurance. She doesn't exist to manage his insecurity. But that's what he wanted anyway. The imbalance became clearer as time went on. Christie's career was public. People recognized her, followed her, talked about her, wanted access to her. That kind of attention comes with noise, and noise is kryptonite to controlling partners. It means there are parts of her life he can't supervise. It means there are messages he can't police and interactions he can't rewrite. It means the world keeps touching her existence without asking him first. For someone who mistakes possession for love, that's unbearable. Jonathan's side of the equation wasn't improving either. His fighting identity had already started wobbling. The big stage hadn't become a permanent home. The persona was louder than the resume. And when a man builds his entire self-worth on being the dangerous one, any sign that he's losing status feels like humiliation. Humiliation is the emotion he never learned to carry quietly. He needed it to be someone else's fault. So the tension didn't come from some dramatic external villain. It came from a basic mismatch. Christie had independence that looked like success. Jonathan needed control to feel successful. Those two needs don't negotiate. They grind. This was the point where the relationship stopped being about two people and started being about access. Who had it? Who didn't? Who could take it away? Who could force it back? Christie's visibility meant she had options. She had people around her. She had a life that continued beyond him. That's not disrespect. That's adulthood. But to someone like Jonathan, it registered as rejection. And rejection to him wasn't a feeling. It was a threat to the identity he was trying to protect. The control attempts became more obvious. The emotional pressure got heavier. The atmosphere thickened in the way it does when you're dealing with someone who makes every boundary into a personal insult. You could feel the relationship narrowing. Fewer choices without consequences, fewer freedoms without questions, fewer moments that stayed calm unless she actively managed his reactions. That's the quiet part people don't see from the outside. They only notice the explosion later. Inside, it often feels like living with a weather system you're expected to predict. And when Christie's public life grew, the control problem grew with it. The bigger her visibility became, the more he had to fight the fact that he couldn't own it. He couldn't rename her. He couldn't rebrand her. He couldn't make her success feel like his. He could only try to shrink her world until it fitted inside his comfort zone. But her world wasn't built to shrink. This was where the power shifted in a way he couldn't tolerate. Christie pulled away from the relationship, and the distance itself became the trigger. Not because breakups are inherently dangerous, but because breakups remove access. And access was what he had been treating as his right. Once access is removed, a controlling partner doesn't experience "we're done" as information. He experiences it as defiance, a challenge, a humiliation delivered in public, even if it happened in private. So the situation tightened. The stakes rose. The sense of entitlement got uglier. And the closer he got to losing control entirely, the more desperate he became to prove he still had it. That was the atmosphere that formed around them as the calendar moved toward August 2014. An unstable man, a woman trying to live her own life, and a growing sense that he was not going to accept the answer he'd been given. August 2014 arrived with that tense, brittle quiet that comes after a breakup, when one person has accepted reality and the other is still arguing with it like it's a customer service issue. Christie had moved on. She had her work, her training, her life. Whatever was left between them was supposed to stay in the past, where exes belong. Jonathan didn't treat it that way. He treated separation like a temporary technical error. Like the world had made a mistake and it was his job to correct it. On the night of the attack, he didn't show up to talk. He didn't show up to apologize. He didn't show up to get closure, that favorite phrase people use when they mean, "give me access." He forced his way in. He entered a home where he did not belong, driven by the oldest and ugliest idea in the book. If he couldn't have control willingly, he'd take it. Christie was not alone. Another man was there, a friend, That mattered because it collapsed the fantasy Jonathan had been feeding himself. In his head, she was supposed to be paused, waiting, regretting, available. Seeing her life continuing without him wasn't just rejection, it was humiliation. And for a man built on entitlement, humiliation doesn't land as sadness. It lands as rage wearing a costume. What happened next wasn't a snap. It wasn't a single moment of lost temper. It was sustained violence. He attacked the man first, then went after Christie with a level of force that left no space for romantic delusions about passion or jealousy. This wasn't love. This was punishment. Christie was beaten so severely that the injuries were later described as life-threatening. She suffered extensive trauma, including multiple fractures, and she would need surgeries and a long recovery afterward. The details are known, and they are horrific. But the important thing here isn't to catalogue her injuries like trophies. The important thing is to understand what the attack communicated. He was trying to erase her autonomy through pain. He was trying to make her body the place where his control could be enforced. There were also sexual assaults during the attack. And that fact matters, because it strips away any last attempt to frame this as a fight. Sexual violence is not a fight, it is domination. It is the most direct form of stating, you do not own yourself, you are not allowed to refuse me, your boundaries are an illusion I can break. It isn't impulsive, it is intentional. This is where the war machine persona finally revealed what it really was. Not a fighter's brand, not a tough guy identity. Just a loud costume for a small, predictable type of man. The one who can't tolerate losing access to a woman and mistakes that lost for theft. The one who thinks a breakup is something you retaliate against. The idea that he didn't know what he was doing doesn't survive the reality of the scene. This wasn't a shove in a hallway. This wasn't a single punch. This was a sustained assault that nearly killed her, carried out in a space he invaded after a relationship had already ended. Whatever story he told himself afterward, the message of his actions was already clear. Christie survived. That word gets used too casually sometimes, like it means the crisis ended. It didn't. Survival was the beginning of a different kind of ordeal. Medical treatment, surgeries, healing, pain, fear, the mental aftermath, and the long process of living with the knowledge that someone decided your life was negotiable. And while a body was being kept alive by doctors, Jonathan did what men like him often do. He ran. Because even after all that performance about being a machine, he still understood consequences perfectly well when they were pointed at him. That was the night the story stopped being toxic relationship and became what it always was underneath. Control, entitlement, and violence finally unmasked. And once the attack ended and she was in emergency care, the next phase began. The scramble to find him, the evidence he left behind, and the way he tried to rewrite himself as the victim, while the real victim was fighting to heal. Afterwards, he didn't stay to face what he'd done. He ran. And of course he did. The whole tough guy act was built for cameras and controlled environments. Real consequences don't care about your stage name. Real consequences show up with handcuffs and paperwork, and suddenly the war machine concept gets very quiet, very fast. In the hours and days after the assault, he went into the mode he always fell back on when reality didn't flatter him. Narrative control. Not control of the situation, he'd already lost that the moment he fled, but control of the story. The tone shifted to self-pity and performance, the way it does when a man can't stand being seen as what he is. He made posts online, wrote like he was the wronged party, framed himself as betrayed, provoked, misunderstood. The usual script. If you've ever watched someone try to talk their way out of a disaster they created, you know the voice. Dramatic, wounded, righteous, and completely allergic to accountability. It was obscene in its timing. While Christie was in no state to speak at all, he was out there broadcasting. She was dealing with emergency medicine, trauma care, and the reality of having to survive what happened minute by minute. He was busy making sure the internet heard his feelings. That contrast tells you everything about him that any psychological analysis ever could. When her body was fighting to stay alive, his priority was his image. He didn't just run, he tried to leave behind a fog, confusion, doubt, something he could point to later and say, "See, people were talking. People weren't sure." That's why men like him perform so hard in public when they're guilty. If you can't change the facts, you try to pollute the atmosphere around them. But the facts didn't need his permission. There were injuries, there were witnesses, there was a timeline, there were physical traces, there was the simple, unglamorous reality of law enforcement doing what it does when a scene is that brutal and that clear. The case started moving without him. And the more he posted, the more he didn't look like a man having a breakdown from remorse. He looked like a man trying to manage the optics of being hunted. At some point, the performance ran out of road. You can only cosplay the victim for so long when you're actively evading arrest. Eventually it stops being my side of the story and starts being what it is. Flight. He stayed on the move for several days. Reports at the time described a search that widened and tightened, with police tracking him down through the kinds of practical details that don't care about your self-mythology. You can rename yourself War Machine all you want, but you still need places to sleep, money to move, devices to post from, and a body that eventually gets tired. He was found and arrested a few days later in California, and when that happened, the story snapped back into its proper shape. Not the one he'd been trying to write online, but the one built out of evidence and consequences. The man who had performed dominance was suddenly just a suspect in custody, exactly as ordinary as every other violent offender once the costume is taken away. And that was the end of the running. Because after the chase comes the part he couldn't talk his way out of. Investigators assembling what happened piece by piece, medical findings documenting the reality he tried to drown in self-pity, digital traces catching up to him, witness statements hardening into testimony. The story stopped being something he could post about. It became something he would be judged for. Once he was in custody, the oxygen left his performance. Because the internet voice, the self-pity, the big dramatic you don't understand posts, none of that mattered anymore. There was a scene. There were injuries. There were witnesses. There was time-stamped reality. And reality is rude like that. It doesn't argue with you, it just sits there and waits for you to explain it. Investigators did what investigators always do when a case is this violent and this recent. They treated it like a clock that had to be rewound. They went back through the night step by step, starting with the simplest questions. Who was there? What happened first? What happened next? What did the scene look like? What did the victims look like? What did the suspect do afterwards? What did he leave behind? What did he take with him? And the reason this case became so hard to spin wasn't a clever detective moment. It was the sheer amount of evidence that a brutal attack produces when it happens in a real home, to real bodies, and then ends in real emergency care. Violence like that doesn't stay theoretical. It leaves marks. It breaks things. It creates medical records that don't care about anyone's side. Christie's condition alone generated a trail that couldn't be massaged into ambiguity. Hospital staff documented injuries the way they always do. Clinically, precisely, with images and notes and timelines that don't require imagination. There were fractures, trauma that required surgeries, the kind of damage doctors don't describe with emotional language because they don't need to. When physicians say something was life-threatening, that isn't rhetoric. It's a classification. Her friend, the man who was there that night, also had his own account and his own injuries. 2 victims meant 2 narratives that could be compared, 2 sets of details that could be cross-checked against the scene. That matters, because controlling offenders love one-on-one situations, where it's just their word against the victims. This wasn't that. This was a situation where another person was present, assaulted, and left behind to describe what happened. Then there was the physical scene itself. Crime scenes don't flatter anyone. They don't arrange themselves into a clean story. They just sit there with their messy, obvious truth, and investigators translate that truth into photographs, measurements, collected items, and reports. The scene helped tell a timeline, where the violence moved, where people were when it started, where it intensified, where it ended. It also helped rule out the kind of fantasy explanation offenders sometimes reach for later. The idea that everything was mutual or chaotic or a fight that got out of hand. Scenes like this tend to show direction, intent, pursuit. And then there was the digital trail, which in his case was practically a gift-wrapped confession of mindset. He had posted publicly while on the run. He had inserted himself into the narrative in real time, making statements that could be time-stamped, archived and used to show consciousness of guilt, attempts to justify, attempts to redirect blame. A lot of offenders do this because they can't stand silence. They need to feel present. They need to feel controlling even while fleeing. The result is usually the same. They end up leaving behind evidence with their own fingertips on it. So the case built itself in layers. Medical documentation, witness accounts, scene documentation, digital traces, a timeline that didn't depend on memory alone because it was supported by records. And when those layers align, it becomes very difficult for a defense to stand up in court and sell a clean alternative reality. That's why this part of the story is so cold, so procedural, and so devastating in its own way. Once the emergency was over and she was stabilized, the case stopped being about emotion and became about proof. About what could be shown, not what could be claimed. And proof has a nasty habit of shrinking loud men down to their actual size. Because now he wasn't War Machine. He was a defendant with a documented trail behind him, and a system in front of him that didn't care how intimidating he thought he was. The next stage wasn't dramatic. It was methodical. Charges, hearings, evidence presented, strategies forming, and the long wait while the legal process prepared to do what he'd spent years trying to avoid. Pin him to facts he couldn't talk his way out of. His case didn't need a genius twist to move forward. It had the kind of evidence that makes a courtroom go quiet, because there's nothing cute to argue with. When detectives and prosecutors started laying it out, the story became painfully simple. Timeline, injuries, witnesses, and his own behavior before and after. The medical documentation alone was the sort of thing that turns he said, she said, into sit down. Photographs, scans, surgical reports, the clinical language that doesn't exaggerate because it doesn't have to. Add the witness who'd been there that night, add the scene itself, add the fact that he fled. and at the online posts where he tried to pre-chew the narrative for the public. At that point, you weren't dealing with a mystery. You were dealing with a man trying to out-talk a pile of facts. He did what men like him tend to do when the walls close in. He didn't suddenly become reflective. He didn't suddenly become honest. He tried to manage perception. He leaned on excuses that made him sound like the victim of a misunderstanding, as if there was a reasonable interpretation where a home invasion, a brutal assault, and sexual violence were just a messy night that people were being dramatic about. That approach only works when the damage is subtle. This wasn't subtle. There's also a specific kind of arrogance that shows up right here. The belief that if you keep insisting long enough, the world will get tired and let you off. He'd lived a long time with consequences that were delayed, softened, negotiable. Courtrooms are not gyms. Judges don't spar. Prosecutors don't get intimidated by posture. When the evidence is strong, the options narrow, and the performance stops being impressive and starts being embarrassing. So the case moved into the long legal grind. Hearings, motions, scheduling, arguments over what the jury would be allowed to hear. The usual slow machinery that feels endless when you're the one waiting. For Christie, that meant something most people never have to experience. Healing physically while knowing that the person who did it might spend years trying to make the process miserable. Being forced to revisit the worst night of your life through paperwork and procedure, while everyone else calls it due process and expects you to stay composed. Eventually, the path it took wasn't the cinematic one. It didn't end with him delivering a dramatic courtroom monologue that changed history. It ended the way strong cases often end, with him taking a plea rather than gambling on a trial where the facts would be spoken out loud in front of strangers. He entered a no-contest plea to multiple felony charges. That isn't a noble gesture. That's a strategic retreat when you realize the jury's going to hear things you can't charm your way around. Then came sentencing, which is the moment a lot of offenders finally run out of places to hide. The judge isn't interested in your persona. The judge isn't moved by your self-image. The judge looks at what you did, what it caused, what it will mean for the victim's life going forward, and what kind of risk you represent when you feel rejected again. And this is where his entire brand collapsed into a single, humiliating truth. For all the talk about being a machine, he was still just a man who hurt people and then tried to control the story afterwards. He didn't come across as someone wrestling with conscience. He came across as someone angry that the world was refusing to negotiate with his fantasy. The sentence reflected that. Life in prison, with a very long minimum before parole could even be considered, plus additional years stacked on top. In practical terms, it meant the door didn't just close. It locked, bolted, and had time added for good measure. Whatever he'd imagined his legacy would be, it ended up as a case file and a number he couldn't talk his way down. For Christie, the verdict didn't rewind anything. It didn't restore a body that had been broken. It didn't erase the surgeries, the pain, the fear, the long process of feeling safe in your own life again. What it did do was something smaller and more important than drama. It affirmed, officially, that what happened to her wasn't relationship chaos. It wasn't mutual. It wasn't a fight. It was violence, committed deliberately and punished accordingly. And once the sentence was handed down, another story began. One that didn't revolve around him at all. It was the story of what survivors do after the cameras leave. Rebuilding, speaking when they choose to speak, staying alive in a world that loves to turn women into cautionary tales. Meanwhile, he was left with exactly what his persona had never prepared him for. Silence, limits, and a life where nobody cared how loudly he insisted he deserved more. And then the world got very small. Prison has a way of stripping a man down to whatever he actually is when there are no cameras, no crowds, no brand, and no one impressed by his posture. The walls don't care. The routine doesn't care. The guards don't care. The other inmates definitely don't care. You can rename yourself into a weapon, but you still line up when you're told. You still eat when you're told. You still get counted like everyone else. The system doesn't negotiate with stage names. That's the part he was never built for. Limits that cannot be argued with. In custody, his reputation didn't make him powerful. It made him a case file with a sentence so long it basically became a personality trait. And men like him don't suddenly become calm when they lose control of the environment. They get busy trying to find new ways to feel in charge. Sometimes that looks like aggression. Sometimes it looks like constant friction. Sometimes it's petty. Sometimes it's explosive. Often it's all of the above, depending on who's watching. Various accounts over time described him picking up disciplinary trouble inside. That's not shocking. A man who spent his adult life treating no as a personal insult doesn't magically become adaptable because the no is louder. He may not have been able to dominate the system, but he could still attempt domination in moments, refusing to comply cleanly, getting into conflicts, pushing boundaries to prove he still had an edge. It's the same logic he used outside, just with worse lighting and fewer exits. And the irony is that prison is full of men who also believe they're special. So his old tricks didn't age well. The intimidation routine doesn't land the same when everyone around you has already met 10 guys who think they're the main character. Being tough isn't currency there. It's background noise. If anything, the louder you perform, the more you advertise insecurity. And insecurity in that environment is a smell people notice. That's where the religious angle tends to show up in stories like this. At some point, rumors started circulating about him leaning into religious narratives, presenting himself as changed, saved, redeemed. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. Prison is a rumor factory and a reinvention studio, and religion can be both sincere and convenient. For some men, it becomes a real framework. For others, it becomes a vocabulary that makes them sound softer around parole boards or in letters. Sometimes it's both at different times, depending on what the man needs. But even if you grant the most generous interpretation, the problem remains the same. Belief is not accountability, and a conversion story is not restitution. You can have a spiritual awakening and still be the person who did what you did. You can read scripture and still be dangerous. You can talk about forgiveness and still never truly face what you took from someone else. Redemption, if it exists at all, isn't a costume you put on. It's an endless grinding behavior change. And the kind of harm he caused doesn't come with a neat, I found God exit sign. Inside, time does a very specific kind of damage too. It removes novelty, it removes distraction, it forces you to sit with yourself in long, empty stretches. Some people use that to finally grow up. Others use it to calcify. If you've built your entire identity around being feared, prison is a constant reminder that fear doesn't equal respect. And it doesn't equal freedom. It's just a reaction. And once your life is reduced to rules you can't bend, the only control you have left is how you respond to them. A man like him tends to respond badly. Even his old world didn't offer him much to hold on to anymore. The MMA scene moved on the way it always does. Fights happen, new names rise, and yesterday's chaos becomes a footnote. Promoters don't build a shrine to a liability. Fans don't keep the flame alive for a cautionary tale. The sport is brutal like that. It forgets you quickly unless you gave it a reason not to. And if you're waiting for the satisfying image of him finally understanding what he did, it usually doesn't arrive in a cinematic way. Men like this don't suddenly collapse into insight. They bargain internally. They reframe. They blame. They cling to whatever version of the story allows them to keep their ego intact. Because the alternative is unbearable. Admitting they chose to destroy someone, and the world responded by taking their life away from them. Prison didn't turn him into a myth. It turned him into what he always was beneath the branding. A violent man contained by a system stronger than him. And the next part of the story is quieter, but it matters. Because once the sentence was handed down and the doors closed, you could see what was left around him on the outside. Who stayed, who vanished, who spoke, who went silent, who wanted nothing to do with him once there was no benefit to pretending he was just complicated. That kind of silence tells you more about a man's real social world than any persona ever could. After the sentence, the noise around him didn't turn into outrage or a loyal chorus insisting the world had misunderstood him. It turned into something colder. It turned into absence. The people who had once benefited from his proximity stopped appearing. The acquaintances who had enjoyed the edgy aura of a fighter with a dangerous nickname didn't make a project out of standing by him when the nickname stopped being entertainment and started being evidence. That's one of the few honest things about reputation. It has a shelf life, and it expires quickly when it becomes inconvenient. His family life, such as it was in the public sense, didn't become a counter-narrative either. There was no sustained campaign of public defense that mattered. No visible family presence that reframed him as a misunderstood son, a good brother, a wounded man who made one mistake. What came through instead was silence. Whether that silence was shame, exhaustion, self-protection, or the simple recognition that there wasn't anything left to argue, it had the same effect. It left him alone with the facts. And that's the part he was never built to handle. Because men like this don't just want attention, they require it the way some people require oxygen. Attention reassures them that they still exist as a force, that people still orbit them, that their mood still has power over a room. Prison took away the room. The sentence took away the audience. The case took away the chance of being seen as controversial in a fun, profitable way. What remained was a violent man locked into a future where his name mostly came up as a warning. Even the MMA world, usually a place that can be forgiving about plenty of things if you can still fight, didn't have anywhere to put him. Gyms don't turn themselves into memorials for people who bring catastrophic attention. Promoters don't romanticize liabilities. Former training partners may have had complicated feelings privately, but the public posture was straightforward. Distance. The sport moved on the way it always does. The next card replaced the last one. New names arrived. Old ones disappeared. And his name didn't disappear with dignity. It disappeared with discomfort. He had once tried so hard to be a brand that people couldn't ignore. He'd wanted to be a presence, a symbol, someone you had to take seriously. In the end, the only version of him that lasted publicly was the one attached to a case that made people lower their voices. The kind of name that makes conversations go, yeah, that guy, and then quickly change direction. That's the thing he never seemed to understand. Fear and respect are not the same emotion. Fear can fill a room for a moment. Respect stays when the room empties. When the violence was no longer happening in a ring, when it was happening to a woman in a home, the tough guy framing died instantly. Nobody needed his persona anymore. It wasn't interesting. It wasn't marketable. It was just ugly. So what did he have left? A few scattered voices, maybe. The kind of people who always hover around fallen men because they enjoy proximity to wreckage. The kind of attention that isn't loyalty, just morbid curiosity. And then, beyond that, the long silence of ordinary abandonment. Because his relationships outside were not built on who he was as a person. They were built on what he could project. Danger, intensity, the illusion of importance. Once that projection turned into a court record, it stopped being useful to others. That's not tragic. It's accurate. It's what happens when your identity is constructed as a performance. Performances end, audiences leave, the lights come up, and suddenly you're just a man sitting with what you did. This kind of isolation isn't the romantic solitude some people imagine when they hear the word prison. It's not poetic. It's administrative. It's waking up inside a schedule that doesn't care. Surrounded by people who don't owe you warmth. Waiting for messages that don't come. Learning that the world outside will keep spinning with or without your opinion. For someone like him, that's not just punishment, it's a kind of ego starvation. Because he wasn't only sentenced to time, he was sentenced to irrelevance. And while he sat inside that shrinking world, the other life in this story kept existing on the outside. Christie's life didn't become easy, and it didn't become private, and it didn't become tidy. She had to rebuild herself in ways he never had to imagine. She had to keep living with the aftermath in her body and mind, while he lived with it in the only place his control finally stopped working. That contrast is the quiet ending he never wanted. She stayed real, and he became a cautionary tale people mentioned once, then tried not to think about. And at that point, there was nowhere left for myth to hide. After the court dates faded and the headlines got bored, the real aftermath stayed exactly where it had always been. In Christie's body, in her day-to-day life, in the long stretch of time where survival stopped being an emergency and became a routine, she went through multiple surgeries, not the kind of procedure that fixes something and lets you close the book, but the kind that drags you through stages. Waiting, pain, swelling, follow-up appointments, learning what your face and jaw felt like now, learning what you could chew, how you slept, what hurt on which day, and how to keep functioning when your nervous system kept replaying a night. Your mind never agreed to store calmly. There was nothing cinematic about it. Recovery like that didn't come with a clean turning point. It came in small, stubborn increments that still cost her. And the part people rarely understand is how deeply this kind of violence tries to rewrite a person's sense of self. It wasn't only injury. It was the theft of safety. It was the knowledge that your home can be invaded, that your boundaries can be treated as optional, that your body can be attacked as a message. That's the kind of thing that changes how you walk to your car, how you hear footsteps in a hallway, how you judge strangers' faces, how quickly you flinch at tone. It doesn't end when the attacker is locked away. It lingers in the ordinary. She was also forced to carry the extra burden that comes with being publicly known. People talked, people speculated, people moralized. People tried to turn her job into a verdict, as if career choices changed whether a human being deserved bodily autonomy. That is one of the ugliest side effects of cases involving adult entertainment. The violence gets treated like content. The survivor gets treated like a concept. She didn't let that reduction stand forever. Over time, she spoke publicly about what happened and what recovery actually looked like. Not as a neat redemption arc, not as a motivational poster. More like a person insisting on the truth. That surviving wasn't a single moment of courage. It was a long grind of medical reality and psychological fallout. She also became active in speaking about domestic violence, using the visibility she already had to drag attention back to the part that mattered. Not his image, not his excuses, not his stage name, the mechanics of control, the warning signs people ignore, the ways violence escalates when a controlling partner loses access. That shift mattered beyond her own life, because this case became a reference point for something people still refuse to accept until it happens to someone recognizable. When the perpetrator has a public persona and the victim is publicly visible, people suddenly stop pretending domestic violence is a private misunderstanding. They see it for what it is. Entitlement turning into punishment. Control turning into force. And Christie stayed alive through all of it. Not just medically, but socially, publicly. She continued to exist as herself rather than as the crime. That doesn't mean she moved on in the way people like to say when they want the story to be over. It means she kept building a life in the shape that was still possible while carrying the parts that had been damaged. It means she refused to let the most violent moment define the full narrative. Meanwhile, Jonathan's story shrank to a set of documents and a sentence. Whatever self-myth he'd tried to build with a name change and a persona collapsed into an unglamorous fact. He wasn't a tragic figure. He wasn't a misunderstood genius of violence. He wasn't a cautionary legend. He was a man who escalated, who couldn't tolerate losing control, and who chose to make a woman pay for his wounded ego with her body. The reason this matters is because people like him benefit from mystique. They benefit from the idea that they are unpredictable, that they snapped, that something rare and unrepeatable happened. It lets everyone else feel safe, because if violence is a lightning strike, nobody has to look at patterns. But this wasn't lightning. It was a process, a documented progression, aggression that became a tool, a persona built around intimidation, a relationship shaped into a control system, a breakup treated as humiliation, and finally, violence used as punishment. The steps were ugly, but they weren't mysterious. And the clearest way to deny him the last thing he wanted, importance, is to describe him accurately, not as a monster, as a man, a predictable one, a violent one, the kind who took up too much space until the system finally took it away. And the reason Christie remained the center of the story wasn't because she needed to be saved by attention. It was because she kept proving something he never could. That a person can be brutalized and still insist on their own reality afterward, without turning it into theatre. In the end, the strangest thing about Jonathan Koppenhaver wasn't his violence. It was his insistence on being seen as something bigger than what he actually was. He spent years trying to manufacture significance. The name change, the persona, the constant performance of being dangerous, it all had the same purpose, to make people treat him like a force of nature. Like someone you couldn't judge by normal standards because he operated on some darker, more intense frequency. And then the court record arrived and did what court records do best. It flattened the theatre. What remained wasn't mystery. It was a documented escalation. A man who used aggression as a tool long before he ever met Christie. A man who treated boundaries like insults. A man who couldn't handle rejection without trying to turn it into punishment. When he lost control, he didn't collapse into heartbreak. He invaded a home and used sustained violence to take back what he believed he was owed. That's not a myth. That's not a legend. That's not even particularly original. It's a familiar pattern with a loud costume on top. People love to search for the real reason. because a real reason feels like a conclusion. It feels like closure. It lets you believe the world only breaks this way under rare, special circumstances. But there isn't a rare, special reason here. There's entitlement. There's resentment. There's the belief that dominance counts as identity. And there's the kind of cowardice that shows up when a man needs control so badly he'll destroy someone else's body to feel it for 5 minutes. If you look at his life honestly, you don't get a demonic origin story. You get a man who kept choosing the same response to friction until it became his only response. The sport didn't create him. The persona didn't create him. Those things just gave him a framework that made his worst instincts look like character. Christie's story, meanwhile, refused to end where his violence wanted it to. She didn't become a footnote. She didn't become a moral lesson. She didn't become an object for strangers to debate. She survived, and then she kept existing in public, scarred, changed, and still unmistakably herself. That doesn't balance what happened. Nothing balances it. But it does ruin his preferred ending, the one where the victim disappears and the perpetrator gets to loom. His sentence was long because the harm was real and the risk was obvious. And the most accurate thing to say about his future was also the least dramatic. He was removed from the world he kept trying to dominate. So if you're waiting for the satisfying final twist, the hidden monster, the secret tragedy, the grand explanation, you won't get it here. What you get is something colder and clearer. A man who made choices over and over until the final choice nearly killed someone who had done nothing except live a life he couldn't control. That's the ending he earned. And the reason her name stays at the center is simple. She was never his storyline. She was the person he tried to erase. He failed. He didn't just fail to erase her. He accidentally did the one thing controlling men hate most. He made her harder to reduce. Because after the courtroom, after the sentence, after the whole I'm a force performance collapsed into a number in a cell, Christie still had to wake up every day in a body that had been changed by someone else's entitlement. That's the part that never becomes tidy. The public loves a clean ending. Real life doesn't do that. Real life is appointments, surgeries, recovery plateaus, random pain, and the psychological aftershocks that show up in quiet moments when nobody is watching. And still, she kept speaking. Not constantly. Not as a brand. As a survivor who understood that attention can either be turned into spectacle or turned into leverage. She used her visibility to drag the conversation back to what this actually was. A relationship dynamic that escalated into control, and control that escalated into violence when the control was challenged. Not romance, not passion, not he just lost it. The boring, terrifying mechanics of it. That distinction matters because the he snapped story is a comfort blanket for everyone else. It lets people believe violence only arrives like a lightning strike. It lets friends say, he was always nice to me. It lets bystanders stay neutral, because neutrality feels safer than admitting they ignored a pattern. It even lets perpetrators hide inside a moment, instead of being seen as a process. He wasn't a moment, he was a process. You could trace him through the same shape, over and over. Entitlement, friction, escalation, blame, repeat. He didn't invent anything new. He just kept doing it until the scale became impossible to excuse. And that's why the War Machine name ends up feeling almost embarrassing in hindsight. He tried to brand himself as unstoppable, like some mechanical force beyond ordinary judgment. But what he actually revealed was the most ordinary kind of weakness. A man who couldn't tolerate being told no, and couldn't tolerate a woman moving on without him. That's not mythic. That's common. The only difference is that most men like that never make the news. Because their victims aren't publicly known. The public aspect of this case also exposed a nastier truth. How quickly people tried to make Christie's job the story, as if her work somehow explained his violence. That move is one of the oldest tricks in the book. If you can drag a woman's sexuality into the spotlight, you can blur the moral line and pretend there are two sides. It's lazy, it's cowardly, and it is exactly the kind of fog men like him depend on, but the fog didn't hold. In the end, the system treated him as what he was, a violent offender who posed a clear risk. The sport forgot him because the sport always forgets liabilities. The persona died because personas can't survive hard evidence. And the only thing that lasted was the truth he tried to drown, that a human being survived him and refused to disappear. That's the part worth ending on, if you want an ending that's accurate instead of satisfying. Not the fantasy that justice fixes anything. Not the fantasy that prison erases damage. Not the fantasy that victims get a clean, inspiring arc. Just the reality. She stayed real, he stayed accountable, and the story doesn't belong to his ego. It belongs to what happened. And to the person who lived through it. Alright, easy now. If your eyes are getting heavy, let them close. If you're still awake, that's fine too. Just breathe slower, and let the room feel a little farther away. If you stayed with me until the end, tap like before you drift off, and subscribe if you want more dark stories told gently, without the shouty nonsense. And if you feel like it, leave me a comment. Just one word is enough. Awake or gone. Thank you for being here, sleepless rabble. Sleep if you can. Rest if you can't. And either way, I'll be right here when the Freak Show continues. Hey there, sleepless rabble. Come in, get settled. I'll take it from here. Tonight, we're back in our Freak Show series. Another case. Another man who managed to turn human beings into objects, and somehow walk through life looking perfectly ordinary while doing it. If you want this Freak Show to continue, do the usual things. Like the video, subscribe if you haven't, drop a comment. It keeps these stories alive and visible. Now get comfortable, this is Natmac Stories, and tonight's exhibit is a man who violently ended the lives of 3 men and left behind more questions than answers. As always, we start at the beginning. Jason Barnum did not grow up in what people like to call a perfect storm. There is no record of ritual abuse, no sensational courtroom testimony about unspeakable horrors behind closed doors. No single event that can be pointed to as the moment everything went wrong. What is documented is something far less dramatic and far more common. Barnum's childhood environment was unstable and emotionally thin. The kind of household where structure exists on paper, but connection does not. Adults are present, but not reliably available. Needs are technically met, but rarely acknowledged. There is no sense of safety that comes from being seen or understood. This matters because neglect does not announce itself the way violence does. It doesn't leave obvious scars, it leaves gaps. Accounts from Barnum's early life suggest a lack of consistent emotional attachment. No stable figure who anchored him, no strong relational framework that taught him how closeness works, how conflict resolves, or how other people matter beyond their immediate function. Importantly, there is no clear evidence of extreme physical abuse. That distinction is often uncomfortable for true crime narratives, because it removes the easy explanation. There is no clean cause and effect storyline here. No dramatic origin story that makes later violence feel inevitable. Instead, what seems to form is a slow internal withdrawal. Barnum appears to have grown up learning that emotional engagement leads nowhere. That expressing needs is pointless. that other people are unreliable at best, irrelevant at worst. Over time, this doesn't produce visible chaos. It produces detachment. By the time he reaches adolescence, there is already a sense of distance. Not the loud kind that gets teachers involved, but the quiet kind that passes unnoticed. He isn't remembered as a constant troublemaker. He isn't flagged as dangerous. He simply doesn't integrate. This is where many systems fail to react, because there is nothing concrete to react to. No criminal behavior, no explosive incidents. Just a person who never quite connects. Barnum's childhood doesn't read like a horror story. It reads like an emotional vacuum. One where empathy isn't actively destroyed, but never properly built in the first place. And that distinction will matter later. Because people who grow up without emotional anchors don't necessarily become violent. Many don't. But when violence does emerge later, it often carries a specific quality. It isn't reactive. It isn't emotional. It feels procedural. This chapter doesn't exist to excuse anything. It exists to show that the foundation was not chaos. It was absence. And absence, when left unchecked, has a way of shaping everything that follows. By the time Jason Barnum reached adolescence, nothing about him screamed, problem case. That, in hindsight, is part of the issue. There are no records of dramatic school incidents, no expulsions that made headlines, no early criminal pattern that would later be quoted as a warning sign everyone somehow missed. Teachers didn't describe him as volatile or threatening. Peers didn't describe him as charismatic or dominant. What comes through instead is something far more muted. Distance. Barnum struggled socially, but not in a way that triggered intervention. He wasn't loudly disruptive. He didn't seek attention through chaos. He hovered at the edges. Present, but disconnected. Group dynamics didn't stick. Friendships didn't last. Emotional reciprocity seemed limited, as if he was observing rather than participating. This is where many people expect the usual red flags to appear. They don't. There is no documented history of animal cruelty. No fascination with fire. No early sexual offences. No pattern of escalating violence in his youth. That absence matters, because it places Barnum outside the familiar checklist. He does not fit the textbook, future serial offender profile people like to retroactively impose. What is noticeable is a growing inability to form meaningful connections. Empathy appears shallow, not absent, but underdeveloped. Emotional responses are blunted. Conflict doesn't escalate into rage, it dissolves into withdrawal. Barnum doesn't act out, he checks out. In school and early social settings, that kind of personality often slips through the cracks. There is nothing to discipline, nothing to punish, nothing urgent to address. Systems are designed to respond to noise, not silence. As a result, Barnum moves forward without correction, without guidance, without confrontation. He learns how to exist alongside others without actually engaging with them. People become background elements rather than participants in his inner world. This is not a dramatic transformation. It's incremental. Years of minimal connection slowly reinforcing the same internal lesson. Others don't matter much, and neither does being understood by them. By the time he enters adulthood, this pattern is already set. Not because someone failed once, but because nothing ever happened loudly enough to force a response. Barnum's youth is unsettling precisely because it looks ordinary. Not broken, not explosive, just quietly detached. And detachment, when it hardens over time, doesn't announce what it's becoming. By adulthood, Jason Barnum is capable of forming relationships, at least on the surface. He dates. He interacts. He appears functional enough to pass through everyday life without raising concern. But these connections never stabilize. They don't deepen. They don't last. Romantic relationships are short-lived and tense. Partners later describe him as emotionally cold, difficult to read, and increasingly controlling. There is a consistent pattern. Closeness is tolerated only as long as it does not require vulnerability. Barnum does not open up. He doesn't share emotional weight. When expectations of reciprocity arise, empathy, compromise, emotional presence, friction follows. Not explosive arguments, but pressure, subtle control, withdrawal. What stands out is how quickly irritation appears when he feels challenged or disrespected. Criticism isn't processed, it's rejected. Disagreement isn't negotiated, it's perceived as a threat to control. Instead of repairing conflict, Barnum distances himself or tightens his grip on the situation. These relationships don't end with dramatic scenes. They erode. Partners report a sense of being managed rather than known. Conversations feel transactional. Affection feels conditional. Barnum appears more interested in maintaining dominance than building mutual trust. Importantly, there is no indication of performative charm. He isn't a manipulative seducer or a charismatic abuser. There is no grand love-bombing phase. What exists instead is emotional scarcity, a limited range of engagement that never expands. This makes the relationships exhausting rather than intoxicating. There is nothing to romanticize, no intensity that later gets reframed as passion, just a persistent imbalance. Barnum wants proximity, but only on his terms. He wants access without obligation, presence without accountability. When that balance tips, the connection loses its usefulness. What becomes clear is that relationships are not experienced as shared emotional spaces. They are environments to be controlled, entered, or exited depending on comfort. Other people are not partners, they are variables. This chapter matters because it shows continuity. There is no sudden shift from normal to dangerous. The same emotional structure appears here that shaped his youth and psychological drift. Detachment paired with control. Barnum does not struggle because he wants connection and fails. He struggles because connection itself is not the goal. And when relationships are reduced to functions, empathy becomes optional. That pattern doesn't announce catastrophe. It simply reinforces a worldview where other people exist nearby, but never fully count. When it comes to sexuality, Jason Barnum doesn't fit the sensational templates people often expect. There is no clear catalogue of exotic paraphilias, no neatly defined fetish that can be highlighted and explained away. What appears instead is something simpler and more troubling. Sex is not about closeness for Barnum. It is not about mutual desire, connection, or vulnerability. What consistently surfaces is control. Accounts and psychological assessments point toward dominance-driven fantasies, where power matters more than intimacy. The presence of another person is not experienced as an equal exchange, but as a situation to be managed. Consent, emotion, reciprocity, these are secondary considerations, if they register at all. This is where the line between sexuality and violence begins to blur. Importantly, violence is not a means to sexual gratification in the conventional sense. There is no indication that Barnum commits violence in order to reach a sexual outcome. Instead, both sex and violence appear to draw from the same underlying need: absolute authority over another human being. Control is the reward. This distinction matters. It places Barnum outside the category of impulsive, lust-driven offenders. His actions are not fueled by desperation or loss of restraint. They are structured, purposeful, internally coherent. There is also no evidence of escalating experimentation in public view. No visible rehearsal phase. No outward signs that would alert people around him. What exists happens internally, where fantasy is not challenged by reality or consequence. Barnum does not seek emotional affirmation through sex. He seeks confirmation of dominance. The other person's role is not to connect, but to submit, physically, psychologically, or symbolically. This creates a dangerous dynamic. When intimacy is stripped of its emotional dimension, the human body becomes a tool rather than a boundary. And when boundaries lose meaning, harm becomes easier to rationalize. At this stage, nothing has crossed into public violence yet. There are still no crimes that attract attention. But the internal framework is now fully formed. People are objects, power is stabilizing, and empathy is optional. This chapter does not suggest inevitability. Many individuals with dominance-oriented fantasies never commit violent crimes. But in Barnum's case, the alignment is clear. His emotional, detachment, need for control, and absence of relational grounding converge into a worldview where harm can exist without internal resistance. Sex here is not a motive. It is a context. And within that context, the idea of another person's autonomy holds very little weight. What comes next is not a sudden escalation. It is an application. The logic is already in place. Jason Barnum's crimes took place in Florida in the mid-2000s. By the time investigators realized they were dealing with a single offender, multiple men were already dead. Barnum killed at least 3 victims. The confirmed cases involved adult men, some of whom were socially marginalized and living unstable lives. This detail would later matter, not because it excuses anything, but because it explains why the crimes did not immediately trigger widespread attention. The killings were violent and personal. Barnum did not attack from a distance. He did not rely on quick methods meant to minimize contact. These were close-range crimes, involving prolonged physical control over the victim. In at least one confirmed case, and likely more, the victim's eyes were forcibly removed. This detail became public during the investigation and court proceedings, and it is the reason the media later attached the nickname eyeball killer to Barnum. At the time of the crimes themselves, however, there was no nickname, no narrative, and no public framing. There were only crime scenes. The bodies showed signs of extreme brutality. This was not violence meant simply to kill. The injuries indicated domination, restraint, and deliberate harm beyond what would have been necessary to cause death. Investigators noted the severity immediately, even before any broader connections were made. Despite this, the early cases were not instantly linked. The crimes occurred at different times and locations. Without a clear pattern visible from the outside, each case was initially treated on its own. There was no early declaration of a serial offender operating in the area. Barnum did not contact police. He did not taunt investigators. He did not attempt to publicize the crimes. There were no messages, no symbols left behind, no effort to be noticed. From a law enforcement perspective, what they had were isolated acts of extreme violence without an obvious connective thread. From Barnum's perspective, the crimes were controlled, intentional, and completed without interruption. By the time investigators began comparing details across cases, injuries, methods, circumstances, the reality became unavoidable. These were not unrelated events. They were part of a pattern. But by then, the violence had already occurred. Barnum did not become notorious because of how he looked or what he believed. He became known because he killed, brutally, directly, and without spectacle. Everything that follows builds on this. Not theory, not myth, but acts that cannot be undone. The removal of the eyes was not incidental. It was not random brutality. And it was not performed for shock value or public reaction. At the time of the crimes, no one knew this detail would later define the case. There was no nickname yet. No media framing. Just crime scenes revealing an act that stood out for its specificity. Eyes are not simply organs. They are how we recognize one another, how we confirm presence, how we register fear, resistance, and awareness. Eye contact establishes that the person in front of you is conscious, perceiving, and real. Removing that eliminates the last remaining form of confrontation. For someone driven by control, the eyes represent the final obstacle. They witness, they judge, they reflect humanity back to the offender. Taking them removes not just sight, but acknowledgement. In Barnum's case, this act fits seamlessly into his existing behavioral structure. Emotional detachment, objectification, dominance. The goal was not ritual. There is no evidence of belief systems, trophies, or symbolic messaging meant for an audience. The act served a function. A body without eyes cannot see, it cannot recognize, it cannot return a gaze. That matters when dominance is the primary objective. Importantly, there is no indication that Barnum preserved the eyes, displayed them, or attempted to turn the act into a signature meant for recognition. This was not branding. It was completion. The nickname Eyeball Killer would come later, imposed by media once the detail became public. Barnum himself showed no interest in that framing. The act was never about being known for it. This chapter is not about sensationalism. It is about clarity. The removal of the eyes marks the point where violence moves beyond killing and into absolute erasure. Not just ending life, but removing identity, perception, and presence itself. It is the purest expression of Barnum's internal logic. Not rage, not impulse, control, carried to its final point. When people look back at this case, one question comes up almost immediately. How did this go on without being recognized as a series? The answer is not incompetence, it's structure. In the early stages, Jason Barnum's crimes entered the system as separate events. Different dates, different locations, different victims with fragile social footprints. Each case arrived with its own file, its own lead investigator, its own limited pool of information. Nothing about them demanded immediate consolidation. Law enforcement works on thresholds. Patterns have to cross them before alarms sound. In this case, those thresholds were slow to be reached. Part of the delay came down to visibility. Some of the victims did not have strong family networks pushing for answers. Missing person reports were inconsistent. Timelines were incomplete. In several instances, there was simply not enough contextual data to force a connection early on. Another factor was geography and jurisdiction. Crimes occurring across different areas don't automatically land on the same desk. Without a highly distinctive signature that clearly links cases, violent deaths are often processed locally before anyone zooms out. And at this stage, there was no obvious calling card being publicly recognized. No messages left behind, no communication with police, no deliberate attempt to announce a series. Barnum wasn't performing. He wasn't demanding attention. That silence worked in his favor. From an investigative standpoint, what existed were brutal but seemingly isolated incidents. Each one serious, each one disturbing, but none on its own screaming serial offender loudly enough to override normal procedure. This is where reality clashes with true crime expectations. In documentaries, connections are often instant. In real life, they require time, comparison, and the uncomfortable admission that separate tragedies may be linked. The system did not fail because it ignored violence. It lagged because the violence did not present itself as connected. Only when investigators began comparing injury patterns, methods, and circumstances across cases did the picture start to change. Details that seemed incidental in isolation began to repeat. Similarities stopped being coincidences. By then, the delay had already served its purpose. Barnum had not relied on clever tricks or elaborate concealment. He relied on fragmentation, on the fact that systems are designed to handle individual cases first, patterns second. This chapter matters because it shows how easily extreme violence can exist in pieces without immediately forming a recognizable whole. Not through chaos, but through procedural order. Nothing was ignored, nothing was dismissed. It simply took time to see the shape of what was happening. And once that shape emerged, the investigation shifted gears. The next phase was no longer about isolated crimes. It was about identifying a single hand behind them, and stopping it. The shift doesn't happen all at once. There is no dramatic meeting, no sudden revelation pinned to a whiteboard with red string. What changes is quieter than that, but decisive. Investigators begin to compare notes. As files are reviewed side by side, certain details stop looking incidental. Injury patterns align. The level of force used feels familiar. The circumstances surrounding the victims start to echo one another. What once seemed like unrelated brutality begins to form a recognizable shape. This is the moment where perspective widens. Instead of asking, "What happened here?" investigators start asking, "Who does this resemble?" Instead of treating each case as a closed system, they are examined as part of a developing whole. The similarities are not theatrical. There is no flamboyant signature meant to announce authorship. What connects the cases is restraint and repetition. The same type of control, the same escalation of harm, the same absence of chaos. That consistency matters. It suggests intention rather than impulse, planning rather than panic. A single offender applying the same internal logic across different situations. Once that conclusion is reached, the investigation changes speed. Resources shift. Information flows differently. Cases that once sat in separate jurisdictions are now actively cross-referenced. Witness statements are re-evaluated. Timelines are aligned. The question is no longer whether these crimes are connected. It's how long they have been. Importantly, Barnum has still done nothing to draw attention to himself. No letters, no taunts, no attempt to provoke the police into recognizing him. The pattern emerges despite his silence, not because of it. That silence now becomes another data point. Offenders who seek notoriety tend to escalate publicly once patterns are noticed. Barnum does not. There is no behavioral shift aimed at visibility. That reinforces the assessment investigators are beginning to form. This is not about recognition. It is about execution. Victims had been found in areas that, while not identical, intersected in meaningful ways. Locations where certain people moved repeatedly. Places that allowed privacy without isolation, access without attention. When investigators mapped those movements, a limited pool of names surfaced. Individuals who appeared near more than one relevant site, or who had contact with people connected to multiple victims. Jason Barnum was one of those names. At first, he was not singled out. He did not stand out as flamboyant or volatile. He was not someone already known for violent crime at that scale. What placed him on the radar was proximity, physical and circumstantial, combined with inconsistencies that became harder to ignore once files were viewed together. Witness statements placed Barnum in overlapping environments. Timelines that once seemed harmless began to clash. Movements that looked incidental in isolation became notable when aligned across cases. None of this was dramatic on its own. Together, it formed pressure. Investigators also noted behavioral alignment. Barnum fit the emerging offender profile in ways that were difficult to dismiss. Controlled, quiet, non-reactive, and operating without a desire for attention. He was not someone seeking recognition, which matched the absence of taunting or public messaging. Once focus narrowed, surveillance and background checks followed. Routine procedures, not cinematic breakthroughs. What mattered was accumulation. Small confirmations stacking until coincidence was no longer a defensible explanation. When law enforcement moved to arrest Barnum, there was no confrontation. He did not attempt to flee. He did not resist. He did not protest loudly or claim misunderstanding. The arrest unfolded calmly, almost mechanically. This reaction was notable. There was no visible shock, no emotional spike, no collapse under pressure. Barnum appeared to understand that the sequence had reached its end. Not emotionally, but structurally. The same control that defined his actions appeared in how he accepted the loss of control. During the arrest, he did not volunteer explanations. He did not attempt to shape a narrative. He complied, answered what was required, and remained largely affectless. This was not surrender in the dramatic sense. It was acknowledgement. The violence stopped at that point. Not because of a confession or revelation, but because the system finally closed in on the right individual. From here on, the story no longer unfolds in streets or isolated spaces. It moves into interview rooms and court filings, places where silence can no longer function as cover. The arrest marks the end of action and the beginning of accountability. What comes next is not pursuit. It is interrogation, and the question of what Jason Barnum is willing to say once he no longer controls the environment. Once Jason Barnum is in custody, the atmosphere shifts, but not in the way many expect. There is no dramatic unraveling, no emotional collapse, no sudden flood of explanations that promise clarity or relief. The interrogations are controlled, quiet, and procedural. Barnum does not enter the interview room in a state of panic. He does not appear confused about why he is there. From the outset, he understands the position he is in and the leverage law enforcement now holds. What he does not display is urgency, not to defend himself, not to confess, not to justify. When he speaks, it is measured. Barnum answers questions selectively. He does not volunteer information out of emotional pressure, nor does he attempt to bargain through storytelling. There is no effort to humanize himself in the eyes of investigators, no attempt to redirect blame, no visible interest in how his words might be interpreted outside the room. This is not silence, but it isn't openness either. Investigators later describe his cooperation as functional rather than sincere. He provides details when asked directly. He confirms certain facts. He does not obstruct for the sake of obstruction, but there is a clear boundary. He gives information without giving himself. What is notably absent is remorse. Barnum does not express regret in a way that suggests emotional understanding of harm. There are no apologies directed at victims, no language indicating guilt or internal conflict. His tone remains flat, almost administrative. Actions are described without reflection. Outcomes are acknowledged without emotional weight. This lack of effect is not performative defiance. It is consistent with everything seen so far. Barnum does not react as someone overwhelmed by consequences. He reacts as someone whose internal framework has already accepted them. There is also no attempt to elevate the crimes into meaning. He does not frame them as messages, statements, or expressions of belief. He does not portray himself as driven by ideology, trauma, or destiny. The acts are presented as events that occurred, not as symbols requiring interpretation. For investigators, this creates a specific dynamic. There is information to be extracted, but no emotional leverage to apply. Traditional pressure tactics offer limited results. Barnum does not respond to confrontation, nor does he react to appeals for empathy. The interviews become transactional. Questions, answers, confirmation, documentation. This stage of the case is unsettling precisely because it lacks drama. There is no moment of breaking, no revelation that reframes everything. What emerges instead is continuity. The same emotional distance that defined Barnum's earlier life is present here, intact and unchallenged. He does not deny what happened. He does not dramatize it. He simply acknowledges it when it serves the process. By the end of the interrogations, investigators have what they need. Not because Barnum wants to be understood, but because the evidence no longer requires persuasion. The interviews do not humanize him. They do not demonize him further. They simply confirm what the case has been showing all along. Control was never lost. It was transferred. Asen Barnum's trial is not the kind that fills seats or generates dramatic soundbites. There is no circus atmosphere, no daily headlines tracking facial expressions or courtroom theatrics. From the start, the proceedings are restrained, deliberate, and heavily anchored in documentation. This is a case built to hold. The prosecution does not chase spectacle. There are no sweeping narratives about evil, no attempts to turn Barnum into a symbol or a monster larger than the facts. Instead, the strategy is simple and methodical. Establish what happened, link it to one individual, and do so in a way that leaves little room for collapse on appeal. Evidence comes first. Crime scene findings are presented carefully, without embellishment. Injury patterns, timelines, and locations are laid out step by step. The brutality is not hidden, but it is not sensationalized either. The court is shown exactly what investigators found, how conclusions were reached, and why the cases belong together. Witness testimony follows the same tone. There are no emotional performances, no dramatic turns. Statements are factual, often restrained. The focus remains on corroboration rather than persuasion. This is not about convincing a jury through shock. It is about making the case unavoidable. Barnum's behavior during the trial mirrors what investigators observed during interrogation. He does not react visibly to testimony. He does not seek eye contact with jurors. He does not interrupt, object emotionally, or attempt to project innocence through performance. He sits, he listens, he waits. There is no attempt to frame himself as misunderstood, no sudden references to childhood trauma, no last-minute psychological revelations meant to complicate responsibility. Barnum does not offer an alternative story. He allows the evidence to stand unchallenged in its core assertions. That silence is not dramatic, but it is consistent. The defense does not attempt to dismantle the case through grand counter-narratives. Instead, the focus is narrow. Procedure, admissibility, technical points that might weaken individual links. But the structure holds. The overlap between cases, the consistency of methods, and the accumulation of proof leave little space to maneuver. As the trial progresses, it becomes clear that this is not a question of if, but how firmly the outcome will be secured. There is no moment where the courtroom shifts emotionally. No gasp, no collective reaction that marks a turning point. The process advances steadily, almost quietly, toward its conclusion. This is justice without drama, and in many ways, that is what makes it unsettling. There is no catharsis here, no emotional release. The trial does not resolve the discomfort of the crimes. It formalizes it. It converts violence into records, testimony, and verdicts. By the time closing arguments arrive, the shape of the case is already fixed. The story has been told not through rhetoric, but through repetition and consistency. When the jury prepares to deliberate, there is no sense of suspense, only finality. The trial does not explain Jason Barnum. It does not attempt to. It does something far simpler and far more important. It establishes responsibility beyond doubt. The sentencing phase does not change the tone of the case. There is no emotional pivot, no sudden moral reckoning that reframes what has already been established. What happens next is a continuation of the same procedural gravity that has defined everything since the investigation came together. Jason Barnum is sentenced to multiple life terms in prison, without the possibility of parole. The decision is firm, unambiguous, and designed to end the conversation rather than extend it. There is no attempt to balance punishment with rehabilitation, no language about potential future change. The court's message is simple. Barnum will not return to society. This is not a case where sentencing becomes a stage. Victim impact statements are handled with restraint. The focus remains on accountability rather than emotional display. The harm is acknowledged, but not transformed into spectacle. Barnum's reaction is minimal. He does not protest. He does not collapse. He does not speak in ways that demand attention. There is no visible outrage at the outcome, nor any attempt to appear misunderstood. If anything, his demeanor suggests recognition rather than resistance. The structure he has been moving within for months, investigation, interrogation, trial, now reaches its final configuration. Control is fully transferred, and importantly, the court does not pursue the death penalty. This choice is not framed as mercy, but as certainty. Life sentences remove ambiguity. They eliminate future hearings, appeals driven by time, or the slow drip of renewed public attention. The case is meant to close cleanly. From a legal standpoint, the sentence is airtight. From a narrative standpoint, it is deliberately unsatisfying. There is no moral crescendo here, no sense of balance restored. The crimes are not redeemed by the severity of the punishment. They are contained, nothing more. Once the sentence is handed down, Barnum becomes administratively invisible. There are no post-sentencing interviews, no statements to the press, no letters released to generate further interest. The system absorbs him and moves on. That quiet ending matters. True crime often teaches audiences to expect a moment where justice feels emotionally complete. This case offers no such moment. The sentence does not heal anything. It does not explain anything. It simply ensures that the violence stops permanently. Jason Barnum leaves the courtroom not as a symbol, not as a cautionary tale carefully packaged for consumption, but as a closed file. The story does not end with reflection or resolution. It ends with restriction. From this point forward, Barnum's life exists entirely within institutional boundaries. His name fades from public circulation. The crimes remain documented, but no longer active. What comes next is not part of the criminal process. It is the afterlife of incarceration, where meaning shrinks, visibility disappears, and identity is reduced to routine. There is no transition period where he remains visible to the public. No media follow-ups, no interviews reflecting on the outcome. The shift is immediate. From defendant to inmate, from courtroom presence to institutional routine, Barnum is transferred into the Florida prison system and placed in a high-security environment. The reasons are practical rather than symbolic. The severity of the crimes, the nature of the violence, and the risk profile attached to his case made close supervision necessary. This is not about notoriety. It is about containment. Life inside follows a rigid structure. Days are repetitive. Movement is regulated. Contact is limited. Decisions that once belonged to him, where to go, when to eat, how to exist in time, are no longer his to make. The external control that had been closing in throughout the investigation now becomes total. What stands out during this phase is Barnum's lack of visible resistance to the loss of autonomy. There are no documented disciplinary outbursts, no attempts to assert dominance through chaos, no dramatic refusal to comply. He does not appear to fight the structure, he adapts to it. From the outside, very little information emerges. Barnum does not seek correspondence with journalists. He does not cultivate relationships with true crime followers. He does not attempt to insert himself back into public conversation. In an era where many offenders maintain relevance through letters, statements, or indirect self-promotion, Barnum remains silent. This silence is consistent. He does not present himself as reformed. He does not present himself as wronged. He does not present himself at all. The system reduces him to an identification number, a schedule, a set of restrictions. And he appears to accept that reduction without protest. Whatever internal structure guided his actions before now exists within much narrower limits. At this stage, Barnum is no longer acting upon others. The capacity for harm is physically removed. What remains is internal. This is the point where many offenders begin to reshape their identity in response to confinement. Some turn outward, performing repentance or ideology. Others collapse inward. Barnum does neither publicly. He becomes difficult to track not because he is hidden, but because there is nothing to report. No events, no statements, no narrative. The crimes remain in records, the sentence remains fixed, and Barnum's presence fades into the background machinery of incarceration. What happens next does not occur quickly. It does not announce itself. But over time, one thing does change. Not his behavior toward the outside world, but his appearance. And that transformation does not serve an audience. It serves something else entirely. The most visible change in Jason Barnum does not happen before the crimes, during the investigation, or even at trial. It happens later, quietly, inside prison. During the time of his offences and court appearances, Barnum's appearance was unremarkable. No extreme tattoos, no constructed image, nothing that would later become associated with his name. The person who committed the crimes did not look like the figure people now picture when his mugshots circulate online. That shift comes after the verdict. In prison, Barnum's body becomes one of the few remaining spaces where choice still exists. Time is controlled, movement is controlled, social contact is controlled. Identity in every meaningful public sense is gone. What remains is the physical self. Over time, Barnum's appearance changes. Tattoos accumulate. The visual distance between who he was and who he becomes grows wider. This is not a transformation meant for an audience. There are no interviews timed to coincide with it, no statements explaining it, no attempt to rebrand himself. The change happens anyway. Psychologically, this makes sense. Prison strips individuals down to routine and repetition. For some inmates, appearance becomes a way to reclaim autonomy. The body turns into a canvas, a boundary, a statement, even if no one is meant to read it. In Barnum's case, the transformation does not signal a new ideology or belief system. There is no evidence of religious awakening or gang affiliation driving the change. It appears internal rather than performative. A way of reshaping identity in an environment where identity has been erased. Importantly, this look did not precede the violence. It did not cause the crimes. It followed them. That distinction matters, especially in visual-driven true crime culture. Barnum did not commit murder because he looked extreme. He began to look extreme after he no longer mattered to the outside world. The body became something to control when everything else was gone. This chapter is short because the facts are limited, and that too is telling. Barnum does not narrate this change. He does not frame it. He does not explain it. He simply inhabits it. The transformation is not a warning sign retroactively revealed. It is a consequence, and it sets the stage for the final phase of the story. Not about crimes, but about what remains when there is nothing left to take from the world. Once Jason Barnum enters the Florida prison system, his life narrows immediately. The sentence removes any sense of progression. There are no future hearings to anticipate, no milestones to reach, no realistic expectation of release. Time stops being directional. It becomes circular. Barnum is housed in a high-security environment, not because of celebrity or notoriety, but because of risk assessment. The severity of his crimes and the level of violence involved place him in a category where control and predictability matter more than rehabilitation or integration. Daily life follows a rigid structure. Movement is scheduled, meals are scheduled, recreation, when allowed, is regulated and limited. Privacy does not exist in any meaningful sense. Decisions that define normal adult life, when to leave a room, where to go, who to interact with, are no longer his to make. What is notable is how little friction Barnum appears to generate within this structure. There are no documented patterns of disciplinary escalation, no reputation for volatility, no reports of him attempting to dominate others through aggression or intimidation. He does not appear to seek status within the inmate hierarchy. He does not position himself as a figure of influence. In many ways, he becomes administratively quiet. Interaction with other inmates is limited, whether by placement or preference. Barnum does not form visible alliances, nor does he become a social presence within prison culture. He does not adopt a role: preacher, mentor, troublemaker, or victim. He exists within the system without reshaping it. This absence of behavior is not accidental. It mirrors the emotional flatness observed throughout the case. Barnum does not react strongly to confinement because he does not appear to rely on external stimulation or social validation. The loss of autonomy is total, but it does not provoke collapse or rebellion. Isolation, for him, does not appear to be punishment in the conventional sense. It is simply another controlled environment. There are no records of religious conversion, ideological alignment, or visible attempts at personal reinvention during this phase. Prison does not become a stage for self-explanation or moral transformation. It becomes a container. Barnum adapts to routine the way he adapted to detachment earlier in life, without drama, without visible resistance, without apparent urgency to be seen or understood. This chapter matters because it strips away expectation. Prison, in this case, does exactly what it is designed to do. It prevents further harm and removes the individual from circulation. Nothing inside transforms him. Nothing inside redeems him. Nothing inside escalates. Life continues in repetition, measured in counts and schedules rather than years. Jason Barnum does not fight the system. He disappears into it. By the time Jason Barnum's appearance begins to change, there is no stage left to perform on. The outside world is gone. The trial is over. Media interest has evaporated. There are no cameras, no courtrooms, no observers waiting for reactions. Whatever visual transformation happens next unfolds in a space defined by routine, restriction, and anonymity. This matters because it separates Barnum from a familiar category of offenders. Many inmates use prison as a second act. They write letters. They adopt belief systems. They cultivate personas that can travel beyond the walls. Some discover religion. Others discover ideology. Some discover an audience and lean into it hard. Barnum does none of that. As his appearance shifts, tattoos accumulating, features becoming more severe, there is no accompanying narrative, no explanation, no message attached. He does not claim the look as identity, protest, or rebirth. He does not contextualize it as meaning or growth. There is no audience to impress. This is not image management. It is not branding. There is no attempt to control how the outside world sees him, because the outside world is no longer relevant to his daily existence. The change is inward-facing. Prison removes almost every form of agency. Movement is dictated. Time is dictated. Interaction is dictated. For many inmates, the body becomes one of the last remaining territories where choice still exists. What happens to it, how it looks, how it is marked, is one of the few decisions that cannot be fully confiscated. In Barnum's case, the transformation does not signal a new role. It does not align him with a group or belief system. There is no evidence that it functions as intimidation, affiliation, or communication. It functions as control, not over others, but over self. This distinction is easy to miss when images circulate without context. A more extreme appearance invites interpretation. People assume intention, message, performance. But in Barnum's case, there is no indication that the look is meant to be read at all. He does not speak alongside it. He does not explain it. He does not defend it. The body becomes a closed system, not a broadcast. That silence is consistent with everything else. Barnum never sought recognition for what he did. He never shaped a narrative around himself. Even now, with a more visually striking presence, he remains absent from the conversation that image invites. There is no reclamation of identity here, no reinvention for consumption. Just a person adjusting to confinement by exerting control where control is still possible. The look exists, but it points nowhere. And that is what makes it unsettling. Not because it signifies danger, but because it signifies nothing at all. When an offender builds an image without an audience, it stops being performance. It becomes residue. As Jason Barnum fades into the prison system, something else fades with him. The public memory of the people he killed. This is not because their deaths were insignificant. It is because the structures that shape attention rarely linger on victims who lived at the margins. The men Barnum murdered did not have loud platforms in life, and they did not gain them in death. Once the trial ended, their names largely disappeared from headlines, replaced by a single, offender-focused label. That imbalance is not unique to this case, but it is central to it. During the investigation and trial, victims are necessarily present in records, testimony, and evidence. Their lives are reduced to timelines, circumstances, and forensic details. After sentencing, even that limited visibility contracts. What remains are case numbers and archive documents, not stories that continue to circulate. There are no widely known memorials tied to this case, no recurring anniversaries covered by media, no sustained public effort to center the victims' identities. Instead, attention consolidates around the offender, his name, his crimes, his appearance. because that is where narrative momentum tends to settle. It is easier to follow a single figure than to hold space for multiple disrupted lives, especially when those lives were already socially fragile. This creates a second disappearance. The first disappearance happens when violence removes someone from the world. The second happens when the world moves on without learning who they were. In Barnum's case, this dynamic is particularly stark. The victims' marginalization did not begin with their deaths. It existed long before. Limited family networks, unstable living situations, and reduced institutional visibility meant that their loss did not generate the same sustained response afforded to others. That reality does not excuse the delay in recognition. It explains how silence persists. True crime often claims to honor victims, but structurally it gravitates toward perpetrators. The story becomes easier to tell when it revolves around one name, one face, one evolving image. The people harmed become context rather than center. This chapter exists to interrupt that pattern, even briefly. The victims are not footnotes to Barnum's actions. They are the reason the story exists at all. Their absence is the actual loss, not the disappearance of the offender from public view. When cases like this close, justice is measured legally. Sentences imposed, files sealed, danger removed. But remembrance is not part of the legal process. It depends on collective attention, and that attention is selective. In the end, Jason Barnum is contained, monitored, and named. The men he killed are not. Their lives do not become symbols. Their names do not circulate. Their stories do not continue. And that quiet erasure is not an accident. It is part of how these cases end, not with a resolution, but with forgetting. By the time Jason Barnum's name disappears from headlines, what remains is mostly imagery. Mugshots, prison photos, screenshots passed around without context, a face that looks harsher than it once did, carrying meanings people are quick to project onto it. That is where this case is easiest to misunderstand. Barnum is not dangerous because of how he looks now. He never was. The extreme appearance people fixate on developed after the crimes, after the arrest, after the sentence. It did not precede the violence, predict it, or announce it. It followed containment. It followed disappearance from public life. Treating it as a warning sign retroactively flips cause and effect. The real danger in this case never announced itself visually. It existed in absence, in detachment, in a quiet willingness to reduce other people to objects. There were no dramatic signals to decode, no ideology to quote, no aesthetic that screamed threat. Barnum moved through the world looking ordinary enough to be ignored. And that ordinariness is precisely what allowed harm to unfold without immediate interruption. This is why the case resists myth. There is no rise and fall arc. No transformation from monster in waiting to revealed villain. No cinematic moment where everything suddenly makes sense. The system worked eventually. The violence stopped. The offender was removed. But the story does not end with understanding. It ends with containment and limits. Barnum does not offer lessons in the way popular true crime prefers. He does not provide a checklist, a profile you can spot in a crowd, or a look you can learn to fear. If anything, the case argues against that impulse. Danger does not always look like spectacle. It does not always demand attention. It does not always perform. Sometimes it exists quietly, embedded in routine, shielded by invisibility and structural gaps. Sometimes it passes through systems not because those systems fail, but because they are designed to respond to noise, not silence. Jason Barnum is now fixed in place. He will not re-enter society. He will not shape his own narrative. He will not return as a cultural figure unless others keep dragging him back into view. What matters more is what doesn't continue. The victims do not get new chapters. The crimes do not evolve into something else. The story does not expand. It closes. Not with meaning. Not with symbolism. But with a reminder that the most unsettling cases are often the ones that refuse to become stories at all. And that is where this one ends. Alright, sleepless rabble. That's where we leave it. No cliffhanger. No moral lesson neatly tied with a bow. Just a case that ends the way it lived. Quietly, contained, and unresolved in all the ways that matter. If you're still here, you already know the deal. If this story stayed with you, let the algorithm know you were here too. A like helps more than you think, and subscribing means you won't miss the next one when it drops. If you want to say something, keep it human. Thoughts, reactions, or simply where you're listening from, all welcome. And if you want to support what we're doing without ads, without noise, and without nonsense, you'll find us at ko-fi.com/napmax. This was Napmax Sleep Stories. Thank you for listening, and until next time, sleep well, or don't. Hey there, sleepless rabble. Let me take over for a while. Tonight we're talking about the true story of Samuel Little, a man the FBI later described as the most prolific offender of his kind in American history. A man connected to more than 90 disappearances. A man whose actions stretched across decades and across an entire continent, leaving behind a trail of women who simply vanished from the edges of society. But before we dive into his story, there's something we need to share with you. Honestly, directly, without the usual sugarcoating. We've been working hard on these long true crime episodes. Really hard. Hours of research, writing, structuring, editing. Nights where you're staring at your screen thinking, okay, why am I emotionally invested in an autopsy report from 1979? And then, after all that work, YouTube sometimes decides that maybe a tiny little handful of people should even see it. And you sit there at 3 in the morning, exhausted, with a script that took a chunk of your soul to write. And the platform shrugs and says, 27 views, good luck. It's frustrating. It's humbling. And in a weird way, it's heartbreaking. Because we don't make these stories halfway. We put a whole heart into them. So we've decided we need to slow down a little with the big true crime pieces. We're not quitting, never that, but we have to protect our own energy too. And if you want these deep dive episodes to continue, genuinely, your like, your subscription, your comment, they matter more than you think. They tell the algorithm, hey, this deserves to be seen. And they tell us, hey, this isn't for nothing. And honestly, that means the world. Alright, let's talk about Samuel Little. He travelled from place to place for more than 40 years. Quiet, forgettable, drifting. And along his route, women disappeared. Women who lived in the shadows. Women whom society ignored. Women whose absence rarely triggered an investigation strong enough to connect the dots. He later spoke of 93 people he harmed. Investigators confirmed more than sexig of those cases. The rest remained somewhere between confession, memory, and the silence of the American backroads. But stories like his never begin with headlines or body counts. They begin with childhoods, with environments, with impulses that grow in the dark long before anyone pays attention. So, like always, sleepless rabble, we're not starting at the end. We're going all the way back to where it began. He arrived in this world in 1940, in a tiny southern town where nothing exciting ever happened, unless you count humidity, gossip, and the occasional collapsing barn. Reynolds. Georgia wasn't exactly the kind of place where destinies were forged. It was more the kind of place where people lived their entire lives without ever leaving a 20-mile radius. And into this stillness came a baby boy named Samuel Little, a child whose future would eventually rewrite entire FBI handbooks, though nobody in Reynolds would have believed that for a second. His beginnings weren't gentle. His mother struggled, financially, socially, emotionally. The kind of struggle where stability isn't a luxury, it's a rumor. Some accounts claim she worked jobs on the margins. Others suggest she was simply overwhelmed. Whatever the exact truth, one thing is carved into history. Sam's early world was chaotic, unsteady, a place where adults tried their best, but their best wasn't nearly enough. He was moved around often, sometimes to relatives, sometimes to temporary rooms that smelled like dust and old wood. That kind of upbringing doesn't create a strong sense of home. It creates a sense of drifting before you even understand what drifting means. Children like him learn early that nothing stays still. Not people, not places, not promises. Teachers described him as quiet, withdrawn, and impossible to read. And not the cute kind of quiet, not the shy boy who likes books. Quiet. No. More the kind of quiet where you look at him and think, that child is either very lost or thinking very strange thoughts for a 9-year-old. He didn't cause trouble, he didn't fight, he didn't shout, he just watched. And that was the unsettling part, because children watch all the time, but Sam watched differently. He studied people the way some kids study comic books, with devotion, with intensity, with a kind of private fascination, especially the way people moved, the way they touched their own neck when they were nervous, the way someone swallowed when they were uncomfortable. One teacher remembered that whenever a student coughed or cleared their throat, Sam's eyes fixed on them just a little too long. At the time, nobody thought much of it. This was the 1940s, the era of kids are weird, they'll grow out of it. Spoiler, he didn't. Later in life, when he described these early impulses, he did it with a calmness that made investigators shift uncomfortably in their seats. He said he felt a pull, even as a child, something he couldn't name, something he didn't understand. He said it casually, as if he were talking about realizing he liked baseball. But there was no excitement in his voice, no drama, just a matter-of-fact confession of a child noticing things he shouldn't have noticed and feeling things no child should feel. School never anchored him. He struggled not because he couldn't learn, but because he couldn't be bothered. The world inside his head was far more interesting than whatever multiplication table the teacher desperately tried to explain. He drifted mentally long before he drifted physically. And because he wasn't loud, because he wasn't disruptive, because he didn't set anything on fire, he went largely unnoticed, a ghost child in plain sight. And let's be honest, the mid-century American school system wasn't exactly known for its deep psychological insight. If you weren't failing spectacularly or breaking windows, teachers simply wished you luck and hoped you'd find a job one day. Sam didn't stand out enough to trigger concern. He wasn't the class clown, the bully, or the prodigy. He was the kid whose chair you could walk past 10 times before remembering he was sitting in it at all. That early invisibility shaped him far more than anyone understood back then. He learned, without ever being taught, that if you're quiet enough, polite enough, forgettable genug, Menschen dich einfach übersehen. They forget your face They forget your presence. They forget anything you were doing or planning. He dropped out of school early, long before anyone had a chance to redirect him. And with that, childhood ended not with a dramatic crash, but with a quiet slide into adulthood. An adulthood built on instability, detachment, and impulses no one had ever recognized for what they were. The stage was set, not with violence, not with big headlines, but with a childhood that made one thing painfully clear. Samuel Little learned to disappear long before he learned anything else. And that skill, the art of not being seen, would become the foundation of everything that followed. By the time Samuel Little reached adulthood, he had already mastered something most people spend their whole lives figuring out: how to move through the world without leaving a ripple behind. He wasn't charismatic enough to stand out and not troubled enough to be flagged. He was simply there, a shadow with shoes. His 20s unfolded in the same quiet, ambiguous rhythm as his childhood, drifting from job to job, town to town, coast to coast. He worked wherever someone was desperate enough to hire a young man with no real resume, and even weniger motivation. Construction sites, warehouses, janitorial work, odd jobs in places that smelled like sweat and old paint. Nothing permanent, nothing respectable, nothing anyone would write on a CV. But there was one thing he liked: boxing gyms. And not the glamorous Rocky Balboa boxing in a cloud of a chalk kind. No, the sad, flickering light bulb kind. The ones with punched out windows, a mold smell nobody talked about, and a radio in the corner playing whatever station it could cling to. He wasn't exactly great at it, but he was strong, he had stamina, and he enjoyed the physicality. The technique? The discipline? Definitely not. But he had a certain talent for getting hit in the face without caring too much. And in some circles, that was enough. He wandered through these gyms the same way Erduk's Laban wandered, quietly, unnoticed, almost politely invisible. The men around him barely learned his name. Sam. Sammy. That tall, quiet guy. Close enough. Outside the ring, he developed a pattern that would follow him through his early adulthood. Small-time trouble, shoplifting, breaking into abandoned places, taking whatever wasn't nailed down. Never dramatic, never bold, just enough to attract occasional police attention, but not enough to be taken seriously. Officers would pick him up, write something down, let him go. A mild inconvenience at best. And every time he slipped through the cracks, he learned a dangerous lesson. The world wasn't watching him. Not even a little. Not even when he gave it reason to. That's when the travelling began, not the grand, romantic, discover yourself across America. Travelling. More the, I have nothing, nowhere and no one. Might as well see what's around the next corner. Travelling. Buses, hitched rides, sleeping in cheap motels, sometimes in cars, sometimes in places you wouldn't let a houseplant spend the night. He floated from state to state, from city to city, like a man who didn't understand what roots were. And in each new place, he did the same thing: blend in, observe, attach himself to nightlife, bars, sidewalks, communities at the edges. He gravitated toward women who lived in the margins. Not because he had a plan, at least not at first, but because those were the people who noticed him. Noticed him in the sense that they would speak to him, sit with him, laugh with him. Society didn't exactly roll out a red carpet for him, and so he gravitated to circles that accepted drifters, loners, and men whose lives didn't fit neatly into forms or files. He could be oddly charming when he wanted to, soft-spoken, polite, the kind of man who didn't raise alarms, didn't brag, didn't emanate obvious danger. You wouldn't remember his face 2 hours later, and that was precisely how he liked it. His record grew as the years passed. More petty theft, more break-ins, the occasional scuffle when alcohol emboldened him a little too much. Police departments from Miami to Cleveland had his fingerprints somewhere in their filing cabinets. If someone had laid all his early reports next to each other, a clear pattern would have emerged. A drifter collecting mischief like postcards. But the reports weren't next to each other. They were scattered across the country. A speeding ticket here, a trespassing note there, an arrest for theft in some town nobody pronounces the same way twice. No one connected anything. No one paid attention. And Sam understood something quietly, instinctively, and with increasing confidence. If you keep moving, your past can't catch you. And if nobody is watching you closely, you can do things without anyone remembering you were even in the room. His early adulthood was not dramatic. It wasn't shocking or headline worthy. It was simply the formation of a man learning that anonymity could be a weapon, long before he discovered the full extent of what he could use it for. Before Samuel Little became the man whose crimes would stretch across decades, he met someone who would shape his wandering life more than anyone else. Aurelia June Dorsey. And if you imagine some glamorous femme fatale stepping out of a smoky bar at midnight, stop right there. Jean was not that woman. She was older, sharper around the edges, and had the energy of someone who'd seen enough nonsense to last 3 lifetimes. If life were a bar fight, John was the woman still standing when the chairs stopped flying. They met in the 1970s, in a corner of the world where lonely people seemed to cluster. Not out of romance, but out of practicality. Samuel drifted into her life like he drifted into everything else. Quietly, politely, with that strange ability he had to look harmless even when he absolutely wasn't. June, for reasons that will forever confuse historians, decided he was worth keeping around. Their relationship was unconventional. Not fiery, not passionate. More like two stray cats deciding to share the same dumpster because it keeps the rain off. June needed help. Samuel needed company. And both needed someone who wouldn't ask too many questions. What they did share was a talent for taking things that didn't belong to them. June was a professional shoplifter, not the teenage shove a lipstick in your pocket type, but the full-grown, I can empty half this store before anyone notices type. She had technique. She had confidence. And most importantly, she had absolutely no shame about it. If capitalism left something unattended, Jean felt personally invited. Samuel joined in with enthusiasm. Suddenly, they had a system. June stole. Sam carried. Sometimes they swapped roles when one of them got bored. Police reports from that era paint a hilarious picture. A mismatched duo drifting from city to city, stealing everything from clothing to food, to bizarre household items no one in their situation could possibly need. A floral teapot? Sure. A pair of curtain rods? Why not? 17 cans of pineapple. Absolutely essential. They rarely stayed in the same place for long. Jean had outstanding warrants. Sam had, well, a growing list of violent assaults that somehow never stuck. Together they lived out of cars, motels, and places you wouldn't leave a dog in. That life was a loop of stealing, moving, drinking, laughing at their own bad luck, and starting the entire disaster again in the next town. And here comes the uncomfortable question true crime fans have argued about for years. Did Jean know? Did she know Sam was attacking women long before the country realized he was one of the most prolific killers in American history? There's no clear evidence she did. But also, No clear evidence she didn't. Here's what we do know. Jean knew he disappeared at night, often for hours. She knew he returned with scratches sometimes, or dirt on his clothes, or this eerie blank calmness he carried after he harmed someone. She knew women around them vanished in suspicious patterns. She knew he had a violent history long before the world connected the dots. And she knew he was strangely drawn zu Frauen, die allein wären, verletzlich, isoliert. Was she afraid of him? Protected by him? Dependent on him? All of the above? Their dynamic was the perfect storm. June covered for him without meaning to. She kept him fed, kept him sheltered, kept him mobile. Her constant need to move from one theft to the next gave him the ideal cover for his own crimes. A new city meant a new opportunity, a new victim, a new place where nobody knew his face. They weren't Bonnie and Clyde. They weren't partners in crime in the glamorous sense. They were two broken people orbiting each other so closely that Sam slipped through the country like smoke, leaving devastation behind while Jean focused on her own chaos. As the years passed, their bond grew into something odd, not romantic but loyal in its own twisted way. She stayed until her health failed. He stayed because she was the only person who had ever tolerated him for so long. When June died in the early 1980s, something in Samuel changed. Okay, he became more unstable, more unpredictable, more unmoored. Jean had been a strange kind of anchor, and when she was gone, he drifted deeper into the darkness he had already been shaping. By the time the 1970s settled in, Samuel Little had quietly crossed into territory that should have alarmed every police department from Miami to Los Angeles. Women were coming forward with stories that were horrifyingly similar. They had been beaten, strangled, left unconscious in places no human being should ever have to wake up in. Some had crawled to safety. Some had staggered through the night until they found help. And all of them described the same man, same height, same build, same unsettling calmness in the way he went after them. It should have been enough to stop him very early. But the world he operated in made stopping him nearly impossible. The truth is uncomfortable. The women who survived him were women the system already ignored. Many battled addiction. Many worked in the streets or lived transient lives. Many had been dismissed by law enforcement long before they ever crossed paths with Samuel Little. And when they came forward saying, "This man tried to kill me," the reaction they received was more procedural than protective. A kind of tired skepticism that assumed they were unreliable before anyone even heard their full statement. And Samuel, clever in a streetwise, predatory way, noticed that. He saw which women were listened to and which weren't. He understood that the world graded victims on a cruel curve. And he understood that if he chose the right women, the ones society was already looking past, he could attack with near total impunity. Arrests did happen, quite a few, actually. He was picked up in Ohio for assault, later in Florida for another attack, in Mississippi for yet another. California had him in handcuffs at least twice. His criminal record during these years grew thicker than most people's tax returns, and each case was almost identical. A woman who survived, a description matching him perfectly, physical injuries that left no doubt about what happened. Yet the pattern that followed was painfully predictable. He'd be charged, held for a while, and then the case would quietly collapse. Maybe the victim couldn't appear in court. Maybe prosecutors thought juries wouldn't believe her. Maybe the police didn't prioritize the case because they were overstretched and understaffed. Whatever the reason, the ending stayed the same. Samuel Little walked out of police custody and vanished into the next town. In 1976, a 22-year-old woman identified him as the man who had beaten her so severely that she barely survived. She told the police everything. Her injuries were obvious. Her testimony was clear. A case like that should have led to a long sentence, the kind that keeps people off the streets for decades. Instead, the punishment amounted to little more than a temporary inconvenience. A few months in custody, a slap on the wrist, and out he went again, as if the system had decided he was merely an enthusiastic troublemaker, rather than an escalating predator. Then came San Diego in 1984. 2 attacks, 2 women, 2 detailed statements. Both survived. Both were brave enough to speak. Both identified him. And for a brief moment, it looked as if the justice system might actually do its job. He was convicted. And for the first time in his life, he received more than a couple of months behind bars. But even then, the sentence was shockingly small. 2.5 years. He served them, stepped back out into the world, and simply continued where he left off. 2.5 years for nearly killing 2 women. If you want to understand why he was able to continue hurting people for another 3 decades, this is why. The system kept opening the door for him and politely letting him walk through. His arrest record during these years is almost darkly comedic in its consistency. A kidnapping here, a brutal assault there, all connected by the same method and the same surviving witness statements. It was all there, in black and white, sitting in police folders across multiple states. But because no single department had the full picture, and because his victims were women, the culture treated as unreliable, the pattern never came together. Samuel didn't have to outsmart anyone. He didn't need disguises, false identities, elaborate plans, or the strategic genius people incorrectly attribute to violent men. He simply needed the apathy of a system that decided certain women weren't important enough to fight for. And so he kept going. Each arrest, each dismissal, each dropped charge became another lesson, another reinforcement, another quiet confirmation that he could choke a woman until she went limp and walk away without consequence. He learned that the law had weak spots, huge, gaping ones, and that he could slip through them as easily as he slipped through town after town. By the end of the 1980s, his trajectory was no longer subtle. He wasn't just attacking women, he was becoming a man who killed them with frightening regularity. And the institutions that should have stopped him had, unintentionally, cleared the runway for one of the deadliest crime sprees in American history. When Samuel Little walked out of prison in the late 1980s, the timeline of his life shifted from disturbing to catastrophic. The small assaults, the near-fatal attacks, the endless stream of survivors whose cases were brushed aside, all of that had been the prelude. The next phase was the main act. And now, without Jean, without supervision, without stability, he drifted into a darker rhythm that no one would recognize until it was far too late. From this point onward, the pattern becomes painfully consistent. He traveled constantly, West Coast, Midwest, South, back again, rarely staying in one city long enough to memorize the street names. If he arrived somewhere on a Monday, he might be gone by Thursday. Sometimes he slept in cars, sometimes in motels that smelled like cigarette smoke and damp carpet, sometimes with strangers who thought he was quiet but harmless. He blended in wherever he landed, because Sam had perfected invisibility long before he ever perfected violence. His method was always the same. He looked for women who were alone, women who were struggling, women who lived in spaces society refused to illuminate. Street corners, bars at closing time, parking lots behind neon-lit motels, the in-between spaces of American life. He chose women who were unlikely to be reported missing quickly. Women whose absence would not trigger search parties, headlines, or urgent investigations. Not because these women deserved such indifference, but because that was the cruel reality of the era. Sam didn't kill impulsively. That's the chilling part. There was no frenzy, no panic, no dramatic outburst. He used strangulation not just because it was quiet, but because it gave him control. Complete, unbreaking control. And afterward, he left almost nothing behind. No weapon, no dramatic crime scene, no trace that screamed, "Someone was murdered here." He left bodies in alleys, in vacant lots, in isolated patches of land near highways, in places the world didn't check unless someone complained about a smell. And because there was no blood, no noise, no witnesses, and because his victims were women the world already ignored, he passed through cities like a cold draft. The kind you feel, but can't quite locate. His movements across the country were so fluid that investigators later struggled to reconstruct his timeline. Los Angeles 1 month, Pascagoula the next, Cincinnati, Miami, El Paso, Phoenix, Las Vegas, New Orleans, all blending together in a haze of cheap motels, drifting crowds, and nights where Sam prowled the edges of the city with a calmness that felt rehearsed. What made him so effective wasn't intelligence. It wasn't sophistication. It wasn't the Hollywood version of a criminal mastermind. It was far simpler than that. He chose victims who weren't protected. He killed in a way that left barely any evidence. He left town before anyone realized a woman was missing. And he moved so frequently that no two police departments ever connected their cases. In a pre-digital era, every town was its own island, and Sam traveled the archipelago. Sometimes he stayed longer in a place if he found a rhythm he liked. A steady bar, a familiar corner, a woman who tolerated his presence. But eventually something would shift. A suspicious look, a police cruiser slowing down, a conversation that made him feel exposed. And he'd move on, as casually as someone deciding they'd rather try a different restaurant. His life had no furniture, no belongings, no plan, just motion. His victims in these years were often found without identification. Many were never identified at all. They were listed as Jane Doe, placed in cold morgue drawers, buried in paupers' graves, and forgotten by everyone except the handful of detectives who couldn't shake the feeling that someone out there was preying on vulnerable women in a pattern too deliberate to be coincidence. And this is the part that still breaks modern investigators. So many police departments came close to catching him. A few noticed similarities. A few suspected a serial predator long before the FBI did. But without DNA technology, without shared databases, without the ability to communicate across state lines, everything remained fragmented. Sam understood this fragmentation better than the men hunting him. He exploited it. He relied on it. And he wrapped himself in it like a blanket. As the years rolled into the 1990s, then into the 2000s, he continued killing with the same eerie consistency. The cities changed, the bars changed, the victims changed. But his method did not. He was a man who found a way to walk through America while leaving behind a trail of bodies that almost no one connected. Not because he was brilliant, but because the system couldn't hold the pieces together. He would later brag that he never left evidence because God made me talented. But the truth is far less mystical and far more damning. The country was simply not looking for the women he killed, and he knew it. For decades, Samuel Little moved like a ghost through American cities, seen by many, remembered by none. But by the late 2000s, the world had changed in the one way that mattered most to him. Technology finally cared. DNA databases were growing, police departments were reluctantly learning to talk to one another, and old evidence kits that had been gathering dust for 20, 30, sometimes 40 years were being reopened. Sam had spent his life slipping through cracks. Now, the cracks were shrinking. And he had no idea. In 2012, he was living the same life he always had. Drifting, existing in the margins, hanging around transient communities, staying in motels with carpets that had given up all hope. He was older, slower, but still carrying himself with the quiet confidence of a man who believed he would never be caught. According to him, he felt protected. According to reality, he was simply overdue. His downfall didn't begin with a dramatic raid or a high-speed chase. No Hollywood soundtrack, no flashing neon police lights. Instead, he was arrested in Kentucky on an outstanding narcotics warrant out of California. The kind of technical, boring problem he'd brushed off his entire life. Officers picked him up, processed him, shipped him to Los Angeles like an overdue library book. He expected what always happened. I'll sit for a bit, they'll get bored, and I'll walk out the door. But Los Angeles had something he never accounted for. A cold case unit with a habit of digging deeper than most. When Sam arrived in California, detectives pulled an old DNA sample from one of his more recent arrests. They ran it through CODIS, the national database, and for the first time in his life, Samuel Little didn't slip through. The results pinged, not once, not twice, 3 times. 3 unsolved murders from 1987 and 1989. 3 women, all strangled, all found in Los Angeles. Their cases had been cold for decades, frozen in time, and now the 72-year-old drifter sitting quietly in custody was linked to all 3 of them. Sam claimed innocence, naturally. He claimed he'd never hurt anyone. He claimed the women didn't look familiar. He claimed he didn't even know what the detectives were talking about. But this time, the evidence wasn't based on witness memories or unreliable notes or missing paperwork. This time, the case didn't depend on whether a jury believed a woman society had ignored. This time, science was talking. And DNA doesn't stutter. Detectives began piecing together his decades-long trail, phone records, travel patterns, old arrest reports, the occasional motel receipt, the kind of mundane details that become damning when lined up correctly. And the more they looked, the more the timeline began to breathe. The drifter life that had once protected him now betrayed him, leaving a faint breadcrumb trail across the entire country. Investigators from other states started calling Los Angeles. Hey, we have an old case that looks similar. Hey, this guy was here in the 1980s. Hey, we arrested him once in 92. Hey, we've never solved this one. Could you send us his DNA profile? It was the first time the nation collectively realized that Sam hadn't just been a local threat. He had been everywhere. Every time he moved to a new town, a new state, a new coast, he carried a trail of uncounted bodies with him. And now, slowly, painfully, those threads were being pulled together. Sam sat in his cell with that same quiet, polite demeanor he'd weaponized his whole life. He'd smile, he'd chat. Wirkte wie ein alter Mann, der sich über zu viel Aufmerksamkeit beklagt. But behind that soft tone was the growing realization that this time he was not walking out. The police kept digging. Every drawer that had once been ignored was opened. Every forgotten case file got pulled from storage. Evidence that had once been considered hopeless suddenly had a new name to compare it to: Samuel Little. And slowly, the myth of his invisibility began to crack. When the trial began, prosecutors presented him not as an aging man shuffling slowly into court, but as the predator he had always been. Witnesses testified, experts spoke, DNA told its story with cold precision, and Sam watched it all unfold with an expression investigators later described as mild annoyance, as if being confronted with decades of murder accusations was somehow inconvenient but not particularly surprising. He was convicted in 2014 for 3 murders, the first official acknowledgement of what he had done. But the full truth, that was still buried, still hidden in his mind, still waiting to surface. When Samuel Little first entered prison after his 2014 conviction, most investigators assumed his story was finished. An elderly man, 3 life sentences, a body that was starting to fail him. What more was there to say? Men like him usually stayed silent until the day they died, protecting their secrets the way dragons sit on gold they'll never spend. But Sam wasn't like most killers. Power for him didn't come from freedom. Power came from being the only person in the world who knew the full truth. And prison gave him a new audience. It started quietly. A comment here, a brag there, the kind of offhand remarks inmates make when they want to sound important. But then word reached a Texas Ranger named James Holland. A man so persistent he could probably convince a brick wall to reconsider its life choices. Holland had a reputation. If someone was hiding murders, he would find them. And when he heard Sam's name, he had a feeling the story wasn't over. So he visited him. Not aggressively, not dramatically. Holland didn't slam photos onto tables or yell accusations across metal desks. He sat down, leaned back, and treated Sam like a human being. Something Sam responded to instantly. Predators often do. They mistake politeness for admiration. They mistake attention for validation. And Sam, who had spent decades being ignored, suddenly felt seen in the sickest way possible. At first, he denied everything. He denied knowing the victims, denied remembering anything, denied even being in some of the states where the murders occurred. Classic Sam. Calm, polite, lying with such smoothness that you almost admired the performance. But Holland didn't push. He let Sam talk, let him drift through stories about childhood, old boxing matches, odd jobs, petty crimes, all the little detours that gave Sam the illusion he was in control. And then, slowly, the subject began to shift. It was Sam who changed it. He leaned forward, lowered his voice, and said something that made the air in the room tighten. You know, I've done some bad things. Holland didn't flinch. He didn't interrupt. He simply nodded, like a man listening to a stranger confess he'd once parked in a disabled spot. And in that moment, Sam tasted something he hadn't felt in decades: the thrill of being the most interesting person in the room. So he began to talk, not in bursts, not nervously, calmly, almost fondly. He described his first kill like he was recalling a fishing trip, the weather, the location, the way the night smelled. He described the fear in the women he strangled with the same tone another man might use to recall a dance partner. He described their final moments not with remorse, but with satisfaction, as if strangling them had been, in his words, a kind of art. And Holland listened, pen moving slowly, eyes never leaving Sam's face. Sam spoke for hours, days, weeks. Each time Holland visited, more details spilled out. Cities, years, names when he remembered them. Sometimes just descriptions. She was small, black hair, liked to laugh. I left her near a road with a lot of trees. He talked about Los Angeles, Miami, Cincinnati, Phoenix, the Gulf Coast, the Midwest, towns barely big enough for a gas station, big cities where no one noticed anything unless it directly inconvenienced them. And as he talked, the number of murders kept rising, until it surpassed anything investigators expected. 93. 93 women strangled, killed between the early 1970s and 2005. And he remembered them like a collector remembers rare items, not deeply, not personally, but with a disturbing sense of ownership. Detectives across the country could barely keep up. Every confession triggered a phone call to another state, another cold case unit, another morgue drawer. And what shocked them wasn't just the volume, it was the accuracy. He remembered clothing, jewelry, specific locations, cars, tiny details no liar could improvise. The more he talked, the more he delighted in it. He smiled, he chuckled, he corrected detectives gently when they got details wrong. He leaned back in his wheelchair as if recounting pleasant memories from a long vacation. For the first time in his life, Samuel Little felt powerful without laying a hand on anyone. What made it even more unsettling was the way he spoke about his victims. He didn't use their names, didn't describe their humanity, didn't acknowledge their pain. He talked about them like silhouettes, outlines of women who existed only in the moments he decided to kill them. He remembered their faces, their hair, the way their necks looked when they were scared, but nothing else. To him, they weren't people. They were moments. Investigators found themselves caught in a strange emotional tension. On one hand, his confessions were unlocking decades of cold cases, giving closure to families who had long given up hope. On the other hand, listening to him describe these murders with such callous pleasure felt like stepping into the darkest corner of the human psyche. And still, he wasn't done. Every interview opened a new door, revealed a new city, unearthed a new victim. His words painted a portrait of a man who had spent 40 years drifting through America like a storm no one noticed, leaving devastation behind him while the world looked away. By the time Samuel Little had finished talking his way through dozens of murders, the investigators thought they had seen the worst of him. The numbers were horrifying, the details were precise, and the casual way he described each killing felt like listening to someone recount old drinking stories. But then he did something no one was expecting. He asked for art supplies, not a television, not extra snacks, colored pencils. He told them he could still see the faces of his victims in his mind, clear as the day he last saw them. Dates, years, and exact locations, that all blurred together for him, he said. But the faces remained. The tilt of a jawline, the way the eyebrows sat, the shade of lipstick, the hairstyle that was fashionable or not in a specific year. Tiny visual anchors that stayed long after any remorse might have faded. If you gave him paper, he said, he could show them. So they let him draw. The first portrait was unsettling in a way that had nothing to do with blood or violence. It was disturbingly gentle. He drew slowly, carefully, leaning over the paper with the concentration of someone restoring a delicate object, instead of resurrecting the memory of a woman he had strangled. His hands, old and veined, moved with surprising steadiness. He shaded in cheekbones, defined noses, added curls and braids and hoop earrings. The women he had murdered reappeared on the page, not as corpses or crime scene photos, but as they might have looked the last time they were alive and laughing. He gave each drawing what he could not give them in life: attention. The investigators watched him work and felt a kind of double horror. On the one hand, there was the obvious grotesqueness of it. A killer lovingly sketching the faces of women he had killed as if they were cherished muses instead of victims. On the other hand, there was the usefulness. For many of these women, there had never been a proper photo, no driver's license snapshot still on file, no family picture that survived the decades. In some cases, the police had the remains of a woman whose face they had never actually seen. And now here he was, drawing them from memory like a twisted, living archive. Soon, there wasn't just one portrait. There were dozens. Black women, white women, Latina women. Young faces, older faces, faces that looked tired, others that looked defiant, different hair textures, eye shapes, little details like a gap between the teeth, or a particular style of eyeliner that practically screamed a specific era. He remembered some of their names, but not all. Some he could place in a city. That one was in Miami. This one was near Houston. Others he only tied to vague impressions like it was cold there or there were mountains. It was macabre. But it was also the best lead many cold case detectives had had in their entire careers. When the FBI eventually decided to release the portraits to the public, it felt like something out of a surreal gallery exhibition. Page after page of hand-drawn women, each labeled only with a guess at where she might have died and roughly when. Not mugshots, not police composites, more like intimate illustrations, filtered through the memory of the man who had taken their lives. The Bureau didn't dress it up with fancy language. They simply said in höflich bureaukratischem tone, "These are believed to be victims of Samuel Little. Do you recognize them?" And disturbingly often, the answer was yes. Families saw a face and felt their stomach drop. A sister recognized the way the hair curled around the ears. A cousin recognized a particular jawline. A childhood friend recognized the way the eyebrows arched. In several cases, those drawings became the missing puzzle pieces that finally linked a long-disappeared woman to an unidentified body and an unsolved case. Some relatives had gone decades without answers, stuck in that uniquely cruel state where you don't know whether to grieve or to hope. Then they opened a website, saw a colored pencil drawing, and realized that the man who killed her remembered her more clearly than the state ever did. It would be comforting to imagine that he drew them out of guilt. He didn't. If you listen closely to the way he talked about the portraits, there's no remorse there. There's pride. Pride in his memory. Pride in his talent. Pride in the fact that even after all these years, he could summon their likenesses better than anyone else could. He presented these sketches like trophies disguised as tributes, proof that his internal catalogue of victims was more complete than any official record. Investigators found themselves clinging to the drawings anyway, because whatever his motive, the results worked. They compared his sketches with old missing person files, with Jane Doe reconstructions, with long-forgotten local rumors about that girl who disappeared one summer. Some matches were almost eerie in their precision. The same hairstyle, the same jewelry, even the same expression. Other times, the resemblance was more interpretive, but still close enough to push a stagnant case forward. The portraits also intensified one of the central questions about Samuel Little. Just how accurate was his memory? Was it photographic, as he liked to boast, or was he embellishing, merging different women in his mind, blending fantasy and reality until no one could untangle them again? Some law enforcement officials believed him almost completely. Others were more cautious, pointing out that he often muddled dates and places, even when the general story checked out. But with each drawing pinned to a map, a picture emerged that no one could ignore. His memory might not have been perfect, yet it was reliable enough to reopen investigations all over the country. Even when the details didn't align neatly, the broad strokes often did. And when a sketch, a confession, and an old case file lined up, it was hard to argue that he'd simply invented it. The strange thing is that in these last active years of his life, Samuel Little finally became what he had never been before: visible. His face appeared on news segments, his drawings circulated online. Detectives who had never heard of him suddenly had whole boards dedicated to his movements. Families who had assumed their loved ones were forgotten learned that somewhere, behind prison walls, the man responsible was still thinking about them, not with regret, but with an artist's cold satisfaction. For the public, the idea that a man could kill so many women and still remember their faces decades later was almost the most haunting part. The murders were monstrous, but that lingering, intimate recall, the way he could summon the curve of a smile or the tilt of a nose, made it feel as if those women had been trapped in his mind the entire time. As if he had carried them with him like a private gallery only he could access. For all the detail Samuel Little poured into his drawings and confessions, there was always a fog around the edges. A shifting mist where truth, half-truth, and whatever passed for his personal mythology tangled together. Investigators quickly discovered that not every confession aligned as neatly as they'd hoped. Some of his memories fit the evidence with surgical precision. Others felt like shapes in the dark, close enough to recognize, too blurry to trust. The inconsistencies weren't always dramatic. Sometimes it was a year that didn't quite match. Sometimes a city that was almost right, but not quite. Sometimes a victim he described vividly, down to her clothing and jewelry, yet no case file anywhere in the state resembled it. That was the problem with interviewing a man whose crimes spanned 4 decades and dozens of jurisdictions. His mind had become its own archive. And like any archive, parts were intact and others had been eaten by time. Investigators tried to map everything he said. They built timelines that looked like train schedules crossed with spider webs. They pinned colored notes across the walls of their offices like determined but sleep-deprived detectives in a crime show. They listened to recordings again and again, rewinding small details. A bar with neon lights, a road near a swamp, a woman with a chipped front tooth. Each detail felt promising until it collided with something that didn't fit. One confession described a woman he claimed to have killed near Macon, Georgia, in 1977. The problem? Sam was in a Florida jail that year. Another involved a woman he said he left near a long bridge over water, except the town he mentioned had no bridges, long or otherwise. Then there was the case where he insisted the victim wore a red dress, yet the skeletal remains found decades earlier were recorded wearing jeans and a tank top. Could the clothes have changed? Could he have misremembered? Or had the wrong remains been attributed to the wrong story? No one knew. And that was the uncomfortable truth. Sometimes he remembered too much, and sometimes he remembered just enough to cause chaos. It didn't help that Sam loved an audience. He loved the chair, the microphone, the attention. He loved being the centerpiece of a room full of professionals, quietly horrified by his calm certainty. And when a man like that realizes that every story he tells earns him more hours of conversation, more visits, more significance, well, it becomes hard to tell where honesty ends and ego begins. Detectives debated it constantly. Some swore he was incapable of lying about murder. Others insisted he blended fantasy and reality whenever it suited him. Texas Ranger Holland, who knew him best, believed most confessions were true. But even he admitted Sam sometimes got lost in the years. A poetic way of saying, the man's brain was a rotirande Schublaid voller Erinnerungen, and occasionally he pulled out the wrong file. For the families, these uncertainties were brutal. Imagine hearing a confession that sounds exactly like your sister or your mother. The description perfect, the timing close, the location familiar, only for investigators to say, we can't confirm it. Some families waited for closure that never came. Others were handed partial answers wrapped in questions they could never fully unravel. And then there were the Jane Does, women buried without names, marked only by dates and approximate ages. Some of Sam's confessions seemed to match these cases perfectly. Others were tantalizingly close, but not quite precise enough to justify reopening graves or reinvestigating decades-old files. The FBI kept a public list titled Unmatched Confessions, a grim phrase that essentially means these victims almost certainly existed, but we may never find them. The hardest part was the geography. Sam had drifted through so many states, so many towns, so many nameless side roads that investigators began to suspect he might have killed in places where record keeping had been sloppy, corrupt, or lost entirely. Rural towns that no longer had the same police departments. Cases that had been misfiled, mislabeled, or buried under administrative neglect. Entire counties where the disappearance of a woman struggling with poverty, addiction, or homelessness wasn't documented thoroughly enough to survive 5 years, let alone 40. And as detectives dug through these missing pieces, a chilling possibility emerged. Perhaps some of his victims were never found at all. Maybe their bodies were overlooked. Maybe they were discovered but never connected. Maybe they were cremated as unidentified, their stories erased before Sam ever confessed. And then there's the darkest possibility of all, that even Sam didn't remember every name, every face, every location. 40 years is a long time. Memory decays unevenly, details fuse, faces blur, moments mix. In a twisted way, the truthfulness of his confessions became less important than the acknowledgement that the full count, the full human cost, might be forever beyond reach. 93 was the number he gave. Investigators could confirm about 60. The rest remained suspended in a limbo of probably, possibly, and maybe someday. It leaves you with a strange, heavy feeling that this man, who remembered cheekbones and hairstyles with eerie clarity, still left behind a trail of victims the world may never identify. And that some families, even now, decades later, may not realize their loved one's story was tangled in the path of a man who drifted through America like a shadow no one bothered to chase. By the time Samuel Little entered the final stretch of his life, he no longer resembled the man who had drifted through America for 40 years. Gone was the tall, intimidating drifter with a boxer's shoulders. In his place sat an old man in a wheelchair, wrapped in prison blankets, bones pressing through thinning skin, eyes half hidden behind drooping lids. Time had finally done to him what no police department ever managed. It slowed him down. His cell in California's state prison medical facility was less a room than a waiting area for death. The air smelled faintly of antiseptic and old paint. Nurses came and went. Guards rolled him to medical checks like he was an unruly shopping cart. Other inmates barely paid attention to him. To them, he was just another elderly prisoner attached to oxygen. The kind of man you see muttering in a hallway and assume has already served multiple lifetimes worth of regret. Except Sam didn't regret anything. Not a single moment. Even near the end, he enjoyed talking. As long as there was someone to listen, he would lean forward in that wheelchair and recount the same stories, the same murders, the same memories, polishing each one like a stone he kept in his pocket. Texas Ranger Holland kept visiting while he still could, recording hours of interviews as. Sam's voice grew thinner, but his memory remained disturbingly sharp. You could hear the rattle in his lungs, the way he took long, wheezing breaths, but his tone never wavered when he spoke about his victims. If anything, the older he became, the more serene he sounded. A man reminiscing, not confessing. He enjoyed the interviews for reasons that were obvious to everyone but him. He liked being important. He liked being the center of a room. He liked that even behind bars, especially behind bars, entire police agencies still came to him for answers. And the prison staff noticed. They talked about him the way one talks about an eccentric uncle. Odd, unsettling, polite in an uncanny way. He complimented nurses. He cracked jokes at inappropriate times. He smiled in a way that made everyone instinctively step back. There was a softness about him now, but it wasn't gentleness. It was the softness of something rotten being slowly eaten away. Some guards found him fascinating. Others refused to be alone with him, even though he could barely lift his own cup. There was something about the way he watched people, the same quiet appraisal, the same slow measuring, the same predatory calm he'd carried all his life. Stranger still, he had no outbursts, no fits, no violence. He was well behaved in the way a retired wolf might seem well behaved once all its teeth have fallen out. But his mind? His mind still had bite. He talked often about God protecting him, about destiny, about how he was meant to survive this long. He saw his longevity not as luck or coincidence, but as some kind of cosmic approval, a delusion that fit neatly with the arrogance that had carried him through decades of killing. Even as his body broke down, he still believed he was special, chosen, untouchable. Investigators kept visiting until the very end, because Sam kept offering new details. Sometimes it was a name he suddenly remembered. Sometimes a location became clearer in his mind. Sometimes he contradicted himself, then corrected the contradiction, then contradicted the correction. It was a frustrating dance, one that detectives tolerated, because even a single concrete detail could mean a break in a decades-old case. The interviews became shorter as his health failed. His voice grew raspier. He sometimes fell asleep mid-sentence. Then he'd wake up, clear his throat, and return to describing some long-dead woman's hairstyle, as if he'd just hit pause on an old home movie. His mind was fading, but in ways that felt strategically selective. The memories of murder stayed sharp long after the memories of everyday life had begun to dissolve. It was bitterly ironic. The man who forgot birthdays, street names, and years still remembered the faces of his victims. In his final months, he was transferred entirely to medical care. His world shrank to a bed, a blanket, a handful of staff, and the occasional detective hoping for one last trace of truth. Reporters weren't allowed near him, but they didn't need to be. The interviews, the drawings, the confessions, everything that mattered had already been recorded. Sam himself had become irrelevant. All he had left were his stories. He died in December 2020. No dramatic scene, no final confession, just an old man in a medical wing, slipping away in the night like a cigarette burning into ash. For someone who had taken dozens of lives through violence and terror, his own exit was astonishingly quiet. Too quiet, some might say, almost indecent in its gentleness. There was no grand reckoning, no deathbed apology, no sudden burst of remorse. He simply faded out, taking with him whatever unspoken details he still held, and leaving behind a grief that stretched across states, decades, and generations. And strangely, death did not end his influence. If anything, it made the unanswered questions louder. Investigators still pore over his interviews. Families still search his sketches, hoping for a match. Cold case units still reopen files because a phrase he muttered once might be the missing key. Even in death, he continues to occupy the quiet corners of police stations, the dusty shelves of archives, the nightmares of those who studied him. When Samuel Little died, the world didn't stop. No nationwide memorials, no candlelight vigils, no documentaries released overnight. His passing registered as a headline, then faded beneath far more pressing news: elections, pandemics, celebrities doing things that celebrities do. But the people who work in cold case units, the families who still keep fading photographs in drawers, the detectives who spent years trying to decode his wandering path, for them, his death wasn't closure. It was a reminder that some truths die with the man who carried them. In the months after his passing, investigators everywhere sifted through the materials he left behind. Recordings, transcripts, sketches, timelines. A disturbing scrapbook of a life lived in shadows. Some of those files confirmed what they already knew. Others opened new questions. And some sat in that painfully familiar limbo. Maybe true, maybe not. Maybe we'll never know. Because here's the uncomfortable truth about Samuel Little. He was only caught because the world changed. Not because he slipped up. Not because he grew careless. But because technology finally filled the gaps that institutions never bothered to patch. He thrived in places where the system didn't see or didn't want to see the women he targeted. Race, addiction, poverty, homelessness, sex work, all the vulnerabilities he preyed on were the same vulnerabilities that made his victims invisible in official paperwork. It's not poetic. It's not dramatic. It's simply the truth. The system wasn't built to protect the women he killed, and he understood that long before anyone understood him. Today, agencies call him the most prolific serial killer in US history. Not because 93 is an official, meticulously verified number, but because no other known killer has come close, and because investigators know, deep down, that the real count might be higher. The FBI confirmed about 60. Dozens remain unverified. Some may never be matched to missing person reports because those reports were never filed in the first place. The portraits he left behind, those strange, intimate drawings, continue to float through online databases, posted and reposted every time a new Jane Doe case resurfaces. Sometimes they spark hope. Sometimes they spark confusion. And sometimes they simply sit there, haunting and unresolved, faces without names trapped in the memories of a man who no longer exists. For the families who got answers because of him, the relief is complicated. Closure sounds like a gift, but it often arrives wrapped in pain. Knowing what happened is not the same as healing from it. And for those who never received confirmation, the lack of answers cuts even deeper now that the one man who knew the truth is gone. All that remains are sketches, interviews, and the faint hope that cold case evidence somewhere might still hold a match. As for the investigators who spent years interviewing him, their reflections vary. Some describe him as the most cooperative offender they had ever encountered. Others say he used cooperation as another form of control. Most agree on one thing: He understood the interview room better than almost anyone they'd ever met. He controlled pacing. He chose which memories to reveal and which to keep private. He leaned back in his chair like a king receiving guests. For a man who spent his life drifting, the interview room became his final throne. His legacy inside criminology is similarly tangled. Some researchers see him as the ultimate example of how systemic failures allow predators to flourish. Others focus on his psychology, the mix of narcissism, detachment, and predatory calm that defined his behavior. And then there are those who simply see the tragedy. A man who never should have been able to harm more than one person, managing to harm nearly 100 because he learned early on that society didn't track the people he targeted. It's tempting to end stories like this with a sense of resolution, a lesson, a warning, a moral. But Samuel Little doesn't fit neatly into any of those boxes. His life wasn't a cautionary tale so much as a grim illustration of what happens when human beings fall through every crack at once. The victim, the offender, the community, the system. There are no heroes here, no redemption arcs, no final justice that balances the scales. What remains is quiet. A few dozen solved cases, many more that may never be solved. Portraits pinned to digital boards, families still searching, detectives still wondering if they missed something. And a final, unsettling understanding. He didn't succeed because he was brilliant. He succeeded because the world wasn't paying attention. As the years move on, his name fades a little more, overshadowed by newer cases, louder headlines, and the relentless churn of true crime fascination. But his victims, those whose names we know and those whose names remain lost, continue to exist in the background of American history. Their stories don't end because his did. Their absence is still felt in the quiet spaces of families and towns that never understood why someone didn't come home. When you strip away the sensationalism, the interviews, the portraits, the headlines, you're left with a truth that lands like a stone in still water. Samuel Little wasn't a monster born in myth. He was a man shaped by neglect, emboldened by indifference, and allowed to roam because no one connected the dots. In the end, the only legacy that matters is theirs. The lives interrupted, the stories unfinished, and the hope that one day every unnamed face in his drawings will be given back her name. And that's where we'll leave it tonight. In the long, quiet echo of a case that stretched across decades, states, and far too many forgotten lives. If you're still awake, congratulations. You've survived another deep dive into the darker corners of history. And if you're drifting off right now, honestly, that's probably the healthiest response to all of this. If you want to support what we do here, the late nights, the research rabbit holes, the endless rewriting to keep YouTube from having a nervous breakdown, you can always drop us a like or a comment. It helps more than you think. And if you've got a case you want us to unravel next, tell us. We always keep an eye on the suggestions, even when the stories get a little too close for comfort. For now, breathe out. Let the room settle. Let your mind put everything back into its quiet little boxes. This is Napmax Sleep Stories. And you've just listened to the true story of Samuel Little. A long, slow descent into the shadows, delivered in a voice soft enough to help you sleep through the horror. Sleep well, sleepless rabble. We'll see you in the next one. Hey there, sleepless rabble. Settle in. Let the world quiet down for a moment. Tonight, we're continuing our freak show. And this one isn't entertaining in the fun way. It's uncomfortable, messy, and hard to explain away. You've probably heard the name before. A man who said God spoke to him. A man who said the voices told him what to do. And a system that had to decide whether that was madness or just a very convenient excuse. Tonight's story is Nico Jenkins. As always, if you're here often, us a favor, hit like, subscribe, stay close. It helps this channel more than algorithms like to admit. And we want you to think about this while you're listening, and tell us in the comments later. Do you believe he really heard the voices? Or do you think he knew exactly what he was doing? For now, don't rush. We're not going anywhere fast. This is Napmac Stories, and you're listening to something disturbing enough to finally let your own thoughts slow down. As always, let's start at the beginning. Nico Jenkins was born in 1986, and whatever anyone wants to imagine when they hear origin story, this one doesn't need dramatic lighting or a thunder soundtrack. No cinematic rooftop, no eerie lullaby. Just the kind of ordinary, grinding reality that doesn't look like a warning sign until you're reading it back later with a highlighter and a court transcript. He grew up in Omaha, Nebraska. Not the mythical heartland version people like to sell to themselves, but the everyday version. A place where life can be perfectly normal on one street and completely unmanageable on the next, and nobody hands you a map that tells you which is which. For Nico, home wasn't a place you exhaled, it was a place you braced. There were multiple siblings in the picture, and the family structure never settled into anything stable long enough to deserve the name structure. It was shifting ground. People in and out, energy up and down, rules that were either inconsistent or simply absent. The kind of environment where you don't learn routines, you learn moods. You learn to read a room before you learn to read a book. His mother was overwhelmed. Not a bit stressed, not having a rough week, but over her head in a way that turns every day into survival mode. And when a parent is stuck in survival mode, the household doesn't run on guidance or boundaries. It runs on damage control. Whatever gets you through the next hour. Whatever keeps the noise down. Whatever stops the next explosion. Even if only for 5 minutes. A stable father figure wasn't part of the deal. There wasn't someone reliably present to absorb pressure, to model restraint, to make consequences feel real and consistent. And yes, that helps rarely. You can't build a calm, predictable world for a kid when the adults around them are barely holding their own world together. Violence, chaos, and neglect weren't occasional accidents. They were the baseline, the default setting, the kind of normal that teaches you early that safety is temporary and attention is unpredictable. In a house like that, you don't learn that the world is steady. You learn that the world is something that happens to you, and that you either endure it or you start pushing back. And Nico pushed back early. Aggression showed up young, impulse control didn't. If some kids learn to pause, to weigh, to regret, this wasn't that kind of childhood classroom. This was the kind where anger isn't corrected, it's echoed. Where chaos doesn't get resolved, it just shifts location. Where nobody sits you down and says, here's what you're feeling, here's what you do instead. Because that would require someone in the house to have the time, the tools, and the emotional bandwidth. And in this story, those things were in short supply. The family wasn't a refuge. It wasn't a safe zone. It was another pressure source. Another place where stress piled up instead of getting released. The people around him weren't consistently stepping in, and the systems outside the home weren't stepping in effectively either. Not in a way that changed the trajectory. Not in a way that held. Not in a way that stuck. So what you get is the familiar pattern everyone loves to discover after the fact. A kid who's volatile, a home that's unstable, and a long stretch of time where the adults and the systems hover somewhere between concerned and helpless without ever landing on intervened. There's no single moment where someone grabs the steering wheel and says, "This ends here." Later, much later, people would look back and say, "There were signs." Yeah, there were always signs. The problem is, signs don't matter if nobody responds to them with anything stronger than a shrug, a sigh, or a temporary patch. And if your entire early world teaches you that nothing is consistent, nothing is safe, and nobody is really coming, you don't grow into a person who trusts limits. You grow into a person who tests them. And next, that testing stops being emotional and starts becoming practical. The first real acts of violence, the first crimes, the first time the system stops watching from a distance and decides to put a label on him instead. By the time Nico Jenkins was anywhere near adulthood, the violence wasn't a phase anymore. It wasn't teenage angst with a dramatic soundtrack. It was already a usable tool, direct, practical, and frighteningly uncomplicated. This is the part of the story where people love to hunt for motive, as if violence always comes with a manifesto, as if every kid who turns dangerous must be auditioning for a belief system. But in those early years, there's no grand ideology to pin to him, no religion, no mission, no calling, just the blunt reality that he was willing to threaten, hurt, and escalate when most people would still be negotiating or walking away. And it wasn't metaphorical violence either. Not he had a temper. Not he got into fights. We're talking about armed threats, weapons involved. The kind of thing that changes a room instantly. The kind of thing that doesn't leave space for misunderstanding. When a weapon is introduced, the conversation ends. That's the point. It shuts down resistance. It forces compliance. It turns the world into a simple equation. Do what I want, or take the consequence. Alongside that came physical attacks, actual assaults, not just posturing. And then the weapons themselves, illegal possession, access, the sort of behavior that tells you this isn't just someone losing control, it's someone who has started to accept violence as part of their normal operating system. Not a mistake, not a shock, a method. What's important here is the shape of it: raw, direct, functional. The violence isn't symbolic, it isn't expressive, it isn't even particularly creative. It's brutally basic, the kind that makes adults in institutions sit up straighter. Because they've seen this pattern before. It's the pattern of someone who's not waiting to be calmed down, someone who's willing to dominate a situation rather than resolve it. And as these incidents stack up, the system does what systems do best. It stops asking why and starts filing the paperwork. That's where the first incarceration comes in. In the teen years, around 2003, before 18, before the age where society pretends you're fully responsible for your choices while also pretending you've had a fair chance to learn better ones. The juvenile system steps in, and from the outside, it looks like intervention. But inside the logic of the story, it's the beginning of a different kind of education. Because incarceration doesn't just remove you from your environment, it replaces your environment. Suddenly the rules are different, the social currency is different, and the skills you're rewarded for are not the ones that make you a functional human in normal life. They're the ones that make you survive a locked world. For a kid who already had aggression and minimal impulse control, the juvenile system becomes less like rehabilitation and more like a funnel. It takes a chaotic, violent teenager and starts turning him into something that fits the next category: a case, a repeat offender, a problem inmate, a person whose identity gets rewritten in institutional language. And once that happens, the path narrows fast. The labels get heavier. The options get fewer. The expectations drop to almost nothing except compliance. And compliance is not something you can force into someone who has already learned that fear is the shortcut to control. So, yes, first crimes, first incarceration, first time the state essentially says, fine, you're ours now. The tragedy isn't that the system didn't notice him, it did, loudly, with handcuffs and intake forms and locked doors. The tragedy is that once he entered that machine, the question wasn't, how do we rebuild this person? It became, how do we manage him? And management is a different goal entirely. Management creates routines, procedures, containment. It creates discipline. It creates isolation cells and incident reports. What it doesn't automatically create is transformation. So by the time he's in custody as a teenager, the pattern is already set. Violence works, weapons work, fear works. And now he's in a place where those lessons aren't erased. They're tested, refined, and reinforced. Because the juvenile system doesn't just take over, it hands him a new social world where violence isn't just an impulse, it's a language. Once Nico Jenkins was inside, the lesson didn't pause, it accelerated. Juvenile detention and early adult incarceration aren't neutral spaces where people simply wait out their time. They are environments with their own rules, their own hierarchies, and their own unspoken curriculum. You learn quickly what matters and what doesn't. You learn who gets left alone, who gets tested, and who becomes entertainment. And if you enter that world already wired for aggression, the message comes through loud and clear. Dominance buys silence, fear buys distance, and restraint buys you nothing. The early lockups weren't calm, holding areas where emotions cooled off. They were pressure cookers. Constant proximity, constant friction, constant evaluation by other inmates who are doing their own math about strength, weakness, and opportunity. For someone like Jenkins, this wasn't foreign territory. It was familiar, just more concentrated. Dominant struggles were part of daily life. Not dramatic showdowns, not movie-style standoffs, but the grinding, repetitive contests that define institutional survival. Who backs down, who doesn't, who reacts fast, who reacts harder. Every interaction is a small test, and failing too many of those tests has consequences you don't want to experience. Disciplinary issues followed him consistently. Reports stacked up, incidents multiplied. Conflicts weren't limited to other inmates either. Authority didn't register as guidance, it registered as opposition. Staff became another force to push against, another boundary to test. And orders weren't instructions, they were challenges. And when conflict escalated, the system reached for its favorite tool: isolation. Solitary confinement shows up early in his incarceration history, not as a last resort, but as a management strategy. Remove the problem from the population. Reduce the immediate risk. Restore order. On paper, it looks neat. In reality, it teaches a different lesson. When you push hard enough, the world shrinks to you in a locked door. Therapy existed in theory. Sessions were offered, evaluations conducted, boxes checked. But nothing about it was consistent or deep enough to counteract the daily reality of confinement. You can't undo a worldview in a 30-minute appointment when the other 23 and a half hours are reinforcing the opposite message. Whatever therapeutic language was introduced had no traction against the social rules that actually mattered. And those rules were simple. Violence works. Violence creates space. Violence ends conversations. If you scare people enough, they stop pushing. If you hurt people badly enough, they stop coming close. If you escalate fast, others de-escalate for you. Empathy in that environment isn't just useless, it is dangerous. It makes you readable. It slows you down. It gives others leverage. So empathy gets discarded. Not consciously, not ceremonially. It just stops being exercised. Like a muscle you never use again. What replaces it is calculation, timing, awareness of how much force is enough, and when more is required. The prison doesn't have to explicitly teach this. It teaches it passively, through outcomes. Every time aggression produces relief, distance, or control, the lesson hardens. Every time restraint produces vulnerability, the lesson deepens. This is where the story often gets misunderstood later. People want to locate the moment he snapped, the point where everything went wrong. But there is no snap here, no sudden break, just repetition, routine, reinforcement. The institution didn't invent his violence, but it didn't interrupt it either. It organized it. It gave it structure. It gave it consequences that made sense within that closed world. And in doing so, it shaped the kind of person who survives incarceration well, but struggles or refuses to function anywhere else. By the time Jenkins aged out of juvenile custody and moved deeper into adult incarceration, the identity was already forming. Not an identity built on reflection or accountability, but one built on continuity. The same logic that had worked on the outside now worked on the inside. Different setting, same outcome. The system could contain him. It could discipline him. It could isolate him. What it couldn't do was replace violence as his primary operating language. And the longer that language went unchallenged in any meaningful way, the more fluent he became. This wasn't rehabilitation, it was socialization, just not the kind anyone likes to put on a brochure. Because when someone learns year after year that force is the most reliable way to interact with the world, they don't unlearn that lesson simply because a release date appears on a calendar. They carry it with them, sharpened, waiting. By the mid 2000s, Nico Jenkins wasn't cycling in and out of trouble anymore. He was embedded. Incarceration stopped being an interruption and became the default state. Years stacked on top of years, punctuated by brief moments outside that never lasted long enough to recalibrate anything. Freedom, when it appeared, felt temporary. Confinement felt permanent. This matters because long-term incarceration doesn't just freeze a person in time, it reshapes them. Slowly, mechanically, without ceremony. Inside, Jenkins's behavior didn't soften. If anything, it consolidated. The aggression that had once been reactive became more deliberate. Conflicts continued. With inmates, with staff, with the structure itself. Disciplinary reports followed him like a shadow. Isolation remained a recurring tool, not because it helped, but because it was the only thing that reliably stopped the immediate fallout. And then something else began to grow. Not suddenly, not dramatically. There was no single moment where he found religion or announced a revelation. Instead, over years of confinement, a belief system began to assemble itself piece by piece. Not inherited, not taught, constructed. It was a God without moral limits, a God without restraint, a God that didn't ask for mercy or accountability. In this private cosmology, violence wasn't questioned, it was validated. Jenkins wasn't a sinner or a criminal within it. He was a tool, a vessel, an instrument carrying out something larger than himself. responsibility dissolved upward, guilt evaporated, choice became destiny. This wasn't faith in any recognizable sense. There were no consistent doctrines, no traditions, no discipline. It wasn't theology, it was justification. A framework that allowed everything he had already done and everything he might do later to feel inevitable rather than chosen. Crucially, the order of events matters. The violence came first, the belief came later. That distinction is often lost in simplified retellings, because it's more comfortable to imagine ideology as the spark. It isn't. Here, ideology functions like insulation. It wraps around behavior that already exists and keeps doubt from getting in. Alongside this belief system came increasing paranoia. Jenkins reported voices. He described external forces guiding him. He framed his own thoughts as commands rather than impulses. But even within this mental landscape, his behavior remained oddly consistent. The same actions that had earned him control, distance, and attention before continued to do so now. Which is why clinicians and evaluators never saw a clean picture. On one side, clear signs of psychological disturbance, disordered thinking, grandiosity, delusions of purpose. On the other, goal-directed behavior, tactical escalation, awareness of consequences, and how to manipulate them. This tension followed him through repeated evaluations. Competency was questioned, reassessed, questioned again. Sometimes he was deemed unfit to proceed, sometimes fit. The system oscillated, trying to decide whether it was dealing with someone lost in psychosis or someone using psychosis as leverage. And the uncomfortable truth was, it didn't have to be one or the other. Over time, Jenkins learned how institutions respond to crisis. He learned what language triggered movement, what behavior triggered attention, what level of disruption forced administrators to act. Psychological instability became another instrument, not necessarily invented, but certainly exploited. Meanwhile, nothing in his environment challenged the core lesson he had internalized years earlier. Force creates results, escalation creates response, chaos creates control. Religion in this context didn't restrain him, it didn't soften him, it didn't introduce reflection. It simply gave the violence a narrative. A story where he was no longer reacting to the world, but fulfilling a role within it. By the end of this long stretch of incarceration, Jenkins wasn't rehabilitated. He wasn't stabilized, he wasn't meaningfully treated, and he was contained. And containment is not the same as change. So when the calendar moved toward 2013 and his sentence neared completion, the system faced a problem it had quietly postponed for years. A person shaped almost entirely by confinement was about to be released into a world that expected restraint, impulse control, and self-regulation. There was no bridge between those worlds, no gradual transition, no safety net, just a door. And a man who had spent a decade learning that violence, wrapped now in divine permission, was the most reliable way to exist. When Nico Jenkins walked out of prison in the summer of 2013, there was no dramatic send-off, no warning siren, no final evaluation that magically fixed a decade of damage. Just paperwork, a release date, and the quiet mechanical click of a system declaring its job finished. Legally, everything was correct. His sentence had been served in full. There was no parole left to supervise, no probation conditions to enforce, no legal hook to keep him contained. On paper, he had paid his debt. In reality, the debt had never been calculated properly to begin with. This wasn't a case of the system being unaware. Jenkins' history was not subtle. His violence was documented. His instability was documented. His threats were documented. His disciplinary record followed him like a receipt trail. Mental health concerns weren't speculative. They were on file, reviewed, argued over, stamped, and archived. But awareness doesn't equal authority. The law doesn't act on vibes, it acts on thresholds. And once those thresholds are met, sentence completed, requirements satisfied, the door opens whether anyone feels good about it or not. There was no parole officer assigned to track his movements, no mandatory therapy intake waiting on the outside, no structured housing program designed to absorb someone who had spent most of his formative years locked behind concrete and steel, no monitoring, no graduated reintegration, no net. What there was instead was expectation. An unspoken, deeply unrealistic expectation that a person shaped almost entirely by incarceration would suddenly self-regulate simply because the environment had changed. That the habits built under constant threat would politely dissolve once exposed to freedom. That violence, having worked consistently for over a decade, would politely retire itself. Freedom arrived without instruction, and Jenkins did not step into a calm, supportive world ready to absorb him. He returned to familiar territory, familiar people, familiar dynamics, the same social gravity that had shaped him before incarceration snapped back into place almost immediately. Any illusions of a fresh start evaporated quickly. There was no gradual adjustment period, no learning curve, just immediate friction between a person trained for containment and a world that assumed autonomy. From the system's point of view, this moment would later be described with words like tragic and unfortunate. From a procedural standpoint, it would be defended as unavoidable. From a human standpoint, it was a gamble dressed up as inevitability. This is the uncomfortable chapter nobody likes to linger on, because it exposes the gap between legal correctness and practical responsibility. The system had done exactly what it was designed to do: punish, contain, release. What it had not done was transform, rehabilitate, or meaningfully assess whether release made sense beyond legality. And here's the part that tends to get sanitized in hindsight. There were people around Jenkins who were uneasy. Threats had been made. Warning signs were visible. But unease isn't actionable unless it fits into a statute. Fear isn't admissible evidence. Instinct doesn't hold up in court. So nothing stopped him. The release didn't come with a plan. It came with silence. The kind of silence that exists when responsibility gets passed along until it disappears entirely. Prison says, our role is over. Mental health services say, we can't intervene without consent or an immediate crisis. Law enforcement says, no crime has been committed yet. And that last word, yet, does a lot of work. Because within days, the logic Jenkins had lived by for most of his life reasserted itself. Violence had never failed him before. It had brought control, space, recognition. It had given him identity. It had given him leverage. Now, newly free, surrounded by the same unresolved dynamics, carrying the same unchallenged worldview, and stripped of the structure that at least limited his reach, he was left to operate entirely on instinct. The system had washed its hands, not maliciously, not carelessly, procedurally, and in doing so, it created the most dangerous condition possible: freedom without restraint, power without oversight, and a man who had spent 10 years learning that escalation was the fastest way to be heard. What followed was not a sudden break from his past. It was its continuation, just without walls. The story doesn't explode, it tightens. Between August 11th and August 21st, 2013, Nico Jenkins killed 4 people in Omaha. 10 days. No countdown, no crescendo. Just a sequence that feels disturbingly efficient once you strip away the headlines and look at the structure of it. This wasn't chaos. It wasn't a blur. It wasn't a man spiraling out of control in public. What makes this period unsettling is how contained it is, how quickly violence becomes routine again, like muscle memory waking up after a long sleep. The first two killings happen together. Two men lured into proximity, ending up dead in a parked vehicle near a public park. There's no elaborate staging, no attempt at symbolism, no signature theatrics. The mechanics matter more than the message. A firearm, close range, control established, the outcome achieved. If people expect an emotional trigger here, rage, panic, desperation, they'll be disappointed. What's visible instead is decisiveness. The same logic that worked inside now works outside. Act fast, dominate the situation, end resistance. Whatever minor material elements were present, money, belongings, they are secondary at best. This isn't robbery as a goal, it's violence using opportunity. After that, the pattern doesn't escalate in spectacle, it stabilizes. A few days later, another victim is killed. Someone Jenkins knew from a prior incarceration. That detail matters. It punctures the comforting idea that all spree killings are anonymous. This wasn't purely random, it wasn't purely personal either. It sat in the middle space where familiarity reduces hesitation and proximity reduces friction. There's no evidence of arguments spiraling out of control, no sudden emotional rupture. The killing doesn't look reactive, it looks deliberate. Violence used as punctuation, not as conversation. The final victim is a woman found on a roadway at the edge of the city. Again, no drama in the method, no flourish, no message left behind, just the same outcome delivered in a different setting. Different street, same logic. Across all four murders, certain things stand out precisely because they're missing. There is no sexual motive. There is no ideological targeting. There is no consistent relationship between Jenkins and most of the victims. This isn't a revenge tour. It isn't a crusade. It isn't even particularly expressive. Killing here functions as proof of agency, as confirmation that he can still impose his will on the world without walls getting in the way. Only afterward does the religious framing harden. Jenkins begins describing the killings as acts carried out under divine instruction. God told him. God required it. God chose him. The narrative arrives fully formed, but it arrives late, after the fact. The belief doesn't guide the violence, it wraps around it, sealing it off from doubt. This is important because it shows how adaptable the justification is. Violence doesn't need a reason first. The reason can be assembled later. Violence creates the reality, belief explains it retroactively. What's also notable is the absence of remorse, not performative remorse, not private regret, not even ambivalence. The killings aren't framed as regrettable necessities, they're framed as confirmations, as validation that the internal logic he's lived by for years still holds. Within those 10 days, Jenkins isn't testing boundaries. He already knows where they are. He's confirming that they're still permeable. That response times are slow. That intervention lags behind action. That a person who moves decisively can stay ahead of consequence for longer than people like to admit. And for a brief window, he's right. There's no dramatic chase, no citywide lockdown. Law enforcement doesn't initially connect the dots. Different locations, different victims, no immediate obvious pattern. Each case enters the system separately, as its own tragedy, its own investigation. That delay matters. Because it gives Jenkins something he hasn't had in years: unfiltered freedom of movement. No guards, no schedules, no head counts, just choice. And for someone whose identity has been shaped by dominance and escalation, that freedom isn't calming. It's intoxicating. By the end of the 10 days, 4 people are dead. The violence hasn't escalated in cruelty, but it has escalated in certainty. The killings aren't experiments anymore. They're confirmations that the internal rulebook still applies. The system will eventually catch up. Ballistics will speak. Witnesses will talk. Threads will be pulled together. But during those days, Jenkins isn't running. He isn't hiding. He's operating. Because for the first time in years, there's nothing between his impulses and the outside world. And the result is exactly what years of containment without transformation predict. Investigations don't begin with clarity. They begin with fragments. When the first homicide scenes emerged in Omaha in August 2013, they did not announce themselves as part of a series. They arrived the way violent crime usually does in a mid-sized American city. As individual emergencies, each demanding immediate attention, each carrying its own local logic. 2 men found dead in a vehicle near a public park. Another victim days later in a different part of the city. A woman discovered on a roadway at the edge of town. Different locations, different circumstances, different investigative teams initially touching different pieces of the puzzle. And that separation matters. Police work is structured to prevent premature conclusions. Detectives are trained not to connect cases without evidence, not to chase theories before facts justify them. That discipline protects innocent people, but it also slows pattern recognition when crimes cluster just close enough to matter, but not close enough to scream. Early on, these cases lived in parallel. Each crime scene had to be processed independently, evidence collected, shell casings logged, witness canvasses conducted, autopsies scheduled, families notified, media briefings carefully worded. Every step takes time, and every step competes with every other violent incident happening simultaneously across the city. There was no obvious signature, no ritual behavior, no distinctive calling card left behind, no message to the police, no attempt to claim responsibility. The killings didn't seek attention, they simply existed. Ballistics would eventually become the hinge point, but ballistics is not instant revelation. Firearm evidence must be recovered intact. Casings must be analysed, rifling marks compared, databases queried, lab backlogs navigated. What later looks like a clear match begins as a quiet possibility buried in paperwork. Meanwhile, detectives were dealing with the human noise, witnesses who remembered arguments, people who recalled threats that sounded alarming in retrospect but had seemed vague at the time, tips that ranged from credible to useless to outright delusional. The usual flood that follows violence, where signal and static arrive together and nobody labels them for you. Some people had been uneasy about Nico Jenkins before his arrest. That part is true, and also legally insufficient. Unease is not probable cause. Threatening language is not arrestable unless it crosses very specific statutory lines. Law enforcement cannot act on intuition alone, no matter how uncomfortable their intuition feels. This is the gap where hindsight later screams, why wasn't he watched? Why wasn't he flagged? Why wasn't he detained earlier? Because the law does not allow detention for future crimes. Because surveillance requires justification. Because people are scared of him is not a chargeable offense. Because investigators are bound by constraints. The public only remembers exist when they're inconvenient. As the days passed, The data quietly began to converge. Ballistics linked scenes, timelines overlapped, names reappeared in contexts they shouldn't have. A firearm moved from possibility to probability. The cases stopped sitting neatly in separate folders and started leaning toward each other, whether anyone wanted them to or not. Still, there was no dramatic breakthrough moment. No detective slamming a file shut and saying, "It's him." What tightened the net was accumulation. The slow, bureaucratic certainty that arrives when enough small facts agree with each other. The kind of certainty that doesn't feel cinematic, but holds up in court. The arrest itself didn't arrive with flashing lights and drawn weapons. It came through something almost insultingly ordinary: a traffic stop. The kind of police encounter that happens thousands of times a day without consequence. Until it does, weapons were found, ammunition, items that instantly reframed everything that had come before. What had been a troubling cluster became a single, undeniable line. The pieces that had refused to speak to each other suddenly aligned. From that moment on, the investigation accelerated sharply, not because the police suddenly became more competent, but because the legal landscape had changed. Now, there was leverage. Now there was cause. Now the questions could be asked with authority instead of caution. Only then did the story look obvious. That's the cruel trick of criminal investigations. Clarity always arrives late. Patterns only become undeniable once the damage is already complete. Every warning sign looks brighter after the fact. Every delay feels unforgivable once outcomes are known. But in real time, detectives were navigating uncertainty, legal limits, and incomplete information, doing exactly what the system allows them to do, even when that allowance proves insufficient. By the time Jenkins was formally in custody, the violence had already stopped. Not because it had been prevented, but because it had run its course. The investigation had caught up. And now, with the operational phase over, the case shifted into something else entirely. A legal spectacle where facts would be frozen into transcripts, where behavior would be interpreted, and where the man responsible would discover a new arena for control. The courtroom. One of the more comfortable myths people cling to is that family proximity acts as a brake. That closeness equals oversight. That if someone is spiraling, the people who grew up with them will notice, intervene, call someone, do something. It's a reassuring belief. It's also completely incompatible with how this story actually unfolded. During the 10 days in August 2013, when Nico Jenkins was killing people, he wasn't isolated from his family. He wasn't cut off. He wasn't operating in a vacuum. He was close to them, physically, socially, emotionally, in the warped sense that term can have inside dysfunctional systems. And nothing stopped him. This wasn't a case of a family unaware of his history. Jenkins's violence was not new information. His instability was not a revelation. His threats were not shocking surprises. These were long-established features, not sudden developments. People around him didn't need hindsight to understand that he was dangerous. They had lived with that understanding for years. What changes in families like this isn't awareness, it's calibration. When chaos is constant, it stops registering as emergency. When aggression is routine, it stops triggering alarms. The baseline shifts. What would prompt immediate intervention in another household becomes background noise here. Not because anyone approves, but because reacting to everything would mean reacting all the time. And eventually, people stop trying. This is where proximity turns into normalization. During the murders, Jenkins was not treated as someone in crisis. He was treated as someone being himself. Erratic behavior didn't stand out. Aggression didn't feel exceptional. Religious talk didn't ring as a sudden red flag because it arrived layered on top of years of volatility, paranoia, and threat making. Family systems adapt to survive, and adaptation doesn't always look like protection. Sometimes it looks like minimization. Sometimes it looks like silence. Sometimes it looks like staying out of the way because challenging the behavior feels more dangerous than enduring it. In this environment, boundaries don't disappear dramatically. They erode, slowly, quietly, until no one can remember where they were supposed to be in the first place. The most damning element of this chapter isn't emotional neglect or denial, it's participation. Jenkins' cousin, Erica Jenkins, became directly involved after the killings, not as an abstract moral failure, not as a symbolic example, as a concrete documented act, assisting in the disposal of bodies, crossing the line from passive proximity into active facilitation. This is not a misunderstanding, it's not rumor, it's not media exaggeration, it's part of the record. That matters because it shatters the last remaining excuse. This wasn't just a family failing to stop him. This was a family member helping him clean up. The response afterward followed a familiar script: distance, denial, reframing, public statements that leaned heavily on confusion and helplessness. We didn't know how bad it was. We were scared. He manipulated us. All of these things may be partially true. None of them erase the fact that proximity didn't inhibit the violence, it absorbed it. Fear is often offered as an explanation here, and fear absolutely played a role. Jenkins was intimidating. He had a history of aggression. He used threats effectively. But fear doesn't fully explain cooperation. Fear explains silence. It explains avoidance. It explains not calling the police. It does not explain logistical assistance after multiple murders. That leap happens only when the internal moral framework has already collapsed, when loyalty has replaced judgment, when survival logic has overridden everything else. In those moments, family stops functioning as a corrective force and becomes part of the environment in which violence can continue unchallenged. It's uncomfortable to sit with that reality, which is why many retellings soften it. They talk about dysfunction without responsibility, about love without limits, about being trapped. But the facts don't bend to comfort. During the killings, Jenkins was not alone. He was embedded. And that embedding mattered. Not because it caused the murders. The responsibility remains entirely his. But because it removed one of the last potential friction points that might have slowed him down. There was no internal resistance strong enough to disrupt his momentum. No decisive break. No moment where someone said, "This stops now," and acted accordingly. Instead, the system that had always surrounded him, family included, functioned the way it always had, by adjusting around his violence rather than confronting it. By the time the police closed in, the damage was complete. The family would later distance itself publicly, as families almost always do when proximity becomes liability. But during those 10 days, distance wasn't the reality. Closeness was. And closeness in this case didn't save anyone. The moment Nico Jenkins entered the courtroom, the tone shifted. Not because justice suddenly felt close, but because the environment changed in a way that suited him far too well. Prison had offered containment. The street had offered freedom. The courtroom offered something else entirely: an audience. This wasn't a place of quiet accountability. It was a structured theatre with fixed roles, predictable rhythms, and guaranteed attention. Judges spoke, attorneys performed restraint, jurors watched, cameras waited just outside. And in the center of it all sat a man who had spent most of his life learning how to dominate spaces through escalation. Now escalation had a microphone. From the start, Jenkins treated the courtroom less like a forum of judgment and more like a platform. His behavior was not chaotic. It was timed. Interruptions came at moments designed to fracture proceedings. Outbursts arrived just when the room had settled. Laughter appeared where silence was expected. Insults landed not randomly, but strategically, aimed at authority figures who represented control. This wasn't someone unaware of where he was. This was someone testing how far the space would bend before it pushed back. Multiple psychiatric evaluations ran alongside the legal process, creating a parallel narrative that would become central to the trial. The question wasn't whether Jenkins was psychologically disturbed. That much was clear. The question was whether that disturbance erased responsibility. Experts disagreed on the edges, but converged on the core conclusion. Jenkins was mentally ill. Yes, but not detached from reality in a way that removed agency. He understood the nature of his actions. He understood their consequences. He understood right from wrong in the legal sense, even if he rejected those concepts personally. That distinction mattered, because Jenkins himself rejected it loudly. He spoke of God, of commands, of divine authority that superseded the court. He framed the trial not as judgment, but as resistance against a system that had no jurisdiction over him. In his narrative, the court wasn't exposing him, it was persecuting him. This framing served multiple purposes at once. It insulated him from guilt. It positioned him as powerful rather than trapped. And it ensured that every proceeding revolved around him, whether the court liked it or not. The judges did not indulge him. When his behavior crossed procedural lines, he was removed from the courtroom. When he disrupted testimony, proceedings paused. When he attempted to dominate the space entirely, the system responded with the only language it had left: exclusion. Even that response fed the dynamic. Removal confirmed in Jenkins' mind that he still had leverage, that he could still force the system to react. Control, after all, doesn't require winning. It only requires movement. Meanwhile, the prosecution built its case methodically. This was not a performance-driven strategy. It was factual, deliberate, almost dry. Evidence was laid out. Ballistics were explained. Timelines established. Witnesses called. The story of the killings was reconstructed piece by piece, not to shock, but to withstand appeal. And that contrast was stark. On one side, a man insisting he operated under divine mandate. On the other, a system responding with paperwork, exhibits, and procedural rigor. The court did not argue with his theology. It ignored it. Because belief, no matter how loudly proclaimed, does not negate physical evidence. As the trial progressed, the gap between Jenkins' self-image and the legal reality widened. His provocations continued. Smirks, comments, performative indifference. But they no longer disrupted the trajectory. The process moved forward regardless of his cooperation. That's when the performance began to lose some of its power. Because a courtroom only functions as a stage if the audience reacts. And over time, Jenkins' theatrics stopped commanding the room. Judges adjusted. Attorneys adapted. Jurors learned to separate noise from substance. The structure absorbed him. Still, the damage lingered. Every outburst reopened wounds for the families watching. Every laugh landed like an insult to the dead. The courtroom became a place where grief and spectacle existed uncomfortably, side by side. Where the search for justice had to coexist with the defendant determined to strip the proceedings of dignity. And yet, the trial pressed on. Not dramatically, not triumphantly, relentlessly. Because the law doesn't need silence to function, it only needs persistence. By the time the trial reached its later stages, the outcome was no longer a mystery. The question had shifted from whether Jenkins would be held accountable to how that accountability would be structured. The stage was still there, but the script was no longer his. If the courtroom had been a stage up to this point, this was the moment when the performance cracked under real weight. Nothing prepares a legal system for the presence of the people left behind. Evidence can be catalogued, timelines can be stabilized, behavior can be managed, but grief does not follow procedure, and pain does not respect courtroom etiquette. When the families of the victims finally spoke, the room changed in a way no judge's gavel could control. These were not abstract losses, not names on a charging document, not exhibits. These were fathers, sons, daughters, sisters, people who had occupied space in other people's lives and then vanished violently, without warning, without meaning. The families did not speak in legal language. They spoke in fragments, in shaking sentences, in pauses that stretched longer than any formal silence ever allowed. Some addressed the court, some addressed Jenkins directly. That was not a symbolic choice. It was deliberate. This was the first and only moment where the victims' families were allowed to confront the man responsible, face to face, without interruption, without cross-examination, without rebuttal. A rare procedural opening where emotion was not just tolerated, but expected. What followed was raw. Statements broke down mid-sentence. People lost track of prepared notes. Some had to stop and start again, breath hitching, voices collapsing under the effort of staying upright. Others spoke with a controlled fury that felt almost more devastating. Grief compressed into precision, pain sharpened by weeks of restraint. There were moments where the court had to pause entirely, where judges called recesses not for legal reasons, but because the emotional load in the room had become unmanageable. People wept openly, others stared at the floor. The atmosphere thickened until even routine court procedures felt intrusive. This was not catharsis. This was exposure. And throughout it all, Jenkins sat there, sometimes motionless, sometimes smirking, sometimes laughing under his breath, sometimes making comments just loud enough to be heard. His reactions were not impulsive. They were selective, timed. A laugh placed where silence should be. A glance when eyes were expected to lower. It was provocation stripped of ambiguity. For the families, this behavior wasn't just offensive, it was re-traumatizing. Every reaction confirmed the worst possible fear. That the person who had destroyed their lives felt nothing about it. No remorse, no hesitation, no recognition of shared humanity. The contrast was brutal. On one side of the room, people unraveling under the weight of permanent loss. On the other, a man insisting, through behavior rather than words, that their pain had no jurisdiction over him. That he existed outside their moral universe entirely. Some families tried to reach him anyway. They spoke about the people he killed, about who they were before they became victims, about birthdays that would never happen, about children growing up without parents, about the silence that followed the phone calls announcing death. They spoke not to persuade the court, the verdict was already forming, but to reclaim narrative space that had been swallowed by violence. Others refused to engage him directly at all. They spoke past him, around him, to the judge, to the record, to history. They refused to grant him the acknowledgement he seemed to crave. In those moments, Jenkins' expression shifted, irritation flickering where amusement had been. Indifference, it turns out, is harder to perform when no one is reacting. The irony of the setting became impossible to ignore. The court was designed to impose order, to translate chaos into procedure, to reduce suffering to sentences and statutes. And yet, in this phase of the trial, the court was forced to hold something it was never meant to contain: unfiltered human grief. There was no legal remedy for what had been lost. No sentence that could restore equilibrium. No punishment that could convert rage into closure. The best the system could offer was recognition. The formal acknowledgement that these lives mattered, that the harm was real, that it would not be minimized. Jenkins rejected even that. His behavior during these statements made one thing unmistakably clear. The religious language he used elsewhere did not correspond to empathy, humility, or moral reckoning. Whatever God he claimed allegiance to demanded nothing of him emotionally. No sorrow, no restraint, no accountability. The families left the stand altered. Some relieved to have spoken. Others visibly shattered. None untouched. And when the last statement ended, when the courtroom finally returned to procedural calm, something irreversible had happened. The case was no longer just about evidence and guilt. It was about absence, about the space where people used to be, about the cost that never appears in sentencing guidelines. The court could now move toward judgment. The machinery could resume. But the emotional center of the case had already been exposed, and no amount of legal precision could unsee it. Because for all the arguments about insanity, ideology, or system failure, one truth sat in the room, heavy and undeniable. Real people had paid for this with their lives, and no performance, no belief system, no provocation could erase that. When the verdict arrived, it did not arrive with drama. There was no sharp intake of breath, no cinematic pause where time seemed to slow. No moment where the room collectively leaned forward, hoping for revelation. By the time the court reached this point, the outcome had already settled into the air. The question was no longer what would happen. It was simply how it would be phrased. The legal machinery moved the way it always does at this stage, carefully, deliberately, insulated from emotion. Verdicts are not delivered to feel right. They are delivered to hold. Every word has to survive appeal. Every sentence has to be defensible years later, long after the faces in the courtroom have faded from memory. Nico Jenkins was convicted on multiple counts of first-degree murder. The sentences followed in sequence, not as a single declaration, but as a cumulative construction. Life imprisonment. Additional life sentences. Hundreds of years stacked on top of one another. Not because time still mattered to the man receiving them, but because clarity mattered to the record. Each count acknowledged. Each victim named. Each act fixed permanently in a legal language. There would be no parole, no conditional release, no hypothetical future where rehabilitation might be assessed or risk re-evaluated. The court made that decision explicit. This was not a case designed for eventual reintegration. It was a case designed for permanent containment. From a legal perspective, the verdict was airtight. The evidence had been overwhelming. Ballistics, timelines, witness testimony, forensic consistency, all aligned. The court did not need to speculate about motive or belief. It needed only to establish action and intent, which it did without hesitation. From a human perspective, the verdict felt hollow. No sentence can undo what had already happened. No number of years can compensate for lives erased in minutes. The language of the law is precise, but it is not healing. It does not restore balance. It only draws a boundary and says, this is as far as responsibility goes. Jenkins's reaction to the verdict was consistent with everything that had come before. There was no visible shock, no collapse, no emotional response that suggested the weight of consequence had finally landed. He did not look smaller. He did not look defeated. If anything, the rigidity of the sentence seemed to confirm something rather than challenge it. This was not a man hoping for mercy. This was a man who had long since stopped measuring outcomes by freedom. The court, for its part, did not engage with his belief system. It did not argue theology. It did not debate delusion. It acknowledged mental illness where relevant and dismissed it where it failed to negate responsibility. The ruling was clear. Whatever Jenkins believed, he understood what he was doing, and he chose to do it. That distinction mattered more than any diagnosis. The verdict also marked the end of the courtroom as a stage. The audience would thin, the cameras would leave. The daily structure of hearings, statements, and procedural conflict would dissolve. Jenkins would no longer have a public space in which to perform. What remained was confinement. For the families, the verdict offered a kind of punctuation, not closure, but an ending to a chapter they had not chosen to read. Some expressed relief that Jenkins would never walk free again. Others made it clear that no sentence could touch the damage done. Many carried both feelings at once. The law had spoken, but the law could not speak to grief. It could not speak to absence. It could not speak to the years ahead, shaped by loss rather than memory. And yet, this was the moment the system points to when it claims success. A dangerous individual removed, accountability imposed, order restored, the narrative resolved. Only it wasn't. Because the verdict did not transform Nico Jenkins into something else. It did not create insight. It did not prompt reflection. It did not dismantle the worldview that had justified violence in the first place. It simply locked that worldview behind concrete and steel. The sentence closed the legal loop, but it did not end the story. It shifted it into a quieter, more contained phase, one that would unfold far from public view, in controlled environments designed not to heal, but to prevent further damage. From this point forward, Jenkins would no longer be a problem the city had to manage in real time. He would be a problem stored, and stored problems do not disappear. They just stop being visible. After the verdict, Nico Jenkins didn't disappear. He was removed. That distinction matters. Disappearance suggests fading relevance, a gradual slipping out of view. Removal is deliberate, controlled, intentional. What followed the sentencing wasn't an afterthought. It was the logical endpoint of everything the system had been doing for years. Jenkins was placed in high security confinement, the kind reserved for inmates whose presence is considered a continuous risk. This wasn't punishment layered on top of punishment. It was management, a decision rooted in logistics rather than morality. The goal was not growth, reflection, or change. The goal was simple: keep him from hurting anyone else. Most days followed the same rigid structure: 23 hours in a cell, 1 hour alone outside it, no communal dining, no work assignments, no meaningful programs, movement controlled down to minutes and footsteps, contact reduced to necessity, human interaction filtered through protocol. This is what long-term isolation looks like when it's not dramatized. It's quiet, monotonous, administrative. The walls don't shout. They wait. For someone like Jenkins, this environment did not introduce a new reality. It intensified an old one. He had already spent years oscillating between population and segregation. Isolation was not shocking. It was familiar, and in some ways, preferable. Solitary confinement removes variables. It limits surprise. It shrinks the world down to something manageable. That doesn't make it therapeutic. If anything, it deepens whatever patterns already exist. Jenkins' behavior inside remained aggressive, not constantly explosive, but persistently hostile. Threats towards staff, religious tirades, refusal to comply with orders that didn't immediately benefit him. Disciplinary write-ups continued to accumulate, not because he was unpredictable, but because he was consistent. This wasn't someone deteriorating into chaos. This was someone maintaining a stance. Isolation became the default response, not because it improved anything, but because there was no alternative that didn't create risk. The system was no longer asking whether confinement was harmful. That question had become irrelevant. The only question left was whether it was sufficient. Mental health services existed, technically. Evaluations were conducted. Notes were written. But treatment in the traditional sense was no longer the priority. Therapy requires engagement. It requires some shared goal. At this stage, the institution wasn't trying to help Jenkins understand himself. It was trying to predict him. Religious rhetoric continued, but it hardened into repetition rather than revelation. The same phrases, the same divine framing, the same insistence on purpose without evidence of insight. Belief here functioned less as faith and more as armor. Something to hide behind. Something to wield against authority when needed. And when that didn't work, Jenkins turned inward. Self-harm incidents punctuated his incarceration. Not impulsive suicide attempts, but deliberate acts of self-injury. Cutting. Severe wounds. Injuries that demanded response. These acts weren't about escape. They were about leverage. Pain as communication. Blood as a way to force the institution to react. In prison, attention is currency. Jenkins understood that deeply. Every incident triggered protocols, medical staff, reports, temporary shift in conditions, isolation within isolation. The acts never led to transformation or relief, but they reaffirmed something he had learned long ago. Escalation still produces movement. The irony is that by this stage, there was no audience left to impress. No cameras, no courtroom, no public spectacle. The only people watching were correctional officers trained to neutralize behavior without interpreting it. The system did not engage with the symbolism of his actions. It responded with checklists. Over time, Jenkins's name faded from headlines. Appeals came and went quietly. Legal avenues narrowed until they were functionally non-existent. The case became something referenced occasionally in discussions about system failure, extreme violence, or the limits of rehabilitation. But inside, nothing meaningfully changed. This is the part of the story that feels unsatisfying because it is. There is no arc, no descent into remorse, no moment of clarity, no transformation into a cautionary tale with a moral bow on top. There is just continuation. A man who built his identity around violence and control, now confined to a space where control is stripped away, yet still able to assert it in small, corrosive ways. A system that knows it cannot fix him and no longer pretends otherwise. Prison, at this stage, is not a solution. It is storage. And storage is brutally honest. It makes no promises. It does not claim redemption. It does not suggest hope. It simply says, this is where the harm stops spreading. For Jenkins, life after the verdict is not about punishment or justice in the emotional sense. It's about irrelevance, about existing in a place designed to absorb danger without asking it to make sense. The system hasn't won. It is contained. And containment, while necessary, is never a satisfying ending. It doesn't explain. It doesn't heal. It doesn't teach. It just holds. By the time Nico Jenkins had settled into long-term confinement, the body itself became part of the narrative. Not in a poetic sense, and certainly not in a spiritual one, but in a deliberately crude, highly visible way. When speech loses its reach, when movement is restricted, when access to the outside world shrinks to almost nothing, the body becomes the last remaining surface for communication. Jenkins understood that instinctively. The tattoos that accumulated over time were not aesthetic choices. They weren't cultural markers or personal memorials. They were signals, warnings, visual shorthand meant to do one thing efficiently: unsettle anyone who had to look at him. Faces are powerful social tools, and Jenkins turned his into a billboard. Numbers like 666 appeared, not as part of a coherent belief system, but as a universally understood threat symbol. You don't need theological literacy to recognize what it's meant to imply. It's intimidation stripped of nuance. Cheap, effective, instantly readable. The same logic that guided his violence guided his symbolism. Demonic imagery followed. Not in a structured, studied way, but in fragments. Shapes, words, expressions that suggest darkness without committing to any consistent mythology. There is no ritual precision here, no occult discipline, no deeper framework tying it together. The symbols contradict each other as often as they align. That inconsistency is the point. This isn't about faith, it's about atmosphere. The goal is not to express belief, but to project menace, to force a reaction, to make guards, medical staff, attorneys, or observers feel unsettled before a single word is spoken. In environments built on control, where uniforms and routines strip individuality down to numbers and schedules, anything that disrupts neutrality becomes leverage. The tattoos do that work silently. They tell a story Jenkins once told, even when he's saying nothing at all. They freeze an identity in place. Once inked onto the face, it cannot be walked back. There's no ambiguity left, no plausible deniability. The message becomes permanent, and permanence matters to someone who has always defined himself through escalation. This is also where the illusion of depth often creeps in from the outside. Observers want to read meaning into the symbols, to decode them, to connect them to esoteric traditions or hidden belief systems. But that impulse misunderstands the mechanics at play. There is no deeper theology here. There is branding. Jenkins' tattoos operate the same way his courtroom behavior did. They are confrontational without being informative. They suggest power without demonstrating insight. They shut down conversation rather than invite interpretation. The message isn't understand me. The message is don't come closer. In that sense, the tattoos are not expressions of identity. They are replacements for it. Where empathy once might have been, there is now imagery. Where explanation might have existed, there is provocation. The symbols do the talking so that nothing else has to. They eliminate vulnerability by eliminating complexity. And importantly, this identity is irreversible by design. You can change behavior, you can modify routines, you can comply, relapse, adapt. But you cannot remove a face tattoo quietly. It locks the self into a permanent state of threat. That serves Jenkins' psychology perfectly. If you can never be mistaken for safe, you never have to negotiate. Fear does the work for you. Inside prison walls, that fear has diminishing returns. Staff are trained not to respond emotionally. Procedures blunt shock. Over time, the imagery becomes background noise to those who see it daily. But even then, it fulfills another function. It reinforces Jenkins' internal narrative. Every glance, every avoided eye contact, every stiffened posture becomes confirmation that the identity is holding, that the message is still landing somewhere, even if the audience is small. The tattoos become proof that he still exists as something distinct, something disruptive, something that resists being flattened into an inmate number. This is not rebellion, it's preservation. A way to ensure continuity in a life otherwise reduced to routine. The body becomes the last remaining domain where he can impose a version of himself that the institution cannot fully regulate. And yet, for all their permanence, the tattoos don't signify growth. They don't mark evolution. They don't represent transformation. They are static, repetitive, locked into the same emotional register that has defined Jenkins for decades. Threat, defiance, distance. No curiosity, no introspection, no forward motion. Just a visual loop, repeating the same message louder each time because it has nothing new to say. The irony is that the tattoos, meant to amplify identity, ultimately flatten it. They reduce a complex history into a single note played over and over again. Whatever humanity once existed behind the symbols is now buried beneath them, inaccessible not only to others, but likely to Jenkins himself. By turning his body into a warning sign, he ensured that the conversation would always stop before it began. And in doing so, he made the isolation permanent in a way that walls alone never could. Because at this point, even without a cell, there is nowhere left to go. By the time Nico Jenkins began seriously injuring himself in custody, the behavior was no longer ambiguous. This was not emotional overflow, not despair leaking out through skin, not a confused attempt at ending his life. It was deliberate, repeatable, and fully integrated into the way he interacted with institutions. Jenkins cut himself repeatedly while incarcerated. These were not superficial wounds meant to signal distress. They were deep enough to require immediate medical intervention, stitches, and emergency response. Each incident forced the prison to stop what it was doing and reorganize around him. Officers had to enter the cell. Medical staff had to take control. Reports had to be written. Movement had to be restricted. Normal operations were interrupted. The injuries were real. The response was mandatory. One incident in particular pushed this behavior into a different category entirely. Jenkins deliberately inflicted severe damage to his own eye while in custody. This was not the result of a fight, not an accident, not a moment of confusion. It was self-directed violence that caused significant trauma and required urgent medical treatment. After that point, his self-harm was no longer viewed as episodic instability. It became a standing security concern. What followed was not escalation toward suicide, but repetition toward control. Jenkins continued to injure himself over time, even while housed in segregation and high security conditions where access to objects is already severely limited. That detail matters. These acts were not impulsive reactions to emotional spikes. They required planning, patience, and adaptation. When access was restricted, he waited. When tools were removed, he found alternatives. When observation increased, he adjusted his timing. The intent was not to disappear. The intent was to force response. In a prison environment, attention is not given freely. It is rationed, procedural, and tightly controlled. Self-mutilation bypasses that system. It triggers automatic intervention. The institution cannot ignore blood. It cannot delay response. It cannot treat it as behavioral noise. Every injury pulls authority into motion whether it wants to or not. Jenkins understood this completely. Psychiatric evaluations noted that while he did show symptoms of severe mental illness, his self-harm functioned instrumentally. The injuries were not expressions of helplessness. They were acts designed to alter his environment, to interrupt routines, and to reclaim a sense of agency in a place built to strip it away. Religious language often wrapped around these incidents afterward. Suffering was framed as purpose, pain was described as meaningful, injury was recast as proof of divine connection. But the language shifted depending on context. What remained consistent was not belief, but outcome. Each injury produced movement. Each act forced engagement. From the institution's side, this created a closed trap. Staff were legally and ethically required to intervene every time. Increased monitoring followed. Tighter restrictions were imposed. Housing conditions were adjusted. And once the immediate crisis passed, routines slowly returned, until the next incident restarted the cycle. Nothing about this produced insight. Nothing about it exhausted the behavior. It simply confirmed that escalation still worked. This is where common narratives fail. Self-harm is often treated as vulnerability, as a collapse inward, as evidence that someone has reached a breaking point. In Jenkins' case, it was the opposite. It was dominance behavior translated into the only remaining channel available to him. When he could no longer control other people, he controlled time. When he could no longer intimidate physically, he compelled response procedurally. When outward violence was impossible, inward violence became the substitute. The result was not healing. It was stagnation. A man who had learned only one language of agency continued to speak it, even when the audience was reduced to guards, nurses, and incident logs. The acts did not make him more dangerous to the outside world. That phase had already ended, but they revealed something quieter and more permanent. The logic that produced violence had never been dismantled. It had simply been contained. By this stage, Jenkins was not seeking understanding, relief, or care in any meaningful sense. He was asserting continuity, proving that even in total confinement, he could still force the system to bend around him. Not because it respected him, but because it had no legal alternative. And so the violence continued, stripped of spectacle, stripped of reach, but intact in structure. Harm remained the only reliable way he knew how to exist. By the time Nico Jenkins reached the stage where psychologists, psychiatrists, and evaluators were asked to explain him, the expectation was already distorted. People tend to look for a switch, a break, a fracture, a moment where something snapped and a different person emerged. That model is comforting because it suggests prevention was a single missed step. One diagnosis away, one intervention too late. Jenkins does not fit that model. What appears across evaluations, reports, and long-term observation is not a story of collapse, but of continuity. The same patterns repeat across environments, roles, and levels of restriction. What changes is not the person, but the available tools. Clinicians noted severe psychological disturbance, paranoid thinking, grandiosity, delusional framing of self and purpose. These elements are real and documented. They are not media inventions and not courtroom theatrics alone. Jenkins' internal world is not stable in the way a healthy mind is stable. But instability does not automatically equal incapacity. Again and again, evaluators return to the same uncomfortable conclusion. Jenkins understood what he was doing. He understood consequences. He understood how institutions functioned. He adjusted his behavior depending on context. He escalated when escalation produced results and restrained himself when it did not. That matters. Psychosis, in his case, did not erase agency. It amplified it. The delusional material did not drive his actions so much as provide them with narrative insulation. Violence did not occur because he believed he was chosen. He believed he was chosen because violence had already become central to his identity. This is where simplistic explanations fail. If you frame Jenkins as purely insane, you miss the intentionality. If you frame him as purely evil, you miss the pathology. The reality sits in the uncomfortable middle space where mental illness and learned behavior reinforce each other instead of cancelling each other out. Violence had been effective for him since adolescence. It created space. It ended threats. It forced attention. Prison did not remove that lesson. It refined it. Over time, Jenkins learned not just that violence worked, but how to deploy it strategically depending on the environment. On the street, it meant firearms. In court, it meant provocation. In prison, it meant self-harm. Same logic, different outlet. The religious framework that emerged later did not impose limits. It imposed meaning. It removed doubt. By framing himself as an instrument rather than an actor, Jenkins eliminated internal conflict. Responsibility dissolved upward into abstraction. Guilt became irrelevant. There was no need to reconcile actions with empathy because empathy was no longer part of the equation. This is why transformation never appears in his story. There is no phase where insight begins to form. No moment where behavior shifts inward toward reflection, rather than outward toward impact. Therapy did not fail because it was poorly delivered. It failed because there was no internal incentive structure for change. Change would have required abandoning the only system of control he had ever known. From a psychological standpoint, Jenkins' identity calcified early. It did not grow. It did not evolve. It hardened around a single axis, dominance through disruption. Everything else, belief, symbolism, rhetoric, orbited that axis without altering it. Even suffering did not soften the structure. Pain was absorbed, repurposed, and reintegrated into the same logic. Self-inflicted injury did not signal breakdown. It signaled adaptation. The mind did not fracture under confinement. It optimized. That is what makes this case so resistant to the narratives people want to apply. There is no hidden, real Nico, buried beneath illness, waiting to be uncovered. The person observed across decades is the person as he functioned best, according to his own internal rules. From a clinical perspective, that leaves very little room for optimism. Not because change is theoretically impossible, but because nothing in his psychological makeup points toward a desire for it. Treatment requires participation. Rehabilitation requires some internal friction between who someone is and who they want to become. In Jenkins' case, that friction never appears. What you see instead is coherence. A grim, destructive coherence, but coherence nonetheless. His actions make sense within his own framework. They always have. That framework does not. Collapse under scrutiny because it was never built to be shared or justified. It exists solely to maintain his sense of agency. And once that is understood, the case stops being mysterious. It stops being shocking. It becomes bleakly predictable, not because the outcome was inevitable in some cosmic sense, but because the variables never changed. Family instability, early violence, institutional reinforcement, ideological insulation, and total absence of corrective forces all lined up and stayed aligned for decades. There was no rupture to interrupt the pattern, only containment to stop its spread. Psychology, in this context, does not offer absolution. It does not provide a tidy answer. It simply clarifies what the legal system eventually acknowledged. This was not a momentary failure of judgment, nor a single untreated illness running amok. It was a sustained identity built around harm. And identities like that do not dissolve quietly. They have to be locked away. If you're looking for an ending with movement, this is not it. Nico Jenkins is still alive. He is still incarcerated. He is still exactly where the system put him, once it decided that no further questions needed answering. There are no meaningful developments, no dramatic turns, no late-stage revelations that reframe the story. What exists now is continuation without momentum. He is held in high security custody in Nebraska, under conditions designed for management rather than engagement. Isolation dominates his daily life. Contact is minimal. Movement is controlled. Every variable that once allowed him to project influence outward has been reduced to procedure. This is not accidental, it is intentional design. By this stage, the system is no longer pretending to rehabilitate. There are no ambitious treatment plans aimed at transformation, no long-term reintegration goals, no expectation that insight will suddenly emerge if given enough time. The objective is narrower and colder. Prevent harm, maintain order, document incidents, repeat. His legal avenues are effectively exhausted. Appeals have been filed, processed and denied, without public spectacle. There is no active legal drama surrounding his case anymore. No constitutional cliffhanger. No pending decision that might reopen the narrative. The law has moved on. So has the public. Outside of occasional references and discussions about extreme violence, system failure, or the limits of incarceration, Jenkins has vanished from cultural relevance. He is not a myth, not a cautionary figure recycled in documentaries every year, not a name invoked to explain new horrors. He does not even function well as a symbol. He is simply there. Inside the institution, his behavior has not transformed. Aggression still surfaces. Religious rhetoric still appears, recycled rather than evolved. Threats still occur, though their reach is limited by environment. Self-harm remains a management issue rather than a psychological breakthrough. Nothing about his internal world suggests resolution or growth, but nothing about it suggests escalation either. This is an important distinction. Jenkins is no longer becoming something worse. He's not spiraling. He's not decaying into chaos. He's repeating himself. The same gestures, the same language, the same patterns, replayed in a space where their impact is muted by routine. In a way, this is the most complete containment imaginable. No audience remains. No leverage exists beyond momentary disruption. No identity expansion is possible because there is no environment left to react meaningfully. The system does not argue with him. It does not confront his beliefs. It does not attempt to dismantle his narrative. It simply records him. That may sound like defeat, but it is closer to resignation. Institutions are very good at learning when engagement produces nothing but noise. At a certain point, disengagement becomes the most effective response. Jenkins has reached that point. He is managed rather than challenged, observed rather than debated. His presence is treated as a fixed condition, like weather, something to be accounted for, not understood anew every day. This is the part of the story people rarely imagine when they talk about evil or monsters. Not the violence, not the trial, not the headlines, but the long stretch afterward, where nothing happens except time. Days pass, weeks stack, years accumulate, and the person at the center of the story does not evolve into wisdom or remorse. He simply remains alive, but stripped of significance, contained, but not transformed, remembered only when someone else tells the story again. And that is where the arc flattens completely. Not in a blaze of justice or a moment of reckoning, but in administrative quiet. In the dull certainty that this is as resolved as it will ever be. Which leaves only one thing left to do: to step back, to stop watching him, and to decide what, if anything, this story actually teaches beyond its own grim facts. There is a strong temptation at the end of stories like this to elevate them into something larger than they are, to turn a person into a symbol, to call it evil with a capital letter, to frame everything as an exception, a rupture, an anomaly that reassures us by being rare and spectacular. Nico Jenkins does not offer that comfort. There is nothing elegant about how this story ends, because nothing about it was elegant to begin with. No transformation waits at the bottom, no final insight reframes the violence, no revelation redeems the suffering or gives it higher meaning. The narrative does not resolve into wisdom, it simply stops. That, in itself, is the most honest ending possible. Jenkins was not a criminal mastermind. He was not charismatic. He was not fascinating in the way pop culture prefers its villains to be. He did not invent a new kind of violence or articulate a coherent philosophy behind it. What he did was repeat a pattern that had been reinforced for most of his life across family systems, institutions, and social responses that never meaningfully disrupted it. He did not become something. He continued. That distinction matters. Becoming suggests a turning point, a descent, a narrative arc. Continuation suggests something much more uncomfortable, that nothing essential ever changed. The same logic that governed his behavior as a teenager governed it in adulthood, in prison, in court, and in isolation. Different settings, same internal rules. This is why mythologizing him misses the point entirely. Monsters are useful because they feel external. They reassure us that danger comes from somewhere else, from something fundamentally unlike us. Jenkins offers no such distance. His story is built from familiar components: instability, unchecked aggression, institutional containment mistaken for correction, belief systems used as insulation rather than guidance, and repeated failure to introduce any alternative form of agency. None of that is exotic. None of that is rare. What makes this case unsettling is not how extreme it is, but how linear it is. No sharp turns, no dramatic reversals, just accumulation. One unaddressed factor layered onto the next, until the outcome becomes less shocking than inevitable in hindsight. And yet, inevitability is the wrong word. This story was not written by fate. It was written by systems that responded consistently, but never decisively. By environments that manage behavior without changing it. By moments where intervention was possible, but never sustained long enough to matter. Responsibility does not dissolve into abstraction just because the picture is complex. Jenkins is responsible for what he did, fully, unequivocally, but responsibility does not exist in a vacuum. The temptation, once the danger is contained, is to seal the case and move on, to treat the outcome as proof that the system ultimately worked. He was caught. He was convicted. He was removed. The harm stopped spreading. On paper, that looks like success. But success measured only by containment is a narrow victory. Because nothing in this story suggests that understanding improved, that prevention sharpened, or that the next version of this pattern will be interrupted any earlier than the last. If anything, the lesson here is how efficiently violence can move through blind spots when the response is fragmented and reactive. This is not a warning about one man. It is a warning about continuity, about what happens when aggression is normalized early, when institutions substitute control for transformation, and when belief systems are allowed to replace accountability rather than coexist with it. It is about how easily a person can become defined entirely by harm when no other identity is ever made viable. There is no satisfaction to be found here, no moral victory, No clean takeaway that can be summarized in a sentence and filed away. The only honest conclusion is that this story is finished not because it reached resolution, but because it ran out of space to move. The person at its center remains alive, contained, and unchanged. The people affected remain absent, their lives permanently truncated. The systems involved continue operating much as they did before, with the same strengths and the same failures. If this story holds any value at all, it is not in fascination, fear, or moral spectacle. It is in its refusal to comfort, in its insistence that violence does not require mystery to exist, and that stopping it requires more than punishment after the fact. Nico Jenkins does not deserve to be remembered as a legend, a demon, or a cultural reference point. He deserves to be understood as what he is, a product of continuity, and a reminder that containment is not the same thing as prevention. It is only what happens when prevention has already failed. That is the end of the story. Not because it feels complete, but because nothing more can be added without pretending otherwise. Alright, sleepless rabble. That's where we stop tonight. Not because the story's finished, but because there's nothing left to say. Nico Jenkins didn't vanish into myth. He didn't transform. He didn't learn anything worth telling. He's still there. And the damage is still permanent. If this story stayed with you, do us a favor. Like the video, subscribe. It tells YouTube that long, uncomfortable stories like this still matter. And I really want to hear your take, so drop a comment. Do you think he actually heard the voices? Or was that just the smartest excuse he ever used? We're continuing our freak show very soon with another extraordinary example of obsession, disgust, and human derailment, the kind that makes you question how thin the line really is. This is Natmac Stories, and you've been listening to shitty people doing horrifying things for sleep.